and he would make people laugh. He was known as the Teflon Prime Minister because he would try to clown his way through everything. You've just referred to the fact that he appointed a sexual predator as the deputy chief whip or something like that, saying, oh, I forgot that this guy went around groping people somewhere or the other. Ma'am, you're too young, but in 1946 was born in the United States the world's most famous clown called Bozo the Clown. Invert 46, come to 64, and then Bojo the Clown was born in the UK. He never really managed to be a very good clown because he doesn't have the intelligence to be. So he's a part-time court jester, better, I suppose, than ineptly running the country full-time. He got away with a lot of nonsense in the past because people said he's harmless. But, ma'am, with unemployment growing, inflation breaking through the roof, the economy in a tailspin, the virus rampaging through the country, Brexit as a stupid self-goal, Britain's international influence falling lower than Somalia's, and Bojo appointing himself the commander-in-chief of another comic fellow chap called Volozello in Ukraine, Volodymyr something or the other in Ukraine, who is receiving outdated UK weapons for which his successors will pay. All this has now come together to tell the British people and to tell the world, enough, now you must leave. Because one of the senior leaders who quit said Bojo was not acting in the national interest, while the other said that the public expected government to be conducted properly, competently and seriously as there were tensions over the economy. I conclude by saying that in the 90s, when the elections were taking place in the United States and George Bush was about to be thrown out, the first one, people asked, why should we vote for your challenger? And the answer, the absolute answer was, it's the economy, stupid. This was from the challenger. It's the economy, stupid. This became the catchword. So when they are hurting, they want him out. They want someone else to come in. I'm not at all surprised. I'm sorry, because we won't get to laugh. He's the guy who said Africa's problem is not that we were once in charge, Britain. Africa's problem is that we are no longer in charge. Then he produced some kind of a program last year to attract the world's greatest scientists as iron filings to a magnet, introduce some program or the other. Do you know that the whole world is dying to go to the United Kingdom? So only 2 scientists showed up, and now he's got something of high potential individuals from Indian universities to go there because Britain doesn't have any of its own high potential individuals. The man is absolutely
Okay, very interestingly, you've called him just a comic relief. In fact, his statements on Peppa Pig had also, made it seem very bizarre. At a time when UK was embroiled in such controversies, he made that speech, laughed at, yes. But now when we talk of what's going to happen next, who are you placing your bets on? There are a few already doing the rounds. Rishi Sunak, perhaps Liz Truss. These are some of the names that are doing the rounds. Who would you say is the probable next Prime Minister?
Too early at this point of time to judge. If somebody, and it would be very appropriate of Indian origin, were to get into whatever that Upping Street or Downing Street it's called, it would be great to have somebody. It would be, I would then write a piece for you, ma'am. The Empire Strikes Back. And if it's the other fellow, well then so be it. I mean, there's a Pakistani origin fellow who also resigned. He may be in the running. There's the Foreign Secretary, some lady called Bus or Truss or something who's also in the running. All this will be decided in due course because now the backroom stuff will go on. There'll be negotiation. There'll be horse trading. The British are very good, not just in riding horses, but also in trading them. And it will have no impact, let me assure you, on our relationship with the UK, which in any case is hardly of any significance to us. We make all the appropriate noises for historical reasons, and plus we keep buying their companies. But otherwise, it doesn't really matter to us, whoever sits in that place. And every now and then there is this thing, you've heard of it, called the House of Frauds. Not frauds, what's it? House of Lords. They keep discussing the Punjab farmers, they keep discussing what is happening in Kashmir. Who listens to these chaps? They have a few fellows in their own constituencies whom they have to pander to. So they raise these issues instead of looking at what is eating Britain from within.
Okay, all right. Requesting you to stay on with us, Mr. Deepak. We have some reactions also coming in from the UK. Let's play that out.
Finally resigned because he's lost the confidence of the House of Commons. He's lost the confidence of his own party. When you consider the number of resignations that we've seen today, when you consider that the House of Commons tomorrow is going to be dysfunctional because the Conservatives are not even going to be able to operate bill committees because they haven't got the ministers to do it. For him it's over. And when you've got cabinet ministers that are going in there tonight telling him to resign, they now need to take their responsibilities too. Anyone that's gone into that place and said that the time is up, they need to go. And we need to make sure, one way or the other, Boris Johnson's time as Prime Minister is over. He's breached the trust that was put in him. He needs to recognise that he no longer has the moral authority to lead. For him, it's over.
He didn't get Brexit done. We should never, and I don't want to be a Monio Remainer, but we should never have had Brexit. It's a total shambles. He didn't roll out the vaccine, and I'm so sick of him. I think the whole rotten lot need to go, and I think he's doing an enormous amount of damage to politics in this country because the whole lot are being tarred with his brush. I think he's appalling. I think he's appalling.
So most of the reactions coming in welcoming the resignation of Boris Johnson. This was long in coming. A lot of pressure had been building as well, but Boris Johnson had remained defiant until the last moment, saying he is going to continue to fight. But as his loyalists also started giving in their resignations, he did not have much of a choice left. Madhav is also with us. Madhav, Mr. Deepak Vora, former ambassador, saying that this resignation is not going to have any impact with the relations of India and the United Kingdom. But Prime Minister Modi and Boris Johnson, known for a kind of rapport that they have displayed earlier as well. What do you think the impact is going to be after this turmoil in the United Kingdom?
Well, first things first, as you rightly said, that, whether it is a personal rapport that exists between two leaders, certainly, of course, that should not, in any way impact on relations between the two countries. Of course, India and UK, for instance, are in advanced stages of, a free trade agreement between the two countries. And that's certainly something that will increase trade as far as the two countries and the trade relations and trade ties are concerned. Already, in terms of people-to-people ties, already existing at a very, very high level with a huge population of Indian origin that exists in the United Kingdom itself. But as you rightly put it in the first place, several of the close loyalists of Boris Johnson, whether it's Priti Patel with his Grand Stabs, all of them resigning is a very, very clear signal. And the total number of resignations has crossed 50, as the BBC has been reporting.
So, Madhav, the writing was really on the wall.
As far as Boris Johnson is concerned, whether really he has completely lost faith and lost confidence amongst his supporters.
Right. Madhav, do stay on with us. We have Ms. Stephanie Mayer, senior writer with Bloomberg, also joining us. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Ms. Stephanie, if you can give us a sense of how things have played out. We do understand there was a lot of pressure on Boris Johnson to resign. Now, finally, the resignation coming in.
Yes, this has been months in the making with the pressure building, and his position became untenable after Chancellor Rishi Sunak resigned and the Health Secretary Sajid Javid also resigned within minutes of each other. And then the pace of resignations this morning picked up to the point where his position was untenable. And I think, most people here are greeting this with a sense of relief, mixed with concern about the country and the government being rudderless for the next few months while the Tory party works out who its next leader will be.
Okay, so, there have been a lot of scandals that Boris Johnson had been embroiled in. It started right from COVID-19, the handling of the pandemic as well. If you can just refresh our memories on the kind of scandals that Boris Johnson has faced, because previously he had, gone through the tide with that. But now, finally, coming to the brink where he had to resign.
Right. Well, it started with a scandal over an MP and the way that was handled. And then it went straight into so-called Partygate, which was a series of allegations about parties being hosted and held in 10 Downing Street against COVID rules during the pandemic. And, there was a series of statements that the Prime Minister made that people felt in Parliament that people believed to be untruthful, and an investigation and a series of fines that were handed out for people attending those parties violating COVID rules, including the Prime Minister himself. And then the scandals just kept coming. And the latest, was over a parliamentary whip he had appointed who did have a past allegations of sexual harassment, which Boris Johnson denied knowing about and then admitted that he did. So I think this was the last straw.
Okay, all right. So we'll get the details of that. Boris Johnson also expected to address the media shortly, but we are also getting visuals of Prime Minister Modi as he has arrived in Varanasi. He is in his constituency as the government observes 100 days of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in power in his second term. Let's go across to Madhav Das, who continues to be with us. Madhav, a lot of developmental projects that Prime Minister Modi will also be kicking off as he arrives in his constituency.
Well, yes, a number of developmental projects, and this current one that we're looking at is at the LT College in Varanasi, where the Prime Minister is inaugurating the Akshay Patra midday meal kitchen. Now, Akshay Patra is, of course, a scheme that has been implemented in different parts of the country, and it is run by the devotees of ISKCON, and it is, of course, seen as a way to ensure, that a large number of people are fed. In fact, they have experience in doing this in different parts, where a huge amount of meals for persons are catered to, and this midday meal kitchen, as we're talking about, of course, is something that the Prime Minister is taking a tour of at the moment in Varanasi, which is, of course, his constituency at the LT College there. Moving on from this, he will be also going to the Varanasi Shiksha Samagam, which will be inaugurated. Now, this is at the International Cooperation and Convention Center Rudraksh, which is also, of course, built during the tenure of the Prime Minister. And following this, he goes to the Dr. Sampurnanand Sports Stadium in Sigra, where there will be a laying of the foundation stone and dedicating to the nation and inauguration as well of various developmental projects in Varanasi. That's expected in a couple of hours from now. So these are the three programs the Prime Minister has publicly speaking in Varanasi. But at the moment, as we've been telling you, this is the inauguration of the Akshay Patra midday meal kitchen that the Prime Minister is currently doing at the moment in Varanasi.
Right, so he is with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, big victory for the BJP. So the Chief Minister is also visiting him, and the Prime Minister also keeping that connect with the constituency. He has visited Varanasi quite frequently. Here as well, a mega infrastructure push that's going to happen. Madhav, so Prime Minister Modi, keeping that connect with Varanasi, has made frequent visits to the constituency as well. Now as well, he's also expected to interact with the people there.
Well, yes, in fact, in terms of a public program, there is only the dedication in terms of laying of the foundation stone, the dedication to the nation of various developmental projects. No roadshow as such that is part of the Prime Minister's plan as such. But yes, as you were rightly mentioning over there, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh as well as the Governor all present there in Varanasi. And also, of course, very significant that all of these developmental schemes, remember, one of the key focuses of the Prime Minister has been, bringing in developmental projects, whether we're talking about the Kashi corridor, whether we're talking about the power cabling going completely underground, something that was perhaps a leitmotif of Varanasi that we used to see, of overhead cables, hanging. All of that, in fact, completely changing. Roads, of course, being widened and beautified. All of these are some of the developmental projects that have been implemented during the time and the tenure of the Prime Minister, being, of course, the Member of Parliament from Varanasi. So several of those projects, and in line with those projects, are this Vikas push that we are currently seeing of the Prime Minister, where in fact we're currently talking about these three projects that the Prime Minister is going to be very closely associated with. This is the inauguration of the Akshay Patra midday meal kitchen, also of course the inauguration of the Varanasi Shiksha Samagam, and the laying of the foundation stone, the dedication to the nation of various developmental projects that is expected in a few minutes from now.
Okay, so Prime Minister Modi unveiling the plaque to mark the inauguration of Akshay Patra. It's extremely important because the kitchen will cater to around 150 government schools, and it has the capacity of cooking midday meals for around 1 lakh students. So this is going to be extremely important, very crucial for the government school students. Now Prime Minister Modi there, he will also be reaching, this is at the Rudraksh Convention Center in Varanasi, where he will be inaugurating the Ministry of Education's Akhil Bharatiya Shiksha Samagam. Madhav, if you can give us more details of that, on how important the scheme is, the fact that Prime Minister Modi is inaugurating this particular event.
As you were rightly saying, over 150 schools, which means there would be thousands of school children which would be benefiting from this one particular kitchen. And what is very unique about the Akshay Patra scheme, where it has been implemented, is that at a fairly low cost, through a series of innovations, they are able to provide a very healthy meal for children in terms of this midday meal scheme. And it is that extension of that scheme, because of the huge scale in which they are able to cater to so many schools, that they are able to do that. Of course, it is supported by ISKCON as well, is something that we know, and it has been supported by various corporates at different points of time as well. We understand that in a short while from now, the Prime Minister also, of course, expected at the inauguration of the Varanasi Shiksha Samagam, and I think those are some of the pictures also coming in at this moment, where the Prime Minister is currently located, and of course, at around 4 o'clock, he is expected to lay the foundation stone for a series of development.
We have some breaking news now coming in. This is with respect to Prime Minister Modi's security breach. The main accused, Congress Neta, now surrendering. This is in regard to the black balloon protests that had taken place. A big development there. Now a Congress leader has surrendered. Remember, black balloons were sent in the air when Prime Minister was there, and this was a big security breach. 4 Congress leaders were also taken into custody. Somit is joining us with more details on this. Somit, one of the Congress leaders surrendering. We understand the protesters had left these black balloons because they were asked to do so from the Congress leaders. What are the details of the Congress Neta who has surrendered? Somit?
Well, Rajiv Ratan is the main accused person, was booked by the Gannavaram police actually on the Prime Minister visit day. Prime Minister has visited Andhra Pradesh after he has completed National Executive Committee meeting here in Hyderabad city. He went to Gannavaram airport, and then his chopper took off from there, and he was actually unveiling a statue there along with the chief minister. At that time, Congress leaders, after everything was planned and getting instructions from the top leaders, they have brought these black balloons and released these black balloons into the air. And immediately a few accused were arrested. And today, the main accused, Rajiv Ratan, who can be seen in the video releasing the black balloons, compromising the security of the Prime Minister. He knows what is the sensitivity. Even after that, he resorted to do such thing. And he has finally surrendered today, and police said that we have taken him into the custody. He will be produced after the medical investigations. He will be produced before the concerned court, and then later after that he will be sent to the judicial remand.
Okay, all right. Madhav, this is going to have political connotations as well. Black balloons that were spotted near Prime Minister Modi's chopper as it took off from an airport in Andhra Pradesh. And this comes after what has happened in Punjab as well. So the BJP raising questions on the Congress party, saying it's fine to protest, but breaching the Prime Minister's security is not.
Well, yes, sir. In this particular case, thankfully, it all happened just a few minutes after the Prime Minister's aircraft took off. Otherwise, of course, this would have been a bigger breach in that sense. But in any case, even if they say that it is symbolic in nature, nevertheless, it is a very serious issue. The BJP, as you rightly put it, has raised a question that protesting, of course, is one aspect, but compromising the Prime Minister's security is something that is not acceptable at all. While politically, of course, one can make a point going ahead and doing this kind of a protest, which could in any way endanger the Prime Minister, is perhaps something that is not acceptable. This is something that has been said in the past as well by the BJP very strongly. For instance, in Punjab as well, where the Prime Minister's convoy was in some way stopped. So clearly, of course, this is a very, very sensitive political issue, as Somit has also been explaining to us. We will have to see, of course, how the fallout of this entire development comes in, with this Congress leader now himself coming out and surrendering to the police.
Okay, all right. Madhav, thank you for joining us with those details. We're shifting our focus now to an update on Udaipur coming in. Now we have the Chief Minister, Ashok Gehlot, reacting. Chief Minister silent on the Salman Chishti tape. Not a word being told on police officials tutoring the cleric. Remember, yesterday we played out that clipping where the police officials are seen telling Salman Chishti, the man who gave a beheading call to Nupur Sharma, the police officials are telling him, admit that you were inebriated when you gave out that threat. It will save you. This is how the police officials were trying to shield him. Now, when asked about it, Chief Minister Gehlot being absolutely silent. Listen in.
उम्मीद करता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी मैं फिर रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी से कि आपको बार बार हम लोग अपील ही तो कर रहे हैं। अपील क्या कर रहे हैं? आप मैसेज दो देश को। आपके मैसेज का इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा कि प्रदेश में और देश में शांति, सद्भाव, प्यार, भाईचारा रहे। और हिंसा को मैं बर्दाश्त नहीं करूंगा, यही कहना उनको खाली। तमाम विपक्षी पार्टी बोल चुकी है, तभी प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये कहते हुए तकलीफ क्या हो रही है, ये हमारे समझ के परे है। उनके एडवाइजर कौन है जो उनको एडवाइस नहीं दे रहे हैं? आपको अपील करनी चाहिए समय रहते हुए। तकलीफ क्या हो रही है उनको अपील करने में? उनकी अपील होती तो मेरी ख्याल ऐसी घटना भी नहीं होगी, मेरा मानना है।
So the Rajasthan Chief Minister there yet again pinning the blame on Prime Minister Modi, not giving any answers to why his police officials did not act. On that note, we're slipping into a short break. Be right back. Stay with us.
रास्ते का भाव पकड़ना पड़ रहा है।
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने वो तो हमारे लिए ईश्वर समान थे, हमारे गुरु थे, सब कुछ हमारे थे। वो उन्होंने कभी भी आइडियोलॉजी के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं किया।
Good afternoon to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. The controversy over the Kali poster still continues. We'll get you all those details. First up, a look at the headlines. Amid fiery controversy over Kali, now shocking diatribe from filmmaker. Leena calls India the largest hate machine. BJP alleges ecosystem's hands behind it. Leena Manimegalai slams BJP's payroll troll army, says Hindutva can never become India. Saffron Party hits back. Amid the controversy over the remarks of Mahua Moitra, the TMC MP fires a poetic jibe at critics, says the ship has sailed, many afraid of raising voices against hate. Look at the defiance, no remorse. Cleric Salman Chishti smiles and gives a thumbs up after he was arrested for issuing a bounty to behead Nupur Sharma. No end to threats and hate. Now a 16-year-old Mumbai girl gets beheading threat over post on Udaipur killing. Foreign funding angle to Amravati murder case unravels. NGO owner and mastermind Irfan got funds from other countries. Agencies scrutinize transactions. It's a Times Now exclusive. Pakistan exposed in 32-page dossier. Document unravels trail and terror chats. And Boris Johnson quits as UK Prime Minister after avalanche of resignations from the cabinet. Johnson to address the nation tonight. Let's begin with some breaking news coming in. Another complaint that has been filed against Mahua Moitra for her statement. Delhi BJP now filing an official complaint on the statement that Mahua Moitra had made against Goddess Kali. So a complaint has now been filed in this regard. It's not just in the national capital. Several complaints have also been filed against the TMC MP in West Bengal. The BJP leaders have filed a complaint in several police stations. Shireen Elizabeth is joining us live with more details. Shireen, Delhi BJP filing a complaint against Mahua Moitra. This is after a string of complaints have already been filed against her.
Well, that is right. After a series of multiple complaints that has in fact been filed against not just the filmmaker Leena but also against the West Bengal TMC MP Mahua Moitra, now another complaint has in fact been filed in the national capital. This time it is the Delhi BJP. Mainly we are seeing that Harish Khurana leading the leaders of Delhi to the Parliament Station police station and meeting the DCP and filing a complaint. Now, while we had a conversation with them, they made it very clear that these kind of statements that are being made by Leena as well as TMC MP Mahua Moitra are in fact very derogatory, and these are hurting the sentiments, and that is why action need to be taken against both of them, and that is why a police complaint has been filed by the Delhi BJP. They are in fact hoping, after meeting the DCP, they told us they are hoping that necessary action will be taken against both. So after a number of multiple complaints that has been filed, we have seen that in Madhya Pradesh as well, an FIR has been filed against Mahua Moitra and also Leena, and now in the national capital, this is a fresh complaint against both of them that has been filed by the Delhi BJP at this point.
Okay, all right. So Mahua Moitra had said Kali is a meat-eating, alcohol-accepting goddess. The BJP now filing an objection to it. Let's also go across to Mohit Bhatt, who is joining us. Mohit, the BJP saying the TMC should take action against Mahua Moitra.
Well, you see, BJP has clearly maintained that you cannot have two different yardsticks when it comes to the case of Nupur Sharma and Mahua Moitra. Now, what she has done, and a statement that hurt crores and lakhs of Hindus all throughout the country and the world, and then an action should be taken by the TMC. We are now being joined by the IT cell head of the BJP, and he's also the co-in charge of Bengal BJP, Amit Malviya sir. Again and again, we have seen Mahua Moitra is coming out. She's saying that I will not back down. Whatever she has said, she felt it, and this is about her rituals. But you also have to cater to the rituals, or you have to cater to the traditions of the people in the other parts of the country also, which have been hurt, and hence we have seen various complaints have been filed against her.
Well, forget Mahua Moitra for a minute. What is Mamata Banerjee doing about Mahua Moitra's crass statement insulting Ma Kali? Has she come out and condemned it? She's the Home Minister of Bengal, and she's also the party supremo. Why has she not suspended Mahua Moitra so far? And why has she not allowed the West Bengal police to arrest her and take appropriate action against her? Why is she shielding her? Is it because she has denigrated Ma Kali and therefore it is fine for Mamata Banerjee to look the other way? It is the same Mamata Banerjee who demanded action on Nupur Sharma because it suited her minority appeasement politics. But because it is Mahua Moitra and her comment on Ma Kali, she's maintaining a stoic silence.
Also, sir, when TMC was asked about this, they were quick to tweet and they distanced themselves from the statement of Mahua Moitra. But till now, no action has been taken. And the same TMC filed complaint against Nupur Sharma in West Bengal, and notices and summons were being sent to Nupur Sharma. But that is not the case with Mahua Moitra.
Is it enough to just tweet? Mamata Banerjee can easily suspend Mahua Moitra. She's the party chief. Why has she not done it? Is it because she's weak and indecisive? Why has she not asked the West Bengal police to arrest Mahua Moitra? She's the Home Minister of Bengal. Therefore, these double standards have to be called out. The problem is that in this country,
against Mahua Moitra, do you think it can put any kind of pressure on Trinamool Congress as a party, because Mahua Moitra continues to be a Trinamool Congress?
As a party, there is no pressure. Mahua said something. If people have cases against that, she will have to do her own defense. Party has no concern about that. She will have to fight her own battle.
Dakhileshwar Temple has come out with a statement condemning the Kali poster, the poster Rao which is there, but at the same time suggested that there are places where wine is actually offered to Ma Kali as part of the ritual. In a way, without taking Mahua Moitra's name, has endorsed what Mahua Moitra has suggested.
I've seen the Dakhileshwar Temple statement. Our first point is that we disapprove of the Kali poster of the Kali film. Kali smoking and Ma Kali waving a LGBT flag. So on that point we are at one with what Dakhileshwar temple authorities have said. Dakhileshwar is after all one of the most revered worshipping place for Ma Kali throughout the country. It's associated with the memory of Sri Ramakrishna. About the other matter, I'm not an expert on religious matters and I do not want to comment on religious matters.
BJP, as we speak, sir, BJP, Amit Malviya, he is saying that Mamata Banerjee is the chairperson of Trinamool Congress. So why has she not suspended Mahua Moitra from
उन्हीं की काशी में इस शिक्षा महासमागम कार्यक्रम के उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर यहां पर उपस्थित होने के लिए हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को स्नातक स्तर पर लागू कर चुका है और उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर हमारे सभी 30 जो शासकीय विश्वविद्यालय हैं और प्रदेश के सभी 35 निजी क्षेत्र के विश्वविद्यालयों में भी इसे लागू करने के साथ ही तकनीकी शिक्षा, कृषि शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य शिक्षा और अन्य सभी क्षेत्रों में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को प्रभावी ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने के उस कार्यक्रम को उत्तर प्रदेश ने आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया है। ये व्यापक संभावना वाला क्षेत्र है और जब देश भर के आप सभी शिक्षाविद यहां पर उपस्थित हुए हैं, मेरा अनुरोध होगा, कुछ चीजों को लेकर के अक्सर हम लोग देखते हैं। एक, हमारे महाविद्यालय विश्वविद्यालयों को, शिक्षा के केंद्रों को स्थानीय परिस्थिति के अनुरूप नवाचार और शोध के लिए अपने आप को तैयार करना होगा। दूसरा, शासन की योजनाओं से अपने आप को वैराग्य भाव रखने की बजाय उन शासन की योजनाओं के साथ जुड़ते हुए छात्र छात्राओं को उन योजनाओं के साथ अगर हम विश्वविद्यालयों में, शिक्षण संस्थानों में पहले दिन से ही लगना प्रारंभ कर देंगे तो जब वह अपनी डिग्री लेकर के बाहर निकलेगा तो उसके सामने अपने जीवन की अनंत संभावनाओं के द्वार स्वतः खुले हुए दिखाई देंगे। और यह कार्य राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति इस बात की प्रेरणा तो हमें दे ही रही है, लेकिन आप सभी शिक्षाविदों के माध्यम से इसे लागू करने में और मजबूती के साथ एक मदद प्राप्त हो सकती है। मैं एक बार फिर से इस 3 दिवसीय शिक्षा महासमागम कार्यक्रम के लिए अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप सबका हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार और अभिनंदन व्यक्त करते हुए वाणी को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय, आपके प्रेरणादायी उद्बोधन के लिए। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के सफल क्रियान्वयन के लिए एक छोटी सी फिल्म बनाई गई है, आइए देखते हैं।
भारत खड़ा है अपने गौरवशाली इतिहास के महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ पर। देश के अमृतकाल की यात्रा हो गई है आरंभ। हमारे युवा अपने सपनों और आकांक्षाओं को मूर्त रूप देने के लिए हैं आतुर। इन्हीं सपनों को साकार करने के लिए जुलाई 2020 में प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति लॉन्च की गई थी।
नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति युवाओं को ये विश्वास दिलाती है कि देश अब पूरी तरह से उनके साथ है, उनके हौसलों के साथ। युवा मन जिस दिशा में भी सोचना चाहे, खुले आकाश में जैसे उड़ना चाहे, देश की नई शिक्षा व्यवस्था उसे वैसे ही अवसर उपलब्ध कराए।
इस नीति के क्रियान्वयन ने देश के युवाओं में एक नया जोश भर दिया है। एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट और मल्टीपल एंट्री एग्जिट की व्यवस्था से उन्हें पहली बार अपनी पसंद और सुविधा के अनुसार पढ़ने का मौका मिला है। ऑनलाइन एवं ओपन डिस्टेंस लर्निंग का विस्तार हुआ है। 75,000 विद्यार्थियों को गति शक्ति के तहत प्रशिक्षण दिया जा रहा है। इनोवेशन एवं स्टार्टअप, शिक्षा में मल्टीलिंगुअलिटी के प्रचार प्रसार पर जोर दिया जा रहा है। 2 वर्षों में लाए गए इन सुधारों को कई राज्यों ने, कई संस्थानों ने लागू कर दिया है। अब देश भर के शिक्षाविद और नीति निर्माता इस बात पर विमर्श कर रहे हैं कि इन सुधारों को और गति कैसे दी जाए। पिछले महीने प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में राज्यों के मुख्य सचिवों ने इस विषय में चर्चा की। अब इसी चर्चा की अगली कड़ी के रूप में आज वाराणसी में 3 दिवसीय अखिल भारतीय शिक्षा समागम का उद्घाटन हो रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी समागम में उपस्थित होने वाले वाइस चांसलर्स, आईआईटी, आईआईएम के निदेशक तथा देश भर के शिक्षाविदों, नीति निर्माताओं को नीति के क्रियान्वयन के विषय में मार्गदर्शन करेंगे। प्रदेश की माननीय राज्यपाल महोदया, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री, भारत के शिक्षा मंत्री समागम में भाग लेंगे। इस चर्चा से नीति के क्रियान्वयन को नई दिशा, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी और युवाओं के सपनों को मिलेगी ऊंची उड़ान।
कुछ व्यक्तित्व ऐसे होते हैं जो अपने चरित्र, विचार और जीवन से हमें एक बेहतर इंसान बनने की प्रेरणा तो देते ही हैं, साथ ही राष्ट्र के निर्माण के संस्कार भी देते हैं। मानवीय मूल्यों में विश्वास भी जगाते हैं और अपनी जमीन से जुड़कर आसमान को छूने का साहस और बल भी देते हैं। ऐसे ही व्यक्तित्व का दूसरा नाम है श्री नरेंद्र मोदी, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, जिनका उद्बोधन हर बार हमें एक नई अंतर्दृष्टि और दिशा देता है। मैं बहुत ही आदर के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से अनुरोध करूंगी कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के सफल क्रियान्वयन के लिए हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। जोरदार तालियों से एक बार पुनः उन्हें नमन।
उत्तर प्रदेश के राज्यपाल श्रीमती आनंदीबेन पटेल, यहाँ के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की ड्राफ्टिंग कमेटी के चेयरमैन के कस्तूरिरंगन जी, सरकार के अन्य मंत्रीगण, इस सम्मेलन में भाग ले रहे सभी वाइस चांसलर्स, शिक्षा संस्थाओं के निर्देशक, सभी शिक्षकगण, शिक्षाविद, देवी और सज्जनों, अखिल भारतीय शिक्षा समागम का यह आयोजन उस पवित्र धरती पर हो रहा है जहां आजादी से पहले देश की इतनी महत्वपूर्ण यूनिवर्सिटी की स्थापना हुई थी। ये समागम आज एक ऐसे समय हो रहा है जब देश अपनी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। अमृत काल में देश के अमृत संकल्पों को पूरा करने की बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था पर है, हमारी युवा पीढ़ी पर है। हमारे यहाँ उपनिषदों में भी कहा गया है, विद्या अमृतम अश्नुते, अर्थात विद्या ही अमरत्व और अमृत तक ले जाती है। काशी को भी मोक्ष की नगरी इसलिए कहते हैं क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ मुक्ति का एकमात्र मार्ग ज्ञान को, विद्या को ही माना गया है। और इसलिए शिक्षा और शोध का, विद्या और बोध का इतना बड़ा मंथन जब सर्व विद्या के प्रमुख केंद्र काशी में होगा तो इससे निकलने वाला अमृत अवश्य देश को नई दिशा देगा। मैं इस अवसर पर महामना मालवीय जी के चरणों में नमन करते हुए इस आयोजन के लिए आप सभी को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं काशी का सांसद हूं। मेरी काशी में आप पधारे हैं तो एक प्रकार से मैं होस्ट भी हूं। आप इन सब के साथ साथ मेरे भी मेहमान हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि व्यवस्थाओं में ज्यादा आपको असुविधा नहीं होगी। प्रबंध करने का सबने भरपूर प्रयास भी किया होगा, लेकिन फिर भी अगर कोई कमी रह गई है तो दोष मेरा रहेगा। और एक होस्ट के नाते कोई भी आपको असुविधा हो जाए तो उसकी क्षमा मैं पहले से मांग लेता हूं। साथियों, मैं अभी एक कार्यक्रम करके आ रहा हूं। यहां मध्याह्न भोजन के लिए एक सेंट्रलाइज किचन का काम था, लेकिन वहां मुझे मेरी काशी की सरकारी स्कूल के 10-12 साल की उम्र के बच्चों के साथ गप्पे गोष्ठी करने का अवसर मिला। और वहां से निकल करके यहां आया हूं। और मैं उनसे सुनकर के आया हूं और आपको सुनाने आया हूं। और मुझे कहना होगा, और मैं तो चाहूंगा जब मैं अगली बार आऊंगा तो जिस स्कूल के बच्चों से आज मुझे मिलना हुआ है, मैं उनके जो टीचर्स हैं उनको मिलना चाहूंगा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि ऐसा विचार मुझे क्यों आया होगा। मेरे मन पर इतना प्रभाव पैदा हुआ, 10-15 मिनट का ही वो अवसर था मेरे पास, लेकिन जो प्रतिभा उन बच्चों में थी, जो टैलेंट थी, जो कॉन्फिडेंस था और जो विविधता थी, और वो भी एक सरकारी स्कूल के हमारे सामान्य परिवार के बच्चों की। जो टैलेंट वो बच्चे वहां प्रस्तुत कर रहे थे, आपके परिवार में भी अगर आपका पोता नाती अगर ऐसी टैलेंट आपके सामने रखेगा तो जब भी मेहमान घर में आएंगे आप उसको खड़ा कर देंगे, जरा देखो मेहमान आए वो तुम सुनाओ। मेरा कहने का तात्पर्य है कि वर्तमान पीढ़ी का ये सामर्थ्य, उनकी क्षमता, जब वो आप जहां है वहां पहुंचेंगे, पद पे नहीं, उस इंस्टीट्यूट में, आप तो नहीं होंगे, आप ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट बना के जाएंगे कि इस प्रतिभा के बच्चे आने वाले दिनों में आने वाले हैं, उनको वहां कमी नजर ना आए। ये काम सबसे बड़ा आपके जिम्मे है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि अगले 3 दिनों तक यहां जो चर्चा और विमर्श होगा उससे राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के क्रियान्वयन को प्रभावी दिशा मिलेगी। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का मूल आधार शिक्षा को संकुचित सोच के दायरे से बाहर निकालना और उसे 21वीं सदी के आधुनिक विचारों से जोड़ना है। हमारे देश में मेधा की कभी कोई कमी नहीं रही है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हमारे ऐसी व्यवस्था बना कर दी गई थी जिसमें पढ़ाई का मतलब केवल और केवल नौकरी ही माना जाने लगा था। शिक्षा में ये विकार गुलामी के कालखंड में अंग्रेजों ने अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए अपने लिए एक सेवक वर्ग तैयार करने के लिए किया था। आजादी के बाद इसमें थोड़ा बहुत बदलाव हुआ भी, लेकिन बहुत सारा बदलाव रह गया। अब अंग्रेजों की बनाई व्यवस्था कभी भी भारत के मूल स्वभाव का हिस्सा नहीं थी और न हो सकती है। अगर हम हमारे देश के पुराने कालखंड की तरफ नजर करें, हमारे यहां शिक्षा में अलग अलग कलाओं की धारणा थी, और बनारस तो, मेरी काशी तो इसका जीवंत उदाहरण है। बनारस ज्ञान का केंद्र केवल इसलिए नहीं था क्योंकि यहाँ अच्छे गुरुकुल और शिक्षण संस्थान थे। बनारस ज्ञान का केंद्र इसलिए था क्योंकि यहाँ ज्ञान और शिक्षा बहुआयामी, मल्टी सेक्टरल थी। शिक्षा में यही विविधता हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था का भी प्रेरणा स्रोत होनी चाहिए। हम केवल डिग्री धारक युवा तैयार न करें, बल्कि देश को आगे बढ़ने के लिए जितने भी मानव संसाधनों की जरूरत हो, हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था वो देश को उपलब्ध कराए, देश को दे। इस संकल्प का नेतृत्व हमारे शिक्षकों और शिक्षण संस्थानों को करना है। हमारे शिक्षक जितनी तेजी से इस भावना को आत्मसात करेंगे, छात्र छात्राओं को, देश के युवाओं को उतना ही ज्यादा, देश के आने वाले भविष्य को भी उतना ही ज्यादा लाभ होगा। साथियों, नए भारत के निर्माण के लिए नई व्यवस्थाओं का निर्माण, आधुनिक व्यवस्थाओं का समावेश उतना ही जरूरी है। जो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ, जिन लक्ष्यों को पाने की देश ने कल्पना भी नहीं करता था, वो आज के भारत में हकीकत हमारे सामने निर्माण हो रही है। अब आप देखिए, कोरोना की इतनी बड़ी महामारी से हम न केवल इतनी तेजी से उभरे, बल्कि आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ रही बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में एक है। आज हम दुनिया के तीसरे सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे क्षेत्रों में, जहां पहले केवल सरकार ही सब करती थी, वहां अब प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स के जरिए युवाओं के लिए एक नई दुनिया तैयार हो रही है। पूरा अंतरिक्ष उनके बाहुपास में आ रहा है। दोस्तों, देश की बेटियों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए भी जो क्षेत्र पहले बंद हुआ करते थे, आज वो सेक्टर बेटियों की प्रतिभा के उदाहरण प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। साथियों, जब देश का मिजाज ऐसा हो, जब देश की रफ्तार ऐसी हो, तो हमें अपने युवाओं को भी खुली उड़ान के लिए नई ऊर्जा से भरना होगा। अभी तक स्कूल, कॉलेज और किताबें ये तय करते आए थे कि बच्चों को किस दिशा में जाना है, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के बाद अब युवाओं पर दायित्व और बढ़ गया है, और इसके साथ ही हमारी भी ये जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है कि हम युवाओं के सपनों और उड़ान को निरंतर प्रोत्साहित करें, उसके मन को समझे, उसकी आकांक्षाओं को समझे, तभी तो खाद पानी डाल पाएंगे। उसे समझे बिना कुछ भी थोपने वाला युग चला गया है। दोस्तों, हमें इस बात का हमेशा ध्यान रखना होगा, हमें वैसा ही शिक्षण, वैसी ही संस्थानों की व्यवस्थाएं, वैसा ही ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट का हमारा मिजाज अपने आप को सज्ज करना ही होगा। नई नीति में पूरा फोकस बच्चों की प्रतिभा और चॉइस के हिसाब से उन्हें स्किल्ड बनाने पर है। हमारे युवा स्किल्ड हो, कॉन्फिडेंट हो, प्रैक्टिकल हो, कैलकुलेटिव हो। शिक्षा नीति इसके लिए जमीन तैयार कर रही है। साथियों, देश में तेजी से आ रहे परिवर्तन के बीच शिक्षा व्यवस्था और इससे जुड़े आप सभी महानुभावों की भूमिका कितनी अहम है, इसका एक उदाहरण मैं अपने गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री काल के शुरुआत के कालखंड का एक अनुभव बताता हूं। मैं नया नया मुख्यमंत्री बना था, सरकार वरकार की दुनिया से मेरा कोई नाता ही नहीं था, मैं बहुत दूर था, अचानक काम आया था। तो मैंने एक कार्यक्रम बनाया था। मेरे सभी सचिवों को मैंने कहा कि आप ही आपके डिपार्टमेंट के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और मुझे बताइए 5 साल में आप अपने डिपार्टमेंट को कहां ले जाओगे, कैसे ले जाओगे, अचीव क्या करोगे, उससे गुजरात के सामान्य मानवी के जीवन को क्या लाभ होगा, उसका एक आपका विजन और पूरी डिटेल के साथ प्रेजेंटेशन कीजिए। ये मैंने सभी विभागों के सचिवों को कहा और हर दिन शाम को 5 बजे सभी मेरी मंत्रिपरिषद के मंत्री और सभी सचिव हम बैठते थे और एक सचिव आकर के अपने विभाग का पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन देते थे, फिर डिबेट होती थी। सभी सचिव, जो पहले भी कोई एग्रीकल्चर सचिव रहा होगा वो भी वहां बैठा हुआ है, सब लोग अपने अपने विचार रखते थे, डिबेट होती थी, हमारे मंत्री भी डिबेट करते थे। मैं सुनता रहता था, सीखने का प्रयास करता था। एक दिन, और ये कार्यक्रम मेरा करीब महीने भर चला था और शाम को 5 बजे शुरू होता था, रात 10 बजे तो बड़ी मुश्किल से घर जाने की इजाजत मिलती थी और बड़ा ही इंटेंस वो कार्यक्रम चला और शायद हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ होगा। तो मेरे यहां उद्योग के जगत के संबंधित प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ। आने वाले दिनों में वो औद्योगिक क्या क्या देखते हैं, आने वाले दिनों में औद्योगिक विकास कैसा होगा, सारा बता रहे थे। तो कार्यक्रम पूरा होते ही शिक्षा सचिव मेरे पास आए, क्योंकि दूसरे दिन शिक्षा सचिव का कार्यक्रम था। उसने कहा साहब मैं कल नहीं कर पाऊंगा। मैंने कहा क्या बात करते हो भाई, 1 महीने पहले आपको तैयारी करने के लिए कहा और आप लास्ट मोमेंट कह रहे हैं मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा। उन्होंने कहा तैयार तो है, मैं कर सकता हूं, लेकिन आज जो मैंने औद्योगिक विकास का जो प्रेजेंटेशन देखा उसको देख करके मुझे लगता है कि हमारा उनका कोई मेल ही नहीं है। हम बाएं जा रहे हैं, वो दाएं जा रहे हैं। तो मैं इसकी लाइट में मेरे जो प्रेजेंटेशन है उसको मॉडिफाई करने के लिए मुझे समय चाहिए, तब जाकर के हम एक इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ की दिशा में साथ मिलकर के शिक्षा हो इंडस्ट्री चल सकते हैं। हमें भी अब तो पूरी दुनिया का पता होना चाहिए, हर यूनिवर्सिटी में काम होना चाहिए कि दुनिया आगे किस तरफ जा रही है, कैसे जा रही है, उसमें हमारा देश कहां है, उसमें हमारे युवा कहां है। आने वाले 15-20 साल उन बच्चों के हाथ में भारत होने वाला है, उनको मैं कैसे तैयार कर रहा हूं, ये हमारा बहुत बड़ा दायित्व है दोस्तों। और इसी तर्ज पर हमारे सभी शिक्षण संस्थानों को भी खुद से पूछने की जरूरत है कि क्या हम फ्यूचर रेडी हैं। मैं आज दिन बिता रहा हूं, एग्जाम दे रहा हूं, कॉन्वोकेशन कर रहा हूं, क्या यही मेरा, मैं जिस पद पर हूं वही काम है? क्या मेरा काम यह है कि मैं ऐसी संस्थान खड़ी करके जाऊंगा कि आज जो बच्चा मेरे स्कूल कॉलेज में आएगा, आजादी के जब 100 साल होंगे, जब वो बहुत बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता होगा, तब मेरा देश वहां पहुंचेगा। मैं वो व्यवस्था आज पैदा करके जाऊंगा। आप सबको वर्तमान को संभालना है, आपके पहले जो करके गए हैं उसको आगे बढ़ाना है, लेकिन आज जो काम कर रहे हैं उनको फ्यूचर के लिए ही सोचना होगा और व्यवस्थाएं फ्यूचर के लिए विकसित करनी होगी। और क्योंकि आज बच्चों की जिज्ञासा ऐसी होती है जिनके उत्तर, अभी मैंने कहा मैं जिन बच्चों को मिलकर आया हूं, आपको भी घर में पता चलता होगा, छोटे छोटे आपके पोते पोती भी आपको सवाल पूछते होंगे, आपके नन्हे मन्ने बेटे अगर सवाल पूछते होंगे, आपको सोचना पड़ता होगा अरे भाई ये कहां सर खा रहा है, वो सर नहीं खा रहा है, और का सर उसको जवाब नहीं दे पा रहा है। दोस्तों वो सामर्थ्य आपके हर किसी के घर में ये अनुभव आया होगा जी। आज की पीढ़ी जिन बातों को लेकर के आती है, वो तो गूगल पे 10 चीजें सवाल पूछते, बोले आप क्या कह रहे हो, गूगल तो ये कह रहा है, आपको काउंटर करता है बच्चा। अब ये बच्चे आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में 10 साल के बाद आएंगे तब क्या हाल होगा आपका? हमें अभी से तैयार करना होगा अपने आप को। आप घर में भी उसके अपने बच्चों के साथ मिसमैच अनुभव कर रहे हैं। जब स्कूल कॉलेज के कैंपस के अंदर बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में युवा पीढ़ी होगी, इस प्रकार से नई सोच के साथ आई होगी और हम वहां उसके योग्य नहीं होंगे, तो उनके साथ कितना बड़ा गहरा अन्याय हो जाएगा दोस्तों। और इसलिए आवश्यक है कि हम भविष्य को जाने, समझे, व्यवस्थाओं को विकसित करें। मैं अभी कुछ दिन पहले डिजिटल इंडिया अभियान के तहत गांधीनगर में एक एग्जीबिशन देखने गया था। वहां सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चे थे, 12वीं 10वीं या 11th के बच्चे थे। वहां बच्चों ने जो प्रोजेक्ट तैयार किए थे, जो आइडियाज रखे थे, मैं बहुत उसको समझने की, देखने का प्रयास कर रहा था और मैं प्रभावित हुआ था इन बच्चों के काम से। रिसर्च का ऐसा पोटेंशियल, कम उम्र में ऐसे ऐसे इनोवेशन वाली बातें सुनकर मैं दंग रह गया। वहां कई बच्चे बायोटेक और जेनेटिक्स में इंटरेस्टेड थे। उनकी क्लास में जब साइंस के फंडामेंटल्स पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं, तब वो जीन मैपिंग, एफिनिटी क्रोमेटोग्राफी और जेनेटिक लाइब्रेरी बेस्ड टूल्स की बात कर रहे थे। अब कितना बड़ा अंतर है, आप कल्पना करिए। मैं उनके काम को देखकर सोच रहा था कि जब ये हायर एजुकेशन में पहुंचेंगे तो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन इनकी आधुनिक सोच के मुताबिक तैयार होंगे क्या? अगर हम इन बच्चों के लिए उनके हायर एजुकेशन में पहुंचने का इंतजार करेंगे, तब तक दुनिया बहुत आगे निकल जाएगी दोस्तों। इसलिए हमें ये अभी से सोचना होगा कि जिस उम्र में भी बच्चों के मन में मोटिवेशन है, उसी उम्र में उन्हें गाइडेंस और रिसोर्स मिले, इसका प्रबंध हमने सोचना पड़ेगा। हमें अपने संस्थान में ऐसी व्यवस्था तैयार करने पर काम करना चाहिए। साथियों, इस महीने के आखिर में 29 जुलाई को राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को 2 साल पूरे होने वाले हैं। और अभी धर्मेंद्र जी बता रहे थे कि बड़े मंथन के बाद ये शिक्षा नीति बनाई। कस्तूररंगन जी ने बहुत अच्छा नेतृत्व दिया, उसके कारण संभव हुआ। और इतना विविधता भरा देश और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का इस प्रकार से स्वागत हो, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है जी, बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है। लेकिन इसकी विशेषता देखिए, इसको बनाने में तो मंथन हुआ। आमतौर पर सरकार का स्वभाव होता है, एक डॉक्यूमेंट बन जाता है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट समय के भरोसे छोड़ दिया जाता है, कुछ व्यक्तियों के भरोसे जोड़ जाता है। आपके भी टेबल पे तो कुछ दिन शोभा बढ़ाता है डॉक्यूमेंट, फिर वो भी टेबल पे से हट जाता है, कोई नया डॉक्यूमेंट आता है, वो जगह ले लेता है, बात वहीं समाप्त हो जाती है। अनुभव आपको भी है, यहां बैठे हुए लोगों को भी है। हमने ऐसा नहीं होने दिया। हमने हर पल इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को जिंदा रखा है। मैं स्वयं भी इतने कम समय में कम से कम 25 सेमिनार में गया हूं, शायद 25 से ज्यादा, और इसी विषय पे मैं बोलता रहा हूं। ये रिपोर्ट देने के बाद स्वयं कस्तूररंगन जी लगातार संवाद कर रहे हैं, हर क्षेत्र के लोगों से संवाद कर रहे हैं, उनके क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए समझा रहे हैं, उसके पीछे का विजन क्या है, बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन वो समझा रहे हैं। पूरी सरकार के सभी डिपार्टमेंट लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ये, क्योंकि 30 साल के बाद आया हुआ डॉक्यूमेंट सिर्फ कागज का ढर्रा हमारे पास पहुंच जाने से होगा नहीं जी। आप भी यहां जब 3 दिन मंथन करोगे, उसकी कई बारीकियां हैं जो शायद आपने पूरा पन्ना पढ़ लिया होगा, लेकिन अब नई तरीके से आपके सामने उजागर होगी। इसलिए अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर भी ऐसे ही निरंतर मंथन की योजना बना करके यहां से जाना। सिर्फ यहां से आप सुन करके मत चला जाना, आपके साथ जुड़े हुए जो बाकी साथी हैं वे भी ऐसा ही मंथन करें, उसमें से और अमृत निकालें जी, तब जाकर के इसका लाभ होगा। और इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की उसके लिए जो चुनौतियां हैं, उसकी हर बारीकी पर हमें गौर करते रहना चाहिए। साथियों, आज जब कोई काम अपने हाथों में लेता है तो समस्याएं का समाधान भी तेजी से निकलता है। समस्या समझ करके यार मैं कहां पढ़ूं इसमें, तो समाधान कभी नहीं निकलता है। साथियों, इन 2 सालों में देश राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को लागू करने की दिशा में कई ठोस कदम उठा चुका है। इस दौरान एक्सेस, क्वालिटी और फ्यूचर रेडीनेस जैसे जरूरी विषयों पर हुई वर्कशॉप ने भी बहुत बड़ी मदद की है। देश विदेश के एकेडमिशियंस, इनसे जो चर्चाएं हुई, मेरा भी देश के शिक्षा मंत्रियों के साथ, शिक्षाविदों के साथ जो संवाद हुआ, उसने भी इसी गति को आगे बढ़ाया है। और अभी कुछ दिन पहले हमारे धर्मेंद्र जी ने देश भर के शिक्षा मंत्रियों को भी बुलाया था, जैसे आपके साथ चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ भी की थी। लगातार कोशिश हो रही है कि इन चीजों को हम 100% साकार कैसे कर पाए। राज्य सरकारों ने भी अपने अपने स्तर पर इस दिशा में कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं और आज सभी के प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि देश और खासकर देश का युवा इस बड़े बदलाव में भागीदार बन रहा है। साथियों, नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के लिए देश के एजुकेशन सेक्टर में एक बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ओवरहॉल पर भी काम हुआ है। आज देश में बड़ी संख्या में नए कॉलेज खुल रहे हैं, नए विश्वविद्यालय खुल रहे हैं, नए आईआईटी और नए आईआईएम की स्थापना हो रही है। 2014 के बाद से देश में मेडिकल कॉलेजों की संख्या में 55% की वृद्धि हुई है। युवाओं को बेहतर अवसर देने के लिए यूनिवर्सिटीज में समान स्टैंडर्ड के लिए इस वर्ष कॉमन यूनिवर्सिटी एंट्रेंस टेस्ट भी लागू किया गया है। ऐसे ही कई और भी रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं। देश के इन प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी रैंकिंग में भारतीय संस्थानों की संख्या में धीरे धीरे प्रवेश हो रहा है, संख्या में वृद्धि हो रही है। ये बदलाव केवल शुरुआत है, अभी हमें इस दिशा में लंबी दूरी तय करना है। साथियों, मुझे ये भी संतोष है कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति अब मातृभाषा में पढ़ाई के रास्ते खोल रही है। इसी क्रम में संस्कृत जैसी प्राचीन भारतीय भाषाओं को भी आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। मैं यहां देख रहा हूं कि इस आयोजन में भी संस्कृत से जुड़े लोगों के लिए विशेष व्यवस्था है। काशी की धरती से हुई ये शुरुआत निश्चित ही भारतीय भाषाओं और भारतीय संकल्पों को नई ऊर्जा देने का काम करेगी। साथियों, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आने वाले समय में भारत दुनिया में वैश्विक शिक्षा का एक बड़ा केंद्र बनकर उभर सकता है। भारत न केवल दुनिया के युवाओं के लिए एजुकेशन डेस्टिनेशन बन सकता है, बल्कि दुनिया के देशों में भी हमारे युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बन सकते हैं। इसके लिए हमें अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स पर तैयार करना होगा। इस दिशा में देश लगातार प्रयास भी कर रहा है। हायर एजुकेशन को इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से तैयार करने के लिए नई दिशा निर्देश जारी किए गए हैं। करीब 180 उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मामलों के लिए विशेष कार्यालय की स्थापना भी की गई है। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप सभी इसी दिशा में न केवल जरूरी विमर्श करें, बल्कि भारत के बाहर की व्यवस्थाओं से भी परिचित होने का प्रयास करें। ये नई व्यवस्थाएं भारत की शिक्षा व्यवस्था को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनुभवों से भी जोड़ने में मदद करेगी। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में आप लोग अलग अलग सेशन में कई महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप इस चर्चा से देश के लिए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में नए रास्ते खुले, युवा पीढ़ी का मार्गदर्शन हो। दुनिया के कई देशों ने अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जो रफ्तार पकड़ी है, उसमें एक बड़ा योगदान वहां की यूनिवर्सिटीज का भी है। यूनिवर्सिटी लगातार सामाजिक, आर्थिक और वैज्ञानिक विषयों पर रिसर्च करती है, सरकार को सुझाव देती है। यही कल्चर, यही कार्य पद्धति हमें अपने यहां भी विकसित करने की जरूरत है। इससे यंग जनरेशन को देश और देश की नीतियों की समझ आती है और उसकी संभावनाओं से भी परिचित होते हैं। मेरा हमेशा से मानना रहा है कि देश के युवाओं की इनोवेटिव सोच और नए आइडिया से नई व्यवस्थाओं को भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा जुड़ना चाहिए। इससे फ्रेश टैलेंट आता है, फ्रेश आइडियाज आते हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि इसे लेकर भी आप सब चर्चा करें, कोई रोड मैप तैयार करें। यूनिवर्सिटीज कैसे सरकार के साथ अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में पार्टनरशिप कर सकती है, इस बारे में भी सोचा जाना चाहिए। अपनी एक्सपर्टीज आपको ही तय करनी है। आप जिस क्षेत्र में हैं उसे लेकर सर्वे और स्टडी करें, सरकार को सुझाव दें। आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी का जो 50-100 किलोमीटर का जो दायरा होगा, वहां की जन सामान्य की समस्याएं क्या है, उसके उपाय क्या है, रिसोर्सेज क्या है, उस रिसोर्सेज के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है, वहां के सामान्य व्यक्तियों की वृत्ति प्रवृत्ति क्या है। आपके स्टूडेंट को एक प्रोजेक्ट मिल जाएगा, स्थानीय रूप से बढ़िया रिपोर्ट बनेगा। सरकार की कोई योजना चलती है तो उसकी अच्छाइयां क्या है, कमियां क्या है, सुधार की संभावनाएं क्या है, बढ़िया रिपोर्ट बन सकता है। ये सारी बातें सरकार के अंदर गंभीरता से कर लिया जाए, बहुत बड़ा परिणाम आता है। मुझे याद है, मैं गुजरात में था तो एक बार सरदार पटेल यूनिवर्सिटी में मेरा कार्यक्रम था। सरदार पटेल यूनिवर्सिटी के लोगों ने रूरल डेवलपमेंट में काफी रिसर्च करके कुछ किताबें तैयार की थी। उस दिन उन्होंने मुझे गिफ्ट की। मैंने जरा बड़ी बारीकी से उसको देखा, मुझे बड़ा इंटरेस्ट लगा। मैंने डिपार्टमेंट को काम दिया। मैंने कहा, भाई ये जो स्टूडेंट्स ने काम किया है, आप जरा देखिए सरकार जहां जा रही है और ये बच्चे जो कह रहे हैं उसमें कितना अंतर है, और आप हैरान हो जाएंगे। उसमें से बहुत सी चीजें मुझे रूरल डेवलपमेंट के मेरे काम में इतनी मदद आई। विद्यार्थियों ने, टीचर्स ने किया हुआ काम था, जो सरकार में एयर कंडीशन कमरे में बैठ करके निर्णय करना मुश्किल होता है जी। जो फील्ड में हमारी ये पीढ़ी जाती है वो बहुत ही अच्छा उसका अर्क निकाल करके ले आती है, और कुछ चीजों का कल्पना भार का लाभ हुआ हो ये भी ध्यान में आता है जी। और मुझे विश्वास है हमें उससे, अब जैसे हमारे यहाँ एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी है, अब एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी लैब में जो करती है कितना ही अच्छा काम करे, लेकिन उसको सर्टिफिकेट भी मिल जाए, इंटरनेशनल मैगजीन में उसका आर्टिकल भी छप जाए, उसको डिग्री भी मिल जाए, लेकिन वो तो मामला लैब में ही रह जाएगा। हमारे पास लैब टू लैंड का भी तो रोड मैप होना चाहिए ना। जो लैब में है वो लैंड पर भी तो उतरना चाहिए ना। और जैसे लैब टू लैंड होना चाहिए, वैसे ही लैंड पर यूनिवर्सिटी में नहीं गए ऐसे लोगों का अनुभव भी बहुत ज्यादा होता है, और जो लैंड का अनुभव है उसको लैब में भी लाना चाहिए। और लैब में वो कैसे आए, रिसर्च को कैसे एनरिच करे, परंपरागत अनुभवों को कैसा करे, ये सोच करके हम कदम उठा नहीं सकते हैं। इसी तरह हमारे यहाँ ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, आयुर्वेद में हमारा ज्ञान, उसको कोई चुनौती तो आप भी नहीं करोगे, मैं भी नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन दुनिया के कई देश हैं जो आज ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन में हमसे आगे निकल रहे हैं जी। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि आज के समय में परिणाम और प्रमाण दोनों की जरूरत होती है। हम ये कहें कि भाई मैं ये जड़ी बूटी लेते हुए फायदा होता है, परिणाम मिलता है, लेकिन हम मान के चले और सभी यूनिवर्सिटी के तरफ मेरा कुछ न यहां से सुन करके जाए तो चलेगा, 2 शब्द मेरे सुन करके चल के जाइएगा और उस पर मंथन कीजिएगा। हमें परिणाम तो मिल जाते हैं लेकिन प्रमाण नहीं होते हैं, और इसलिए हमारे पास परिणाम के साथ साथ प्रमाण होने चाहिए। हमारे पास डेटाबेस होना चाहिए, हमारे पास उसका पूरा डिटेल रिकॉर्ड होना चाहिए, कहां से कैसे बदला हुआ है। हम भावनाओं के आधार पर दुनिया नहीं बदल सकते जी, दुनिया के सामने उसे मॉडल के रूप में प्रस्तुत नहीं कर सकते, और इसलिए परिणाम होने के बावजूद भी प्रमाण की आवश्यकता आज के विश्व को बहुत जरूरी है। और इसलिए अब हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज को जो परिणाम से हम परिचित हैं लेकिन जिसमें प्रमाण का अभाव है, उन प्रमाण की पूर्ति करने के लिए मैकेनिज्म बनाना, व्यवस्थाएं विकसित करना है, परंपराएं विकसित करना, ये आप सब साथियों की मदद के बिना होना नहीं है। एविडेंस बेस्ड ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन पर रिसर्च का ये काम भी हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी बहुत अच्छी तरह कर सकती है। साथियों, हमारे देश में डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमारी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, चर्चा भी करते हैं, लेकिन क्या कोई यूनिवर्सिटी है जिसने इसका स्टडी किया है? क्या आखिर ये डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है क्या? क्या दुनिया में जब डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड का अवसर आया था तब उस दुनिया के उस देश ने किस प्रकार के कदम उठाए थे, वहां की यूनिवर्सिटी कैसे व्यवहार करती थी और उसका बेनिफिट कैसे लिया? बहुत बार हमको कहते हैं, दोहराते हैं, लेकिन डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड की संभावनाओं पर हम क्यों न काम करें? उस सामर्थ्य का उपयोग हम आने वाले 20, 25, 30 साल के लिए देश को कैसे दे सके? ऐसे ही हम देखते हैं, अब दुनिया के देशों की स्थिति देखिए। समृद्ध से समृद्ध देश भी इस बात से परेशान है कि वहां लोगों की आयु बहुत बढ़ रही है, एजिंग प्रॉब्लम है, और युवा पीढ़ी न के बराबर हो रही है। बहुत बड़ा बल्क बुजुर्गों का है, उनको जो दुनिया चलानी है उसको चला नहीं पाते हैं। अब ये चक्र ऐसा है, हर एक को आना ही आना है। आज हमारा देश युवा है, कभी हमारा देश भी ऐसा ही होगा जिसमें युवा कम होंगे, वृद्ध ज्यादा होंगे। वो दिन आने वाले हैं। क्या दुनिया में अभी से कोई है जो इस प्रकार के वृद्धत्व के कारण उस देश की जो स्थितियां बनी है उसके सॉल्यूशन के लिए उन्होंने रास्ते क्या खोजे हैं? यूथ का अभाव में वो समस्याओं का समाधान कैसे कर रहे हैं? कौन सा ऐसा मैकेनिज्म बनाया है कि चीजें बड़ी स्मूथली आगे बढ़ रही है? ये सारे सोचने का काम मेरी यूनिवर्सिटीज का सहज स्वभाव होना चाहिए। यूनिवर्सिटीज में आपके लिए अभी से मैं मानता हूं रिसर्च और काम करने का अच्छा स्कोप होता है, और इसके कारण जिन बच्चों को ये प्रोजेक्ट देते हैं उनका एक विजन बनता है, उनको भी नई चीजें समझने का अवसर मिलता है। अब क्लाइमेट चेंज की इतनी बड़ी चर्चा हो रही है, क्लाइमेट के फील्ड में भी हमारे लोग अगर काम करें तो असीमित संभावना है हमारे पास। अब हमने देश में एक योजना बनाई है CDRI की। क्लाइमेट की स्थिति में हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जो उसका सामना कर सके, रेजिलिएंट होना चाहिए। अब उस पर हमारे रिसर्च किए बिना हम कैसे करेंगे जी? पहले के जमाने में जो चीजें बनाते थे तब न इतनी बाढ़ आती थी, न इतनी वर्षा होती थी, कुदरत हमारे साथ चलती थी, हम कुदरत के साथ चलते थे। अब वो हमसे उल्टा चल रही है, हम उससे उल्टा चल रहे हैं। और इसलिए हमें इस नए संकट के सामने जीना कैसे, उसको सीखने के लिए व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए। आज सारी दुनिया सोलर पावर की तरफ बढ़ रही है। भारत भाग्यवान है कि उसके पास तपता हुआ सूरज है। उस तपते हुआ सूरज की मालिकी हम कैसे उपयोग करें? उसके सामर्थ्य को हम हमारे जीवन व्यवस्था का हिस्सा कैसे बनाएं? सोलर पावर को हमारे यहां इतना महत्व दिया गया है, सरकार की नीतियों में दिया गया है, लेकिन हम रिसर्च के द्वारा, नए नए अनुसंधान के द्वारा, आज नए युग के हिसाब से नए वैज्ञानिक संसाधनों के साथ इस ऊर्जा को इस्तेमाल करने के लिए हमें काफी काम करने की जरूरत लगती है। उसी तरह साथियों, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हर व्यक्ति के दिल में ये बात अब घर कर गई। हाँ भाई, स्वच्छ भारत के विषय में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन बात वहां से बनती नहीं है जब तक हम वेस्ट टू वेल्थ की तरफ की योजनाएं नहीं बनाते हैं। ये जो कूड़ा कचरा निकलता है उसका सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी क्या हो सकती है, उसका बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट क्या हो सकता है, ये तो यूनिवर्सिटी रिसर्च करके दे सकती है जी। हमारे नए नए लोग होते हैं, प्रयोग करके दे सकते हैं। हम वेस्ट में से बेस्ट कैसे बनाएं, हम सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को कैसे मजबूत करें, और खासकर लोकल लेवल पर सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी कैसे, कितने क्षेत्र आज हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के लिए खुले हुए हैं। आज देश स्पोर्ट्स के क्षेत्र में भी नए आत्मविश्वास के साथ नई उपलब्धियां हासिल कर रहा है। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि अब स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटियां बन रही हैं इसलिए बाकी यूनिवर्सिटी के नौजवानों को स्पोर्ट्स से कोई लेना देना, जी नहीं। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के मैदान शाम को भरे रहने चाहिए, बच्चों को घर भेजने के लिए मेहनत करनी पड़े, ये वातावरण हर यूनिवर्सिटी के मैदान में होना चाहिए। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी ये लक्ष्य बना सकती है, एक एक यूनिवर्सिटी तय कर सकती है कि आने वाले वर्षों में मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी कितने गोल्ड मेडल ले आएगी, मेरे स्कूल के कितने विद्यार्थी, मेरी कॉलेज के कितने विद्यार्थी आगे बढ़ेंगे। ये किस यूनिवर्सिटी के टारगेट क्यों नहीं होने चाहिए दोस्तों? दुनिया के कितने देश में मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे खेलने के लिए जाएंगे, मैं उनको कैसे तैयार करूं? उनको एक्सपोजर मिलेगा, वे भी मेरी एक बहुत बड़ी अमानत बन जाएगा। साथियों, मैं स्ट्रे विचारों को इसलिए रख रहा हूं, अनगिनत संभावनाएं हैं और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति ने आपके हाथ में अवसर दिया है जो पिछले वर्षों में हमारे पास नहीं था। इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का आया है, ये हमारा काम है उसको आगे बढ़ाए। साथियों, हम सबको याद रखना होगा कि देश के भविष्य निर्माण का राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का नेतृत्व आप सब साथियों के हाथ में है। मुझे विश्वास है कि अखिल भारतीय शिक्षा समागम में आपके मंथन से निकला अमृत, आपके सुझाव देश को एक नई दिशा देंगे। जिन नौजवानों के साथ आपका समय बीतता है, उनको वर्तमान के लिए नहीं, आने वाले कल के लिए तैयार करना है। अगर आने वाले कल के लिए तैयार करना है तो आपको आने वाले साल के लिए तैयार होना है। अगर आप आने वाले साल के लिए तैयार होते हैं तो आपकी इंस्टीट्यूट को आने वाले 100 साल के लिए तैयार करना है, तब जाकर के इस काम को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। और उसी भाव को साथ आप लोग काशी की इस पवित्र धरती पे हैं, मां गंगा के तट पर विराजमान हैं। सांस्कृतिक पूरी परंपरा हमें नई चेतना और प्रेरणा देने वाली परंपरा है। उस परंपरा में से कुछ न कुछ अमृत बिंदु आपके भी नसीब आएंगे, जो अमृत बिंदु लेके जाएंगे। वहां जब आप उसको रखोगे, वो यूनिवर्सिटी भी आने वाले अमृत काल में भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य को गढ़ने के लिए काम आएगी। मैं फिर एक बार विभाग का इस कार्यक्रम की रचना के लिए धन्यवाद करता हूं। आप सब उत्साह और उमंग के साथ इससे शरीक हुए हैं। मुझे विश्वास है 3 दिन में आप थक नहीं जाएंगे। मैं बैठे बैठे कार्यक्रम देख रहा था, मुझे लग रहा है पता नहीं आपका क्या होगा 3 दिन के बाद, लेकिन आप एकेडमिक वर्ल्ड के हैं तो जरूर उसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मेरी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायी उद्बोधन और बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन के लिए। हमें विश्वास है आपके मार्गदर्शन से
और ये गलत कर रहे हैं, शिवसैनिकों को जुटला रहे हैं, शिवसैनिकों को फेंक रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, आप अभी भी वापिस आओ, मातोश्री चलो और शिवसेना प्रमुख का आदर रखो।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now Live Wire with me, Priya Bahel. These are the top stories that we've lined up for you at this hour. Amidst fire and fury over smoking Kali poster, biggest Kali temple in India steps in, admits goddess worshipped and offered alcohol at many temples, but says showing her holding a cigarette is reprehensible. At the center of storm for putting up a poster of smoking Kali, director Leena Manimekalai provokes yet again. Now tweets image of 3 artists smoking while dressed as Lord Shiva and goddess. Facing fire from rivals and her own party for describing Kali as meat-eating and alcohol-accepting goddess, Mahua Moitra now fires a couplet salvo. Says, don't tell her to be careful, stand with her instead. Obvious reference to herself. Not a sign of remorse on the face of Salman Chishti, arrested for issuing behead Nupur call. He smirks, shows a thumbs up sign after confronted by us. And breaking developments coming in on the same story. Salman Chishti and the case around him. Now Rajasthan's Gehlot government is facing the charge of shielding Salman Chishti, who is a khadim at Ajmer Dargah. He was arrested for announcing a bounty on Nupur Sharma's head after a video surfaced showing a police officer trying to tutor Chishti to say that he was under the influence when he was recording that video. That could help him in his defense in the court. Times Now confronted the additional SP Vikas Sangwan, who had earlier in the day said yesterday that this man might have been drunk when he was making that video, and later defended the police officer.
पुलिस अधिकारी का बयान भी उसमें बताया जा रहा है, वो बोल रहे हैं एक वीडियो है जिसमें कह रहे हैं कि आप नशे में हैं, बोलिए आपको बचाओ।
देखिए, मैं इसको डेफिनेटली इस तरह के कुछ कमेंट आए हैं वीडियो के सामने से। वो माहौल ऐसा था, वो सिचुएशन ऐसी थी, जिस सिचुएशन में उसको लेके आया गया, जिन माहौलों से उसको लेके आया हुआ, वहाँ काफ़ी थोड़ा डरावना माहौल था, लोगों की भीड़ काफ़ी थी, घर के लोग भी भयभीत थे। आरोपी खुद भी एक इनस्टेबल सिचुएशन में दिख रहा था, डर रहा था। तो उसको एक कॉन्फिडेंस देने के लिए हमारा एक पुलिस का एक उद्देश्य रहता है कि जो आरोपी है उसको हम आराम से किसी तरीके से सुरक्षित जगह पर ले जा सके, ताकि उससे पूछताछ हो सके। वो उसी टैक्टिक्स का हिस्सा था जिसमें उसको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके उसको सेफ जगह पर ले जाया जा सके।
My colleague Priyank joins us for more details on this story. Priyank, Vikas Sangwan basically repeating what the Dargah circle officer, also the man who was tutoring him, said himself, that it was a part of a strategy. But what kind of strategy is it for the police to tutor an accused how to defend himself from the clutches of law?
See, Priya, if you go by the justification which has come up from the Assam police, then it clearly means that they were under pressure to, not arrest the accused, and certainly because of the population which stays in the area, police does not have any kind of dominance, and they were trying to convince Chishti to come and, along with them on a good note. They could not have this kind of courage to go ahead and arrest Chishti for the kind of, statement which he has been making on social media platform. Certainly, the law enforcing agency need to have this kind of,
Yes, also, Priyank, do stay on with us, because Bhavar is the one who has travelled all the way to this place to confront the people who are stakeholders in this matter. Bhavar, कल हमने देखा कि जो पुलिस वाले जो इनको ट्यूटर कर रहे थे, जो कह रहे थे कि आप बोल दीजिएगा कि नशे में है ताकि बचाव हो सके, उन्होंने भी यही बोला था बाद में आकर कि ये तो स्ट्रैटेजी थी, बट उसके बावजूद भी उनके अगेंस्ट कुछ एक्शन लिया गया। वो अभी APO हैं। कृपया टेल आवर व्यूअर्स, हाउ एग्जैक्टली इज द सेम लॉजिक दैट हैज बीन रिफ्यूटेड इन दैट case now again being cited by Vikas Sangwan?
देखिए, विकास सांगवान ने जो बात कही है उसके मुताबिक ये समझा जा सकता है कि जो राजस्थान में पुलिस का स्लोगन है उसमें स्पष्ट ये कहा जाता है कि आम आदमी में विश्वास और अपराधियों में भय, लेकिन यहाँ तो पुलिस भयभीत नजर आती है। वो कहते हैं कि वो इलाका ऐसा था, उसको लेकर कैसे आते। तो क्या पुलिस डरी हुई थी? ये सवाल भी हमने विकास सांगवान से किया है। उनका कहना, अब वो सवाल से इतर फिर दूसरे जवाब देने लगते हैं। लेकिन देखिए जिस तरीके से पुलिस ने उसके कान में नशे का मंत्र फूंका, और उसी को हम लोग लगातार दिखा भी रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से उसको बचाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी। जिस तरीके से पुलिस ने करौली में आरोपियों को बचाने की कोशिश की, वही मंजर यहाँ अजमेर में दिखाई देता है, जहां पर एक आरोपी को कानून के खिलाफ जाकर के एक पुलिस अधिकारी, जो कि पूरे सर्किल के ऑफिसर हैं, जिनके अंतर्गत करीबन 6 से 7 थाने आते हैं, उन्होंने ये कहा कि आप इतना कह दीजिए कि आप नशे में हैं ताकि आप बच सकते हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर ये कहा जा सकता है कि पुलिस की जो भाषा है वो अपराधियों को बचाने वाली भाषा है, बाद में जो बहाने हैं वो खुद को बचाने की भाषा है। जी
हाँ, और अगर पुलिस ये कह रही है कि वहां पे बहुत सारे लोग थे, हम उनको, ऐसा देखा जाता है दैट द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कम्स आउट टू शील्ड सच कल्प्रिट्स।
जी बिल्कुल, इस तरह का देखा जा रहा है। आप देखिए कि करौली में भी यही देखा गया। वहां मतलू वाले मामले में पुलिस साफ तौर पर कहती नजर आई कि ठीक है हो गया, चलो चलो भाग जाओ। उसके बाद जोधपुर में हमने देखा कि जोधपुर में किस तरीके से मूक दर्शक पुलिस बनी रही। वहां मूर्ति हटाई गई, झंडे लगा दिए गए, झंडों को लेकर विवाद हुआ, लोगों के चाकू लगे। आप देखिए चित्तौड़गढ़ में पूरा मामला हुआ, भीलवाड़ा में एक मर्डर हुआ। भीलवाड़ा में तो बाकायदा 3 युवकों ने मिलकर के, इसका सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी हमने एक्सक्लूसिवली दिखाया कि किस तरीके से चाकुओं से एक व्यक्ति को गोद दिया, जिसकी मौत हो गई। अब ये देखिए उदयपुर में मामला हो गया है कन्हैया का। और आप ये जिस तरह के बयान देखिए, जो बयान दे रहे हैं वो कोई आम आदमी नहीं है, खादिम है। खादिम जो धार्मिक उपदेश देता है, जो धार्मिक बातें करता है, जो धर्म को प्रोटेक्ट करता है, वो व्यक्ति अगर इस तरह की बात करता है तो सवाल उठना लाजमी है। और फिर उसके लिए पुलिस उसका प्रोटेक्शन करती नजर आती है कि वो तो नशे में था, वो तो आदतन नशे में रहता है। जो व्यक्ति आदतन अपराधी है, जिसके खिलाफ करीब 15 से अधिक केस हैं, जिसमें हत्या का प्रयास और मारपीट के केस हैं, खुद वही डिप्टी उनके केसों की लिस्ट जारी करता है, और फिर बाद में वही डिप्टी कान में एक मंत्र फूंक देता है कि आप बोलिए कि आप तो नशे में हैं ताकि आप बच जाएंगे। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रेशर पॉलिटिक्स है जो पुलिस पर भी हावी है।
और ये प्रेशर कहाँ से आ रहा है, इज द क्वेश्चन दैट द बीजेपी हैज बीन आस्किंग, एंड इवन दीज पुलिसमेन आर नॉट जस्ट सम लो लेवल ऑफिसर्स, सम लो लेवल कॉप्स. It might be a slip of tongue on their part. You are talking about an additional SP and a DSP, the circle officer of Dargah Ajmer Sharif, who is seen on camera trying to coach Salman Chishti. Let's, for our viewers, play out that sequence.
कौन सा नशा कर रखा था? वीडियो बनाते नहीं, वो नशे में था ताकि बताओ वो लग रही है। कौन सा नशा कर रखा था? वीडियो बनाते नहीं, वो नशे में था ताकि बताओ वो लग रही है।
What is noteworthy in that sequence, it is not the culprit who is trying to give a line of defense, it is the police that are trying to offer him an escape route. Times Now even went to Salman Chishti's house, where he was brought back by the cops for the purposes of verification. There was no remorse on his face in this process. In fact, he appeared quite defiant. He flashed a thumbs up sign and also raised slogans. Listen in.
आजा बाबा, अगर झोली में टुकड़े तुम्हारे नहीं होते और जब तक मदीने से या रसूल अल्लाह इशारे आपके नहीं होते, रोशन मेरी किस्मत के सितारे नहीं होते, लब्बैक या रसूल अल्लाह।
सलमान को लेकर जा रहे हैं, ये देखिए बीच में बताइए, तो ये देखिए सलमान को लेकर जाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरों में हम दिखा रहे हैं, यहाँ उनको घर लाया गया था और अभी वापस पुलिस लेकर जा रही है। ये तस्वीरें, और जिस तरीके से अभी भी लब्बैक का नाम लिया सलमान ने, और जैसे उसे अपने किए पर कोई पछतावा नहीं है। ये देखिए, ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें टाइम्स नाउ भारत पर। ये तंग गलियारे जहाँ से सलमान को लेकर जाया जा रहा है। ये पुलिस थाना दरगाह अजमेर, जहाँ पर सलमान को अंदर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। ये तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अंदर थाने में ले गए हैं, अभी तस्दीक करवाने के लिए उनके घर ले जाया गया था। और ये तस्वीरें आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं दरगाह थाने की, अंदर उनको लेकर गए हैं और अंदर और पूछताछ की जाएगी। ये तस्वीरें दरगाह थाने की, ये देखिए ऊपर ले जाते हुए। बनवारी लाल जी, क्या तस्दीक कराने ले गए थे?
मेरा सब्जेक्ट है। चलिए, इनका सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, अधिकारी बताएंगे जैसा कि इन्होंने बोला, लेकिन फिलहाल ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर हमने आपको दिखाई। सलमान को घर लेके गए और सलमान बिल्कुल भी उसके चेहरे पर कोई शिकन नहीं है। उसने लब्बैक का नारा लगाया और कुछ कहना चाहता था सलमान टाइम्स नाउ से, लेकिन चूंकि सुरक्षा का मामला था और उनको अंदर लेकर आया गया है।
राजा बाबा अगर झोली में टुकड़े तुम्हारे नहीं होते और जब तक मदीने से या रसूल अल्लाह इशारे आपके नहीं होते, रोशन मेरी किस्मत के सितारे नहीं होते, लब्बैक या रसूल अल्लाह।
सलमान को लेकर जा रहे हैं, ये देखिए पीछे
बीच में बताइए,
तो ये देखिए सलमान को लेकर जाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरों में हम दिखा रहे हैं, यहाँ उनको घर लाया गया था और अभी वापस पुलिस लेकर जा रही है। ये तस्वीरें, और जिस तरीके से अभी भी लब्बैक का नाम लिया सलमान ने, और जैसे उसे अपने किए पर कोई पछतावा नहीं है। ये देखिए, ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें टाइम्स नाउ भारत पर। ये तंग गलियारे जहाँ से सलमान को लेकर जाया जा रहा है। ये पुलिस थाना दरगाह अजमेर, जहाँ पर सलमान को अंदर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। ये तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अंदर थाने में ले गए हैं, अभी तस्दीक करवाने के लिए उनके घर ले जाया गया था। और ये तस्वीरें आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं दरगाह थाने की, अंदर उनको लेकर गए हैं और अंदर और पूछताछ की जाएगी। ये तस्वीरें दरगाह थाने की, ये देखिए ऊपर ले जाते हुए। बनवारी लाल जी, क्या तस्दीक करने ले गए थे?
मेरा सब्जेक्ट नहीं।
चलिए, इनका सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, अधिकारी बताएंगे जैसा कि इन्होंने बोला, लेकिन फिलहाल ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर हमने आपको दिखाई। सलमान को घर लेके गए और सलमान बिल्कुल भी उसके चेहरे पर कोई शिकन नहीं है। उसने लब्बैक का नारा लगाया और कुछ कहना चाहता था सलमान टाइम्स नाउ से, लेकिन चूंकि सुरक्षा का मामला था और उनको अंदर लेकर आया गया है।
While his government stands accused of trying to shield a culprit, Chief Minister Gehlot continues to shift the blame, as is what is now a norm almost in Rajasthan. He once again reiterated that Prime Minister should be the one to address the nation and ask people to ensure that peace prevails.
उम्मीद करता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी मैं फिर रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी से कि आपको बार बार हम लोग अपील ही तो कर रहे हैं। अपील क्या कर रहे हैं? आप मैसेज दो देश को, आपके मैसेज का इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा कि प्रदेश में और देश में शांति सद्भाव प्यार भाईचारा रहे, और हिंसा को मैं बर्दाश्त नहीं करूँगा, यही कहना उनको खाली। तमाम विपक्षी पार्टी बोल चुकी है, तभी प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये कहते हुए तकलीफ क्या हो रही है, ये हमारे समझ के परे हैं। उनके एडवाइजर कौन है जो उनको एडवाइस नहीं दे रहे हैं? आपको अपील करनी चाहिए समय रहते हुए। तकलीफ क्या हो रही है उनको अपील करने में, उनकी अपील होती तो मेरे ख्याल से ऐसी घटना भी नहीं होगी, मेरा मानना है।
Priyank, the cops offering a long rope to Chishti, who himself is unrepentant. He hasn't apologized or even shown any signs of being close to doing that. In Karoli, the same policemen were seen telling the culprits to run away from the scene of crime. In Udaipur, an innocent man, the tailor, kept crying, kept pleading for help. The family kept writing to the cops. There was no action. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi hasn't spoken to the people of the country, and that is why Gehlot's government and his state is in the trouble.
What it appears that Ashok Gehlot thinks that this is the best defense for him, and time and again after so many failures of the law and order machinery, he has not accepted of stepping down from the portfolio of the Home Minister of the state. That's a very important point which we have been talking about, because if the Home Minister of the state, Ashok Gehlot himself, has bowed down under pressure to a particular group, then you can imagine what could be the psychological effect on the police officials. We have camped in Rajasthan's several district, Priya, and what it has come that the police always comes under pressure when it comes to member of either of the community, because they don't want any kind of arrest to be made from their side unless until there is a case like Kanhaiya Lal or an incident like Karoli which happens. So time and again what we have been observing that they have been a pattern of violence, and there is a pattern of a non-functional unit of the police officers and totally cooperation to one particular group which has come out in the past as well.
well. What we were talking about since early of this bulletin is that it's quite clear that the police official failed to have a dominance on these accused. That's why this incident has happened, and which has also been reported by Bauer while he is on the ground. So there's a much more which need to be done to improve the law and order machinery in the state. This is what also coming out once again after Chishti was tutored by the officers to accept his crime that he was intoxicated. If at all he was intoxicated, then why didn't so that the police official arrest him within 24 hours of time period so that these things could have been proven.
Right. Priyank and Bhavar do keep tracking developments on that story, but it is probably the lack of action that could act as a deterrent for people like Salman Chishti, who issued death threats for others, that has now prompted more such threats emerging from other parts of the country. We've got breaking news coming in now from Haryana, where in Gurugram, a case has been registered against a man in Mewat. A controversial statement was issued by this person who is now facing a case. He announced a bounty of 2 crore rupees for cutting Nupur Sharma's tongue. I'm sorry, you can see the visuals of that man on your screens. He said he is going to provide 2 crore rupees as a reward to anyone who chops off Nupur Sharma's tongue.
मेवात पूरी की तरफ से दे रहा हूँ, अगर जो नुपुर शर्मा की जीप काट के लाएगा पूरी मेवात की तरफ से 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर है। 2 करोड़ पूरी मेवात देगी, मैं दूंगा। और बताओ, अगर जीप तू काट ला 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर तू ले ले पत्रकार। मैं मेवात पूरी की तरफ से दे रहा हूँ, अगर जो नुपुर शर्मा की जीप काट के लाएगा पूरी मेवात की तरफ से 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर है। 2 करोड़ पूरी मेवात देगी, मैं दूंगा। और बताओ, अगर जीप तू काट ला 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर तू ले ले पत्रकार।
Who is this person? We know that a case has been filed against him, but has he been arrested? Priyank, can you hear me?
Was that question for me?
Yes, Priyank.
Yes. What we have got to know that there's a separate FIR which was filed by the Udaipur police after a series of threats were given to several individuals, and the police officials have not yet revealed the name of these suspects. But this is what we have been highlighting, that apart from Nitin Jan and Paniari, the 2 people who were also named by the group while they were attempting to kill Kania Lal, there were other individuals also who had posted similar kind of thing on social media platform. And that's why series of threat calls have been received by them. Based on this input, the Udaipur police have arrested 4 accused finally after a series of threat calls have been made to several individuals.
Right, Priyanka. Let's now once again listen in to this threat that is now coming in from Haryana, where in Gurugram, a man has been booked for issuing a bounty of 2 crore rupees for anybody who chops off Nupur Sharma's tongue.
मैं मेवात पूरी की तरफ से दे रहा हूँ, अगर जो नुपुर शर्मा की जीप काट के लाएगा पूरी मेवात की तरफ से 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर है। 2 करोड़ पूरी मेवात देगी, मैं दूंगा। और बताओ, अगर जीप तू काट ला 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर तू ले ले पत्रकार।
Have also registered a complaint against the new resident. Listen in.
और उस वीडियो को देखकर और शिकायत को प्राप्त करने उपरांत उसमें हमारी तरफ से एक मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया है। वीडियो में जो बोल रहे हैं उस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ बाय नेम और अन्य के खिलाफ, तो उसमें हम जांच कर रहे हैं। हमारा इसमें सोशल मीडिया मॉनिटरिंग सेल जिले में पूरा एक्टिवली काम कर रहा है, जिसकी निगरानी हर ऐसे फेसबुक, ट्विटर इत्यादि पे जो लोग पोस्ट करते हैं उस पर हमेशा बनी रहती है। और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुपों के अंदर भी हम देखते रहते हैं कि कौन सी वीडियो वायरल हो रही है या कौन से मैसेज वायरल हो रहे हैं। तो उस पर अगर हमें जब भी ऐसा कोई आपत्तिजनक मैसेज दिखता है तो उसके हिसाब से पुलिस की तुरंत कार्यप्रणाली एक्टिवेट हो जाती है और संबंधित के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाती है।
Right, Priyanka, obviously we've got almost a flood of such threats, incidents coming in from across the country. We saw in Bihar, we saw in Maharashtra, in Amravati. There were also more threats in Muradabad, in Udaipur, in Rajasthan as well. The police can only play catch up, it seems. Is there a way that this flood can be stemmed?
See, certainly, after looking at the series of threats which is being received by several individuals, in fact from Nu and from recently what we saw, that there was a very abusive message which also came out on social media platform from Bareilly. Although the video is such in a condition that we would prefer not to play that for our viewers, because in every word here the accused have been either cursing Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the country, or the Nupur Sharma. So that clearly shows that there are a group of individuals who also carry out the same kind of sentiment which these killers had, although they could not perform something like that, but they coming out and talking about it on social media platform, it's quite clearly showing that there is much more which need to be on the ground. Priya, basically a strict message need to given out on all these individuals after the police action, but looking at what has happened in several states which has failed to act against these kind of hooligans, the morale of several individuals have gone on high. Blame game has already started. The agencies have been working on that how they can propagate this message. But there's the messaging to these kind of individuals is very much important at this stage, for which the agencies need to work very hard. They need to have a very firm control on the local intel units of various states and districts, so that these kind of hooligans and these kind of provocative message giving individuals should be brought to the task.
Right. These are not isolated incidents. These are incidents coming in from across the country ever since Nupur Sharma's comments on Prophet led to an outrage. We saw protests taking place across the country. Now there are threats that are being issued to people by various sections. We saw that not only lives, even livelihoods are being threatened. Even in Ajmer, Priyanka, we saw yesterday that Salman Chishti, the same dargah where Salman Chishti works, we saw the secretary of Anjuman Committee, Sarwar Chishti, also an audio that has now gone viral, where he says that Hindus who dared to shut down their shops in order to support Nupur Sharma should not get any business. They should be starved of any income that they derive from the faithfuls who arrive at dargah, because remember, these were the shopkeepers who have their outlets in the area that is around Ajmer Sharif, and had decided to close their shops for 2 hours on a day to express their support for Nupur Sharma. Now this is a very dangerous trend, and while police in Amravati, Priyank, has been forced to come out and tell people that if there is any such threat to you, you can come forward and register it with us, it becomes very difficult for the cops to protect everyone.
Yes, but what I can also, see through after a series of incidents which is happening in Rajasthan, that there is a sinister plot on targeting those places where there is much of the tourist attraction. 2 months back, we saw that Jodhpur, one of the prominent city for tourist attraction, faced these kind of communal violence during a procession which was religious. Now we are watching that Udaipur, which is one of the prime destination for the tourists to come here in Rajasthan, also became target. Now another controversy which has already started is erupting from Ajmer. The accused wanted to go to Ajmer. These kind of provocative speeches also coming out from Ajmer, and you know it, Priya, very well that Ajmer is one of the most hotspot destination for tourists, not only from the country, also from abroad. So why these tourist destination places of Rajasthan are being targeted is something which the agency need to come out on. The threat on social media, these kind of small-time politicians coming out and trying to gain some kind of popularity will continue. But agencies need to focus on that why Jaipur, Jodhpur, Udaipur and Ajmer, 4 of the prominent cities of Rajasthan, which has been a destination for tourist attraction, has been targeted, and that too from a state which shares a border with Pakistan. So Pakistani's hand has quite visibly seen. Now threat calls, violence and killing, targeted killing, riots, target on religious procession. All these kind of things are certainly adding more trouble for people who are living in these cities, because their sole, the main source of earning for these districts is from tourist attraction. And since tourist season has already started from this month, the industry is very well getting affected.
Right.
So there's someone who has planned this kind of web so that the tourists can be scared.
Right, and NIFIR, Priyank, in Amravati case also says that the videos that were made by the culprits themselves and circulated were for the sole purpose of instilling fear. Attacking their livelihoods is also just another tool to do the same. Thank you for joining me on this broadcast. We take a very quick break.
Hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Times Now and I'm Meghna Dekha. On to our top focus story now. Well, after the poster controversy of the documentary film Kali, now comes the new post of the filmmaker Leena Mani Mekalai, which has just added fuel to fire. This time around it is Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra. He says that the state government will write a letter to Twitter. He said that effort should be made at our level to stop such posts with people with perverted mindset. Now, this is something that the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh is saying. In fact, he also says that whatever Leena Mani Mekalai is now doing, she's doing it deliberately. In fact, even as we speak now, there is more breaking news which is coming in. There are 6 FIRs which have been filed against Leena Mani Mekalai, and there are other FIRs against Mahua Moitra as well. In fact, Narottam Mishra is joining us, the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. आप ये बताइए, जो FIRs हुए हैं लीना मणि मेकलाई के ऊपर, ये बताइए कि क्या ऑफेंसिव है और उनके चार्जेस क्या है? नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी, नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? Well, we are trying to connect with the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister, Narottam Mishra. He has said earlier in the day that the state government has already written a letter, is going to be writing a letter to Twitter, and he says that efforts must be made in order to stop such posts, which he calls incendiary, with people who have perverted mindset. Now, why does he think that Leena Mani Mekalai has a perverted mindset? We are going to be putting those questions directly to Narottam Mishra. He is going to explain to us the FIRs also which have been filed. Remember, so far there have been 6 FIRs filed against Leena Mani Mekalai. There are 2 FIRs against TMC MP Mahua Moitra. In fact, this is what Narottam Mishra had said. Listen in.
कि जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले इस तरह के ट्वीट जो होते हैं, कुछ विकृत मानसिकता के लोग इस तरह के जो ट्वीट लगातार करते हैं, जैसे काली फिल्म की डायरेक्टर लीना मणि मेकलाई जी ने किया है, इस तरह के जो ट्वीट हैं, कभी बीड़ी पीते हुए काली का, कभी शंकर जी का जो जारी कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे विकृत मानसिकताओं के लिए जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले चित्र हैं और ट्विटर को टूल की तरह उपयोग जो कर रहे हैं, इसको वो रोकें अपने स्तर पर और इसकी स्कैनिंग की व्यवस्था करें, जिसकी वजह से स्कैनिंग के बाद से इस तरह की चीजें ना आए जो भावनाओं को आहत करती हो। ऐसा मैं ट्विटर को भी पत्र लिखने जा रहा हूं।
In fact, the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra is joining us. Thank you so much, Mishra जी, हमारे साथ बनने के लिए here on Times Now. आप ये बताइए कि आपने 2 बातें की, एक तो परवर्जन की बात की जिसमें FIR भी दर्ज है लीना मणि मेकलाई के अगेंस्ट, और आपने बोला कि ट्विटर को भी आप चिट्ठी लिखने वाले हैं। आप ये बताइए स्टेट का स्टैंड क्या है, ट्विटर को आप क्या बोलने वाले हैं?
मैं ट्विटर को ये बोलने वाला हूं कि जो ट्विटर को टूल की तरह उपयोग किया जा रहा है कुछ विकृत मानसिकता द्वारा, ये बंद होना चाहिए। किसी भी धर्म की आहत लोगों को आहत करने की कोशिश होती है, किसी भी धर्म के लोगों की भावनाओं को भड़काने की अगर कोशिश होती है, तो ट्विटर टूल ना बने, उसकी इस तरह की व्यवस्था होना चाहिए कि स्कैनिंग हो। हम आज लुकआउट सर्कुलर के लिए भी केंद्र सरकार को लिखने वाले हैं कि LOC के संबंध में लिखने वाले हैं कि जो लीना मणि मेकलाई जी हैं, इन के बारे में केंद्र कार्रवाई करे। ये दोनों चीजें हम आज करने वाले हैं। इन पर 2 केस कल रतलाम में और भोपाल में लीना मणि मेकलाई पर केस दर्ज हो गए हैं 295A में। वो वैधानिक कार्रवाई अलग चलेगी और ये कार्रवाई अलग चलेगी।
नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी, आपको ये पता होगा लीना मणि मेकलाई ने आज सुबह ही ट्वीट किया था। उन्होंने बोला है कि इंडिया लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी से लार्जेस्ट हेट मशीनरी बन चुकी है। इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये हेट कौन फैला रहा है मैम? जो हेट फैला रहा है वही सवाल कर रहा है। अचंबा तो देखिए आप,
ये तो कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगी।
लगातार देवी देवताओं को नहीं छोड़ा जा रहा। हेट जो फैला रहा है, जो इस तरह के बयान लगातार जारी कर रहा है, जो इस तरह के चित्र जारी कर रहा है, वही पूछ रहा है। वो एक किसी ने किसी के संदर्भ में एक शायरी कही थी कि कातिल ने बचने का अजब रास्ता निकाला, भीड़ में घुसकर खुद ही पूछ रहा है इसे किसने मार डाला। ये स्थिति लीना जी की हो गई है। वो ही हेट फैला रही हैं और वो ही पूछ रही हैं।
वो बोल रहे हैं कि ये आर्टिस्टिक फ्रीडम है और जो बीजेपी की ट्रोल आर्मी, बीजेपी की सरकार और बीजेपी की पुलिस मुझे रोक नहीं सकती। ये उन्होंने ट्वीट में बोला है, लीना मणिमेकलाई ने।
नहीं, मेरा ये कहना है कि ये फ्रीडम और फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन सिर्फ हिंदुओं के लिए है ना, किसी दूसरे धर्म पे नहीं है फ्रीडम। इनको किसी दूसरे धर्म पे बोलती नहीं है। ये कायरता है, ये दोगलापन है। किसी दूसरे धर्म पर नहीं बोलती। सॉफ्ट टारगेट सिर्फ हिंदू है ना, हिंदुओं पे ही बोलने को फ्रीडम है ना इनका, और किसी पे तो है ही नहीं। और किसी धर्म पर बोल ही नहीं सकती। ये नहीं, धड़ से सर जुदा वाली बातें आ जाएंगी। पर
उनको यही प्रश्न पूछा गया था कि आप सिर्फ हिंदू भगवानों के बारे में क्यों बोलते हैं, गॉड्स गॉडेसेस के बारे में क्यों बोलते हैं और किसी रिलीजन पे क्यों नहीं बोलते। तो उनका ये मानना है कि वो एथियस्ट है मगर उनमें उनको बहुत इंटरेस्ट है फोकलोर में, और बोलते हैं कि ऐसा फ्रीडम देता है हमारे रिलीजन में कि हम समझ सके कि हमारे भगवान देवी देवता किस प्रकार के हैं। बोल रहे हैं कि अलग अलग प्रकार के देवी देवताओं की पूजा की जाती है भारत भर में।
नहीं, सिर्फ हिंदुओं की जाती है ना, बाकी तो और किसी पे बोलते ही नहीं है। ये दिक्कत ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग की स्लीपर सेल है। ये देश के टुकड़े टुकड़े वाले जो नारे लगाते थे उनका समर्थन करते हैं। ये जानते हैं कि महाराष्ट्रवाद के नारे पर इतनी अच्छी तरह से जुड़े हुआ है पूरा देश, और इसलिए अगर इनकी भावनाओं को आहत नहीं करेंगे जब तक देश नहीं टूट सकता, और ये इनका मंसूबा कभी पूरा हो नहीं सकता।
ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग आप किसकी बात कर रहे हैं?
चलो, ये वही है जो जेएनयू में नारे लगाते थे ना, भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाअल्लाह इंशाअल्लाह जी, भारत की बर्बादी तक जंग हमारी जारी रहेगी, अफजल हम शर्मिंदा हैं तेरे कातिल जिंदा हैं, तुम कितने अफजल मारोगे हर घर से अफजल निकलेगा। ये वो राहुल गांधी सबसे पहले मिलने गए थे ना, ये उसी तरह की एक सेल है, एकदम जिंदा हो जाती है जैसे ही कोई ऐसी बात आती है। पूरे देश के अंदर एक अवार्ड वापसी गैंग थी पहले। ये कभी कन्हैया की मौत पे इनको वो दही जम जाता है इनके मुंह में, वहां नहीं बोलते महाराष्ट्र की घटना पर, ये बोलते ही नहीं है, वहां ये खामोश रहते।
मगर वो तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट खुद बोलता है, जैसे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला था नुपुर शर्मा के केस में भी कि उन्होंने भारत जलाया था, शी हैज फ्यूल्ड इट। एंड अभी भी क्रिटिसिज्म बीजेपी का यही आया है कि नुपुर शर्मा के अगेंस्ट कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई और महुआ मोइत्रा उसके अगेंस्ट एमपी में एफआईआर हुआ है, और अभी लीना मणिमेकलाई के अगेंस्ट भी एफआईआर्स हुए हैं। However, thank you so much Narottam Mishra for joining us. There you have it. The Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, he says that in the garb of freedom of expression, the artists are violating and offending Hindu sentiments. Meanwhile, there are several other reactions, of course, coming in as well. Let's get you some of those.
I see that if at all anyone is insulting Goddess Kali, is a BJP, and hurting the sentiments of Hindus by circulating it all over the world. Till it was in Canada, nobody noticed it. But afterwards that they have been circulating, in a true sense, it's a BJP who insult goddesses, who hurt the sentiments, Hindu sentiments. But what happened is that people thinking is blurred by media, by propaganda machinery of BJP. I was born and brought up in a village in Allahabad. I've seen that somewhere they sacrifice chicken, somewhere they sacrifice pig, and sometimes they offer even liquor also to the deities. So at different places, mode of worship varies from one place to other.
Anyway, she is in Canada. In the Canada, the film festival themselves have agreed that they will not screen that movie. So is it meaning that Indian government has influenced the Canadian government's decision? Canadian government independently has taken a view. This movie portrays hatred, and she should not be given a space and opportunity inside that place. That is the Canadian government's view. Now, there are some people in India who believe simply by abusing others' faith, they get famous overnight, using which they believe they can sell their movies.
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए ना, किसी धर्म के बारे में, किसी भगवान के बारे में, किसी अल्लाह के बारे में बोलना गलत है। वो किसी को अधिकार नहीं दिया गया है हमारे संविधान ने। अगर वो सांसद है तो उनको ज़्यादा संविधान का पता होना चाहिए, संविधान में क्या लिखा है। अगर कोई पार्टी के प्रवक्ता है तो उसको भी संविधान के बारे में पता रहना चाहिए। इस तरह से लोगों के लिए बात करना चाहिए। लोगों से करने से धर्म के ऊपर जाकर भगवान और अल्लाह को गाली देने वाले लोग अगर इस देश में होंगे तो इनके ऊपर कड़क कार्रवाई होना चाहिए और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऐसे मामलों को सुमोटो लेना चाहिए।
कुछ दिनों पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रवक्ता नुपुर शर्मा ने बहुत घटिया बयान एक धर्म विशेष के जो लीडर हैं उनके बारे में कही। उसकी वजह से पूरे देश में दंगे हुए, सैकड़ों लोग जख्मी हुए, कई लोगों की हत्याएं हो गई। मुझे लगता है कि इससे सीख लेके हमारे सभी लोगों को धर्म के बारे में किसी भी घटिया बयानबाजी से बचना चाहिए। ये जो पोस्टर भी है इसके अंदर भी माँ काली को जिस तरीके से दर्शाया गया है वो कोई बहुत अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है। उससे बिल्कुल बहुत सारे हमारे हिंदू भाइयों की भावना आहत हो सकती है, जैसे मुस्लिम भाइयों की भावना आहत हो सकती है। आप अल्लाह के बारे में कुछ कहेंगे, बिल्कुल होगी। आप भगवान के बारे में कहेंगे, उसके बारे में होगी। ये क्यों करने की ज़रूरत है? इसको करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमारे देश में हज़ारों लाखों समस्याएं हैं, उन समस्याओं पे काम करना चाहिए।
पहली बात तो ये बयान महुआ का नहीं है, ये बयान ममता दीदी और टीएमसी की सोच दर्शाता है। जब मुख्यमंत्री स्वयं और पार्टी की अध्यक्ष आए दिन हिंदुओं को गाली देती है तो स्वाभाविक है कि उनके जो चेले चपाटे रहेंगे उनको बड़ा गर्व महसूस होता है हिंदू देवी देवताओं को गाली देने में। पश्चिम बंगाल में दुर्गा देवी को हम सब लोग पूजते हैं, हमारे गोरखाओं में भी बहुत मान्यता है और हमारे गोरखा सैनिक काली माँ का नाम लेते ही हम लोग युद्ध में जो है जाते हैं। सो मुझे बहुत आश्चर्य नहीं है उनके बयान से, और ये वास्तविकता है, असली चेहरा है टीएमसी, ममता दीदी और उनके जो स्टूडेंट है महुआ दीदी जैसे उन लोगों की।
ये सरासर हिंदू देवताओं का अपमान है। केवल इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म की पब्लिसिटी के लिए ये चीप हरकत है। फिल्म डायरेक्टर लीना को तत्काल जनता से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
A quick roundup of all the stories which are now coming in here on Times Now. Malayalam actor Srijit Ravi was arrested over a POXCO case. According to the Thrissur police report, the actor has been arrested for allegedly exhibiting nudity before a minor girl. India reports more than 18,000 new COVID cases with 35 deaths in the last 24 hours. The country's daily positivity rate stands at 4.32%. Well, the Delhi police recovered demonetized currency with a face value of 62 lakh rupees. According to the police, the accused has been apprehended and further investigation is underway as to why this accused had kept so much of demonetized currency. ITBP rescuers risked their lives to reach out to the center of the furious Bias River in Kullu to find out two missing people. In fact, it was said that the car, which was carrying 3 passengers when the incident took place, and the vehicle is said to have received substantial damage. Well, with that, a short break here on Times Now. Don't go anywhere.
we have a difficult relationship with China. We're perfectly capable of managing it. Somewhere Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems.
Welcome back. You're watching Times Now. Big breaking news which is coming in regarding the massive row which was kicked up by Mahua Moitra and her comments on Kali being a goddess who eats meat and accepts alcohol. Now facing massive criticism, a cornered TMC finally has admitted that they are mulling action against Mahua Moitra, who is the TMC MP. In fact, Saugata Roy has spoken to Times Now. He says anyone insulting the goddess may be punished. Listen in.
Mahua Moitra has made a statement. The party will consider a statement and decide on what steps are to be taken. The party will decide at the appropriate time. We have said earlier that we did not approve the poster of Ma Kali. But we feel that BJP has no right to speak on this matter because BJP has not yet punished Nupur Sharma.
Well, let me go across to Tamal Saha, who's joining us with more on this. Tamal, this is the first time that you have anyone from the TMC who admits that they are mulling action against Mahua Moitra. What are the options and to what extent are they ready to punish their own MP?
Well, Trinamool Congress said that they do not really approve of what has been said by Mahua Moitra, and they're also saying first and foremost they do not actually support the poster which has sparked of the massive row. Saugata Roy, Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament, he also suggested that there could be some action taken against Mahua Moitra, but then that's at the realms of party head, and the party will decide something which has not been decided upon as yet. As far as the legal cases as the Saugata Roy clearly says that all these complaints dealt by Mahua Moitra personally, making it very clear that in a personal capacity has made a statement, and that statement has passed around. And now, if there are police complaints, she has to handle it personally. The party, in all likeness, will not get involved in the entire affair.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. Let's get you some more reactions also which are coming in. The BJP, of course, has been firing one salvo after another. In fact, at a time like this, another TMC leader has come out and condemned the Kali poster as well. Listen in to Kunal Ghosh saying that Ma Kali is everyone prays to her in different ways. What's given to her as prasad is followed according to the Shastras.
সেটা হচ্ছে মা কালী সকলের শ্রদ্ধেয় মা কালীর উপাসনার এক এক রকম ধরন আছে এক এক রকম ভক্ত এক এক রকম পূজারী তারা এক এক ভাবে মা কালীকে পুজো করেন আরাধনা করেন এক এক পদ্ধতিতে আমাদের বক্তব্য হচ্ছে কারুর কোনো ধর্মীয় ভাবাবেগ এমন ভাবে মা কালীর কোনো ছবিকে উপস্থাপন করা হচ্ছে যাতে কোনো ধর্মীয় ভাবাবেগ আঘাত পাচ্ছে বা তাকে বিকৃত করা হচ্ছে এইটা তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস সমর্থন করে না
Well, in fact, let me go across to Tamal. Tamal, very interestingly, how the tone of the TMC seems to be changing. After all, Mamata Banerjee herself, known to be a big Kali devotee herself, holding Kali Pujo in her own house for the last 3 decades at least, for her especially, it's catch-22.
Well, Meghna, what Trinamool Congress spokesperson said that ways of offering puja to Ma Kali. Now, for example, in Tarapeet, having spoken to the priest says that every day fish is being offered to Tarama over there. But when you talk about Dakshineshwar temple, in Dakshineshwar temple, it is it is a veg bhog which is offered to Ma Kali. So at different temples, one is following the Vaishnav Dharma ritual, the other one follows the Tantric ritual. Trinamool Congress is trying to stress on the fact that how one offers puja to Ma Kali is absolutely personal and could be specific to any particular ritual, and that they do not want to comment on that. What they have taken objection of the way, in the manner in which it is being said by Moha Moitro at a public forum. So Trinamool Congress are absolutely distancing themselves from the comments made by Moha Moitro, not endorsing it, not supporting it, and also suggesting that there could be some action taken against her in some time, which is subject to their own discretion. But at this point in time, if there are police complaints filed against Moha Moitro, because she has made this statement in individual capacity, not while representing Trinamool Congress as a spokesperson, that Trinamool Congress as a political party will not interfere. Mamata Banerjee, as you rightly said, Meghna, she is a big Kali devotee, and every year Kali Puja happens at her own residence. While she has not really made any particular comment on the present controversy, not really said anything about Moha Moitro or the current controversy, but Trinamool Congress has made it very clear they do not support
keep tracking the developments on that front. Of course, this is a massive storm which has been kicked up. We'll keep coming back to you for more inputs. But for the timing, let's move on. Due to heavy rains, many parts of coastal Karnataka are completely inundated with water. Many of the low-lying areas where water has entered the house as well, they had to use rescue boats in order to save the people. Look at some of these visuals which are coming in. But as you can see, the locals there are being rescued in boats because they're running out of their basic necessities. Flood water has entered their houses, and even basic amenities have to be provided to many of those people whose houses have submerged by boats. That seems to be the only way of transportation and connection left. Meanwhile, let's get you a quick roundup of all the stories coming in from across the nation. Red alert issued for Pune, Satara and Kolhapur districts amid prediction of heavy rainfall in western Maharashtra for the next 3 days. Mumbai and Thane are on orange alert till the 10th of July. 3 people have died in a landslide that occurred in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka due to heavy rainfall. Several people have been injured and they are currently undergoing treatment in the hospital as well. Well, as monsoon picks pace, Chandigarh on Wednesday received the heaviest rainfall since July 2017. Heavy rainfall is expected in Chandigarh till Saturday now. Well, IMD has issued an orange alert for today as well as tomorrow. Meanwhile, after widespread rainfall in Kerala, yellow alert has been issued in 11 districts. Many of the monsoon-related mishaps take place, including damage to a property. In fact, a 52-year-old labourer also drowned in Kesargold district. Well, we'll keep you abreast with the very latest which is coming in. Meanwhile, let's tell you about the special interaction that the Prime Minister had earlier in the day with the children of the nation, the future of the nation. In fact, before we head into a break, let's get you these visuals of this interaction he had with children in Varanasi, his constituency.
if I were to take Europe collectively, which has been singularly silent on many things which were happening, for example in Asia, you could ask why would anybody in Asia trust Europe on anything at all? Look, a lot of things are happening outside Europe. We have, partly because of climate change, for a lot of humanitarian, natural disasters, humanitarian responses. In our part of the world today, a lot of people look to us to help out. The days when they expected Europe to come, which Europe did at the 2004 tsunami, the difference today is nobody's even thinking of that anymore. So the world is changing, new players are coming, new capabilities are coming, but a new agenda must come. The world cannot be that Eurocentric as it used to be in the past. You know, we have a difficult relationship with China. We're perfectly capable of managing it. It's, if I get global understanding and support, obviously it is of help to me. But this idea that I do a transaction, that I come in one conflict because it will help me in conflict too, that's not how the world works. So a lot of our problems in China have nothing to do with Ukraine, have nothing to do with Russia. They predate it.
चाहिए कि ये कैसे इस बीमारी को दुरुस्त किया जाए। मैंने 2008 में दारुल उलूम देवबंद वालों ने दिल्ली में एक टेररिज्म के खिलाफ उन्होंने कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। मैंने उनको एक पत्र लिखा, उनको बधाई दी और कहा ये काम आपने बहुत अच्छा किया है, लेकिन मैं आपका ध्यान ये दिलाना।
Good evening and welcome. This is Times Now. I am Ankit Tyagi. Very quickly taking you to the headlines we're tracking at 5 p.m. Mid-fire over smoking Kali poster. Biggest Kali temple steps in amidst goddess worship with wine at many temples, but depiction on poster unacceptable. At the center of the storm for putting the poster of smoking Kali, Leena provokes yet again, tweets an image of two artists smoking while dressed as Lord Shiva, and goddess calls India a hate machine. Facing fire from rivals and her own party for describing Kali as meat-eating, alcohol-accepting goddess, Mahua Moitra fires couplet salvo, says don't tell her to be careful, stand with her instead. Not a sign of remorse on the face of Salman Chishti, arrested for issuing behead Nupur call. He smirks and shows thumbs up sign after he was confronted with Times Now cameras. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after inaugurating the Akshay Patra midday meal kitchen, Prime Minister has special interactions with children in Varanasi. All right, let's shift our focus on to our main story. Let's very quickly
Good afternoon.
Go to London, where
thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987. the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast program of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom. And if we can do that in this country, we will be the most prosperous in Europe. And in the last few days, I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much, and when we have such a vast mandate, and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. And our brilliant and Darwinian system will produce another leader equally committed to taking this country forward through tough times, not just helping families to get through it, but changing and improving the way we do things, cutting burdens on businesses and families, and yes, cutting taxes, because that is the way to generate the growth and the income we need to pay for great public services. And to that new leader, I say, whoever he or she may be, I say I will give you as much support as I can. And to you, the British public, I know that there will be many people who are relieved, and perhaps quite a few who will also be disappointed. And I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world. But them's the breaks. I want to thank Carrie and our children and all the members of my family who have had to put up with so much for so long. I want to thank the peerless British civil service for all the help and support that you have given our police, our emergency services, and of course our fantastic NHS, who at critical moment helped to extend my own period in office, as well as our armed services and our agencies that are so admired around the world, and our indefatigable Conservative Party members and supporters, whose selfless campaigning makes our democracy possible. I want to thank the wonderful staff here at Chequers, here at Number 10, and of course at Chequers, and our fantastic prop force detectives, the one group, by the way, who never leak. Above all, I want to thank you, the British public, for the immense privilege that you have given me. And I want you to know that from now on, until the new Prime Minister is in place, your interests will be served and the government of the country will be carried on. Being Prime Minister is an education in itself. I've travelled to every part of the United Kingdom, and in addition to the beauty of our natural world, I found so many people possessed of such boundless British originality and so willing to tackle old problems in new ways that I know that even if things can sometimes seem dark now, our future together is golden. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the big story coming in from United Kingdom. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has resigned. He is now going to be, in fact, continue as the caretaker Prime Minister till the time the Conservative Party, which he represents, which he led, in fact, less than 3 years back to a massive victory in United Kingdom elections. Now he has, in fact, put in his papers after a massive mutiny against him. Most members of his cabinet had resigned, and he was facing continuous pressure from the leadership of the Conservative Party to, in fact, resign, and that finally has happened. Many things have led Prime Minister Boris Johnson, after just 3 years of being in leading the Conservative to their biggest election victory since 1987, has lost not only support of his cabinet colleagues, the MPs, but his entire term has been quite controversial, to say the least. Many, in fact, things contributing to this, including the Partygate, when remember, Boris Johnson the newspapers were flushed with reports of him partying while the entire nation, while the entire United Kingdom was in the coronavirus lockdown. All right, so this is the latest which is now coming in. Let me go across to my colleague Madhav, who's joining us from the news pit for more on this. Isn't it amazing, Madhav, one man who led the Conservative Party to the kind of victory that we saw less than 3 years ago has completely lost the support of his own party, has been disgraced, and now he has resigned.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, we were just discussing this earlier as well, Ankit. A person who really rode on that popularity wave of Brexit, as even he mentioned in his farewell speech just about close to 3 years ago. Such a person in scam after scam, starting with, of course, Partygate onward to allegations of knowing incidents of sexual misconduct of members of parliament and still promoting them with important jobs. There have been a series of scandals that Boris Johnson has recently been involved in, and that perhaps is the reason why we have seen first Sajid, Javid and Rishi Sunak leading the way with two top ministers who had actually led the way by stepping down, followed by several other top members of the cabinet and over 59 MPs now who have stepped down, really putting up pressure on Boris Johnson. Even those he was appointing in place of the secretaries who were stepping down were in fact asking for him to go. The most important challenge though that many would see is that for the Tories, for the Conservative Party, is that who would be that one leader who they would elect, who would be the face of the party, who would lead them into the next election, which is little over a year away. That's going to be a very important decision as well, because it has to be a popular face, someone who can get them the votes, and that of course is going to be an important decision as well.
Absolutely.
One of the important parts that will be, just one last point, Ankit, is that from Indians' perspective, Rishi Sunak, of course, is Chancellor of the Exchequer, perhaps the second most important member of the cabinet in that sense, the man who controlled the purse strings there in UK, is being seen as a top contender. But there are at least two other contenders, including Preeti Patel, who are of Indian origin, who could possibly have the top job. Several names doing the rounds, but for India, it would be very interesting to see if someone of Indian origin could occupy that top seat in the UK.
Let me go across to our colleague Jonathan Gilbert, who is joining us at this moment from London. Jonathan, just give us a sense of how the people in United Kingdom have taken this resignation. What is it that you're picking up from the street? What are the people saying there?
Well, it's a very apt question indeed, because I was just outside Downing Street, just 2 or 3 minutes to go Downing Street, the resident where he offered his resignation just a few moments ago. And this is the thing you don't see on the television cameras, but there was a huge crowd of people outside Downing Street now. A lot of these will be tourists, a lot of these will be citizens. And when he emerged from Downing Street, a huge boo went up, and they were jeering and they were booing, and really I've rarely seen anything quite so humiliating on the steps of Downing Street Hill within the earshot of the Palace of Westminster. So, in actual fact, what we've looked at here is an extraordinary sea change in public opinion from this man who delivered Brexit in May and populist political move just 2 years ago, elected to a landslide majority of 80 Conservative parliamentary seats, is now essentially leaving government to the jeer boos of the very people who voted for him.
Jonathan, that's absolutely, this is what you are getting here on Times Now, a ringside view of what's happening in London as, in fact, this resignation has been announced. Jonathan giving us very important details of how there were a lot of people and there was some booing as well as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. Jonathan, what according to you and as far as the public is concerned and public opinion, what are the critical reasons, the main factors for the rise and the fall that we have seen, a phenomenal rise for Boris Johnson and the kind of disgraceful exit that he had to go through?
There's obviously a multitude of factors behind this. I mean, Boris Johnson was a very, very effective communicator, one of the most charismatic politicians, obviously, he's ever held that high office, and as a campaigner, he was amazing. His speeches, his jokes went down a treat with so many of his fans. I think part of the problem is that the business of government, very different indeed from the business of campaigning. And what he's shown, unfortunately, over the last 2.5 years is that really, although a very charismatic politician, he's been, in a lot of people's eyes, a very poor Prime Minister. Not only the scandal of the Partygate scandal, where he and his work colleagues were seen to be flagrantly cutting them up and down, which put a limited outcome for his presumed to no fault of his own, over a huge drop in living standards, a huge increase in the cost of living, the price of petrol, the price of food, and this kind of have good feedback and personal popularity. But I think really this has been the last straw that many of his electorate, who aren't quite as stupid as some politicians seem to think, they can sense the mood change. They can sense that this man perhaps ultimately was unfit to govern this country, and we've seen that reflected in the public mood here.
He has been quite combative, isn't it? It was not that despite a lot of members of his cabinet resigning, despite he losing the kind of confidence from his own party MPs, he still tried to cling on to 10 Downing Street. Jonathan?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, let me repeat what I was asking you, Jonathan. In the last few days, Boris Johnson still, in fact, was very combative. It was not easy, as many would have thought, for him to come and, in fact, resign, despite his cabinet ministers resigning, despite he losing the faith of the MPs. He fought till end before there was absolutely no option.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was placed in an untenable position. Of course, the extraordinary thing about Boris Johnson is that he's unlike any politician we've really witnessed in the modern era. He's not really a politician at all. He doesn't observe the rules that politicians tend to observe, the rules of propriety and humility and, and basically playing by the rules. He always considered himself to be above the rules. So although this absolutely vast wave, this tsunami of resignations, which has engulfed his party over the last 48 hours. He was saying even as late as 9 or 10 o'clock last night, I'm not going to budge. I'm not going because there's a job to do and I'm here to see it through. I think probably he had to sleep on it only to wake up to yet more resignations, only then he finally realised that his position was absolutely untenable. But really, up until close of play last night, he was convinced, or he'd managed to convince himself, that he would still be able to cling on.
You know, two important questions emerge from here. Number one, now, who is being looked at as the successor, Jonathan? Who are the, who is it that the circles, the political circles, in Westminster, in London, who is it being most spoken about from the Conservative Party? What is the timeline? And number two, what is Boris Johnson's future now?
Well, that is in itself a fascinating question, your first question, because if you cast your mind back, for instance, to the orderly handover of power between Tony Blair and his successor, Gordon Brown. Gordon Brown was essentially the anointed appointee. No one dared challenge him. The situation here is wide open. There is absolutely no front runner as far as anyone can see. This is partially a result of the chaotic nature of Johnson's government. It's been through 2 or 3 Johnson Exchequer finance ministers in indeed just the short time that he has been in power. In fact, the last education secretary was in power for less than 2 days before resigning again. So at least a dozen big, heavy-hitting politicians have put their names forward. Names that come to mind are Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, possibly Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, who herself is very hardline stance on immigration. We're still talking about Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer. There's Sajid Javid, another ex-Chancellor of the Exchequer. And then, of course, now the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, Nadine Zawari. So really, the field is absolutely wide open now. To briefly answer your second question, what's the future for Boris Johnson? Well, we understand, although I wasn't able to hear the entirety of his speech, that he wants to stay on now as a sort of interim caretaker Prime Minister in order to effect a swift and easy handover to whomever his successor may be, perhaps as late as October. So he may well remain in power for at least another 2 or 3 months, although that in itself is up for question now. There are many politicians on both sides of the chamber who simply just want to see the back of him now.
In fact, I was reading few reports which suggest that politicians, especially in the Conservative camp, would possibly like Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister, to take over as the caretaker Prime Minister. Is that also on the cards?
That's quite possible, but this would be a largely formal role. I mean, Dominic Raab is polling very, very badly in opinion polls. He's never really been one of the main front runners for this job. So simply by the nature of the fact he is Deputy Prime Minister, they may well ask him to take over the reins for the next couple of months, just as a safe pair of hands. I think it's debatable whether he's a serious contender for the top job itself. But that in itself is really by the bus just a formality. What's really interesting and fascinating now is going to be the months of backstabbing, of Machiavellian manoeuvring behind the scenes as these many would-be future prime ministers, these contenders for the job, rally their support, whisper poison in fellow MPs' ears, try and build themselves a coalition. Because as I say, this job really is up for grabs now. It would be foolish to predict who will be Prime Minister in 3 months' time.
Could have, in fact, put it better. The game of play as far as the Prime Minister's office is on in United Kingdom. Next few days are going to be extremely important as far as the politics of UK is concerned. Jonathan, Madhav, I request you to stay on with me. Let's just once again play out that reaction of Boris Johnson when he announced his resignation as the Prime Minister of United Kingdom.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. and I've today appointed a cabinet to serve as I will until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days.
Internal developments and on the larger issue that you raised about, of course, Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Modi had enjoyed a very close friendship, and that you mentioned, you referred to. But on the larger issue, I think, look, as UK as an important strategic partner with whom we have a multifaceted partnership and relationship, I think it is important that this will continue. We hope it's based on links at various levels between our two peoples, as well as on various other verticals that we discuss as part of our strategic partnership. So we look forward to continuing with that. But I think on the issue of the leadership or change, I obviously would not like to comment. जी न्यूज़ से आपने पूछा था ये जो माँ काली को लेके जो कंट्रोवर्सी, देखिए उसमें हमारे वहाँ पे दूतावास ने, हाई कमीशन ने एक्चुअली ओटावा.
All right, so that was Indian, in fact, Ministry of External Affairs reacting, saying that we have heard that news. We have nothing more to add to the change of leadership as far as United Kingdom is concerned. Jonathan, just coming back to you, the number of people that you, in fact, counted as the front runners, as the games begin for the top job in United Kingdom, especially for India, there are more than one people from Indian origin. This is going to mark a massive shift as far as the British politics is concerned. Okay, I think what I'll try once again to speak to Jonathan. Jonathan, the number of names that you were earlier speaking about, those are the front runners, 10 to 12 front runners. Many of their names are people of Indian origin or, in fact, origin in Southeast Asia. This will also mark a big shift as far as the politics of United Kingdom is concerned, isn't it? Okay, I think there is some problem as far as Jonathan's line is concerned. We'll try and rectify that and go back to him. But Madhav, if I can take that question to you, this does come as a huge shift, isn't it, for a country which ruled the world at one point of time, major parts of the globe. What a turn of events it would be.
Well, if that does happen, but as I was discussing with you earlier, probably the biggest priority for the Tories would be that when they do elect the next leader, it has to be a person who, in fact, leads them into the next election, which is a little more than a year away. I think that would be the biggest concern for them at the moment. As you rightly said, yes, amongst the top 10 names, a significant number of South Asian names, at least 3 of them from India. Rishi Sunak, perhaps the senior most amongst them, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, of course, a very important role as the equivalent of our finance minister over there, that he had played over there, and a very important role indeed. Of course, there's the name of Preeti Patel. There's also Sajid, Javid, of course, who is originally from Pakistan, whose origin really is from Pakistan, and of course several other names as well. So it would be anybody's guess, as Jonathan was describing to us. Perhaps would be a little premature to say that X, Y, or Z is going to be decisively the next Prime Minister. There is a process that we all know of how the party would internally debate that and perhaps elect their next leader. But yes, amongst the senior most of them, amongst the one who's perhaps at least amongst those of Indian origin, Rishi Sunak's name certainly there. India is going to watch out very closely. If that change does happen, that certainly would be a very significant signal coming out of the UK.
Stay on with me, Madhav. Jonathan is back with us. Jonathan, whosoever is now the leader of United Kingdom, the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, what are the immediate challenges that you see in front of the new Prime Minister?
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Okay, I think I'll try once again, if I can get through to Jonathan. Jonathan, if you can hear me, I just wanted to understand, what will be the key challenges in front of the new Prime Minister of United Kingdom, just over a year left for the United Kingdom to go into elections once again. And of course, given the current crisis, Ukraine-Russia crisis and the global scenario, what are the challenges that you see in front of the incoming Prime Minister? Okay, we tried, we failed. I think with the Prime Minister, there is also some problem with the communication lines between India and London right now. We'll try and rectify that. But we're slipping into a very short break. Madhav, thanks for joining us at this moment. Also, thanks to Jonathan for bringing us the ringside view from 10 Downing Street. With that, slipping into a short break. News and updates continue on Times Now. Stay tuned.
Today has validated the findings of the special investigation team that looked into the Gujarat riots of 2002. You represented the SIT in the Supreme Court, which has today given very, very scathing criticism of those who tried to cast aspersions on the SIT's integrity. I want to ask you, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, was this another attempt to somehow cloud the entire investigation process?
There is no doubt, Navika, that this was a motivated attempt to somehow, as the judgment uses the phrase, keep the pot boiling. And in fact, it was a phrase used by me, and the judgment acknowledges that. See, the idea was that to somehow make an attack on high functionaries in various services like the police, like fire services, and also attack the high functionaries of the government, the then Chief Minister, the then Home Minister of the state, who are currently the Prime Minister and the Home Minister today. The court has held that this was not only motivated, but this was an abuse of the legal process, because I had argued that this is not really Zakia Jafri who is protesting and keeping this kind of thing boiling, but it was some motivated forces behind her.
Dr. Suresh Babu Khade 32. Jai Siddharam Deshmukh 33.
At the center of the storm for putting up a poster of smoking Kali, Leena Manimekalai provokes yet again, calls India a hate machine. BJP tears into ecosystem, slams lobby for maligning India after Kali provocation, dares the opposition to take a stand on India bashing. Amidst fire over smoking Kali poster, biggest Kali temple in India steps in, admits goddess is offered alcohol at many temples, but depiction on the poster is unacceptable, it says. Facing fire from rivals and her own party for describing Kali as meat-eating and alcohol-accepting goddess, Mahua Moitra fires a couplet salvo, says, "Don't tell her to be careful, stand with her instead." Long rope for hate in Congress rule. Remorseless Salman Chishti arrested for issuing a behead Nupur call, smirks and shows a thumbs up sign. Sarwar Chishti still roams free despite Desh Hila Denge threat. No end to dhamki and threats. Now a 16-year-old girl gets death threats for condemning Udaipur butchery in a Facebook post. Telangana cops bust radical group PFI's Bleed India mission. The plan was to raise an army of suicide bombers and impose Sharia law. 4 PFI men, including linchpin, arrested. Prime Minister of UK Boris Johnson quits after nearly 60 members of the government, including 5 cabinet ministers, resign over botched handling of resignation by Johnson's former Deputy Chief Whip, Chris Pincher. Hunt for next head of state in UK intensifies. Indian origin politician Rishi Sunak emerges as a contender for top post. If it happens, he will be the first Indian origin man to be British Prime Minister. After inaugurating the Akshay Patra midday meal kitchen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has a special interaction with children in Varanasi. In a big push by the BJP to the south, the party has nominated 4 big names from the southern states to the Rajya Sabha. As part of its mission south, the party has picked luminaries from various fields to the upper house. From Kerala, it has nominated iconic sportsperson PT Usha. She has represented India at international sporting events, inspiring girls to take up the sport. She has also worked to hone new talents to take up sports. One of India's greatest music composers, Ilayaraja, has been nominated as well from Tamil Nadu. A Dalit, he has often spoken of the struggles he has faced due to caste discrimination. He rose to be one of the biggest names in Tamil Nadu, composing over 7,000 songs and over 2,000 concerts. Virendra Hegde is the 3rd nominee. He is the Dharmadhikari of Dharamsthala Temple in Karnataka. He's a dedicated philanthropist who has worked towards rural development and self-employment. From Telangana, the BJP has nominated leading screenwriter and film director Vijayendra Prasad. Now, he is known for movies like RRR, Bahubali series and Bajrangi Bhaijaan. His notable works have won numerous awards for story writing. Times now spoke to the nominees to the Rajya Sabha and they expressed gratitude to the Prime Minister and said they will work for the people.
Ma'am, I just wanted to know from you, ma'am, when you got the news, what was the feeling like knowing that you are now going to be a member of Parliament?
I was very happy, and it's an honor for our Indian sports, particularly for Indian athletics, honor for our sports. For me, everything is sports. You know, when I started 1977 sports, and now also after retirement also I'm doing sports. Whatever for sports, whatever will be there, and my voice always for sports, to uplift the sports.
And ma'am, PM also tweeted congratulating you on being nominated to Rajya Sabha. What do you have to say on that, ma'am?
Yeah, because Modi is always used to inspire sports people, no? Like even to speak to sports minister and prime minister, normally it is very difficult. I'm very happy, and very happy, and I will try to be whatever they see, they wanted expecting from me. I'll try to do maximum from my side. I am very happy.
Rajya Sabhage ನಾಮನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ದೇಶ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ಶ್ರೀ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ನಾಮನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ಆದದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಉತ್ಸಾಹದ ರಾಜಕಾಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ 4 ಜನ ಪ್ರಖ್ಯಾತರಾದಂಥ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಿರಿಯರ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅಂತ ಲೆಕ್ಕ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೀಮಿತ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿಯೋ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೋ ತಾಲೂಕಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೋ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಇತರ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇದರ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ನಾವು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಎರಡಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಜೀರ್ಣೋದ್ಧಾರ, ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳ ಶುದ್ಧತೆ, ಪರಿಶುದ್ಧತೆ, ಪವಿತ್ರತೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ಮಾಡೋ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
The move comes at a time when BJP has been trying to make inroads into the southern states. While the party is in power in Karnataka and in alliance in Puducherry, it has not been able to breach Kerala, Tamil Nadu and the two Telugu states. The Golden Pigs are known to have supported Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the past. Music maestro Ilayaraja had been in fact trolled for praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he compared him to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. P.T. Usha had also faced criticism when she hailed Modi government over support that it had extended to sportspersons like Neeraj Chopra.
See, Pitusha Chechi, definitely Chechi is one of the legend. I mean, everyone knows, even now today, because nowadays, okay, people knows us because of the social media, but Chechi created history like anything, and people knows her with her performance. So I hope she will going to do the better work for sports to Kerala from the Rajya Sabha seat, and I wish her good luck for our new what's this? As a competition, new competition. Yes, good luck, Chechi.
It's one of the happiest moments for athletics because she is nominated for Rajya Sabha, and yeah, she even after her career she is supporting. She's there in sport, and she knows sports really well, and now it's no need to like tell that. So from an athlete's point of view, I'm really happy about that.
Madhav joins us for insights on this broadcast. Madhav, the BJP has proved Sabka Saath with the picks from the south, as well as looking at long-term political goals.
Absolutely, and this is very clearly a push towards the four representatives of the four languages in the south, Telugu, Tamil as well as Malayalam and Kannada, representatives of various states who are big icons within their own states, and in that sense giving them a Rajya Sabha seat, a recognition of the huge work that they have done. They're all very much loved persons within their own states. Of course, Ilayaraja and his music is legendary. In fact, several music directors and other musicians, those in the film industry, all look up to him as a kind of a mentor figure. Even A.R. Rahman, who is a legend in himself, first started his musical journey with Ilayaraja. In that sense, of course, very, very big icons. P.T. Usha and how she's a sporting icon is very well known to all of us. And of course, also when it comes to Virendra Hegde, another very, very well-known person as far as Karnataka is concerned, because Dharmasthala, of which he heads and is a priest of that Bahubali temple, is a huge icon when it comes to the culture of Karnataka. So several such persons who are of immense importance, and it also is at some level or the other recognition of the BJP of not just their contribution but the importance that all of these individuals have played in their respective states, because very often there is a criticism that apart from Karnataka, where the BJP is in power and has been in power in the past, in the other states it has a very little or a marginal presence, if at all. So clearly, of course, it's also an attempt to better represent those states in the upper house of parliament, and at the same time show that how the BJP is concerned about the citizens of all of those states. Remember, this is also happening close on the heels of the national executive of the BJP, which was also held in South India in Hyderabad just last week. So all in all, it is a very important push, and it's a very clear messaging coming out from the party of what its plans are and how it wants to give better representation as far as the southern states are concerned.
Right, killing several birds with 4 stones in this case, some would say. Thank you, Madhav, for joining us. We move on and shifting focus to another important story that has been coming in from Rajasthan, where Gehlot's government is facing charges of shielding Salman Chishti, the Ajmer Dargah Khadim who was arrested for announcing a bounty on Nupur Sharma's head. A video had surfaced showing a police officer trying to tutor Chishti to say that he made the comments in an inebriated state that could act as a defense for him later. Times Now confronted additional SP Vikas Sangwan today, the cop who had also earlier in the day come out to say that Salman Chishti seemed to be intoxicated when he was hurling those threats in a video. A fact that was later countered and almost corroborated by the tutoring that happened. This is what the cop had to say.
पुलिस अधिकारी का बयान भी उसमें बताया जा रहा है, वो नया वीडियो है इसमें कह रहे हैं कि आप नशे में हैं, बोलिए आपको बचाओ।
देखिए, मैं इसको डेफिनेटली इस तरह के कुछ कमेंट आए हैं वीडियो के सामने से। वो माहौल ऐसा था, वो सिचुएशन ऐसी थी, जिस सिचुएशन में उसको लेके आया गया, जिन माहौलों से उसको लेके आया हुआ, वहाँ काफ़ी थोड़ा डरावना माहौल था, लोगों की भीड़ काफ़ी थी, घर के लोग भी भयभीत थे। आरोपी खुद भी एक इनस्टेबल सिचुएशन में दिख रहा था, डर रहा था। तो उसको एक कॉन्फिडेंस देने के लिए हमारा एक पुलिस का एक उद्देश्य रहता है कि जो आरोपी है उसको हम आराम से किसी तरीके से सुरक्षित जगह पर ले जा सके ताकि उससे पूछताछ हो सके। वो उसी टैक्टिक्स का हिस्सा था जिसमें उसको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके उसको सेफ जगह पे ले जाया जा सके।
The Gehlot government right now is facing a lot of flack because on one side there is the case of Salman Chishti who is under arrest, but the police have been trying on more than one occasion to offer him some cover fire. Today our colleague Bhavar also tracked him when he was taken to his house for some verification purposes. He seems defiant. He's not at all apologetic about what he said, about his incendiary remarks. He even showed a thumbs up sign to the camera while sporting a smirk on his face. But the government, the cops there trying to defend him, trying to offer him a way out of the hands of the law. Let's, for our viewers, now play out the sequence where the policeman is trying to coach Salman Chishti. Now, the BJP has questioned the Gehlot government over this particular incident. They say that it is a track record of Congress governments that they shield such accused because of appeasement.
और एक डीएसपी अगर इस प्रकार की बात कहता है और कहता मैं योजनाबद्ध तरीके से करता हूं, तो उसको तुरंत सस्पेंड करना चाहिए, बल्कि नौकरी से भी निकाल देना चाहिए।
Rajasthan police was seen tutoring Salman Chishti, who threatened to behead. This shows that Rajasthan government and Congress party always believes that Congress का हाथ आतंकियों के साथ, radicalized elements के साथ, दंगाइयों के साथ. In the name of vote bank and appeasement politics, the Congress party tries to defend and underplay acts of radicalized elements, particularly to suit one vote bank, and it tries to always take action on other elements. We have seen how they have taken action on Hindus trying to remove Navvarsh ki Yatra by imposing 144, but a free run and free pass is given to PFI for their march in Kota. This shows the soft corner that Congress party has for such radicalized elements. The Home Minister is Ashok Gehlot. He is responsible for this.
Must be in Congress government.
Yes, that's Ajmer, yes.
Send the NIA and the CRP and say they will do the arresting. You can prosecute them in whichever court you want. But as far as arresting is concerned, the NIA plus CRPF, they should be dispatched, and under the Constitution, Article 256, the government has the power, by after giving a notice, to carry out action like this.
Times Now went to Salman Chishti's residence, where he was brought back by the police for verification purposes. There was absolutely no remorse visible on this man's face. In fact, he appeared defiant, flashing a thumbs up sign towards media, raising slogans as well.
ख्वाजा बाबा अगर झोली में टुकड़े तुम्हारे नहीं होते और जब तक मदीने से या रसूल अल्लाह इशारे आपके नहीं होते, रोशन मेरी किस्मत के सितारे नहीं होते, लब्बैक या रसूल अल्लाह।
ये सलमान को लेकर जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए, पीछे बताइए। तो ये देखिए सलमान को लेकर जाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरों में हम दिखा रहे हैं, यहाँ उनको घर लाया गया था और अभी वापस पुलिस लेकर जा रही है। ये तस्वीरें, और जिस तरीके से अभी भी लब्बैक का नाम लिया सलमान ने, और जैसे उसे अपने किए पर कोई पछतावा नहीं है। ये देखिए, ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें टाइम्स नाउ भारत पर। ये तंग गलियारे जहाँ से सलमान को लेकर जाया जा रहा है। ये पुलिस थाना दरगाह अजमेर, जहाँ पर सलमान को अंदर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। ये तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अंदर थाने में ले गए हैं। अभी तस्दीक करवाने के लिए उनके घर ले जाया गया था, और ये तस्वीरें आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं दरगाह थाने की। अंदर उनको लेकर गए हैं और अंदर और पूछताछ की जाएगी। ये तस्वीरें दरगाह थाने की, ये देखिए ऊपर ले जाते हुए। बनवारी लाल जी, क्या तस्दीक कराने ले गए थे?
मेरा सब्जेक्ट नहीं।
चलिए, इनका सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, अधिकारी बताएंगे जैसा कि इन्होंने बोला। लेकिन फिलहाल ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर हमने आपको दिखाई। सलमान को घर लेके गए और सलमान बिल्कुल भी उसके चेहरे पर कोई शिकन नहीं है। उसने लब्बैक का नारा लगाया और कुछ कहना चाहता था सलमान टाइम्स नाउ से, लेकिन चूंकि सुरक्षा का मामला था और उनको अंदर लेकर आया गया है।
While his government stands accused of trying to attempt a cover-up, Chief Minister Gehlot continues to shift the blame. Once again, he's reiterated that Prime Minister Narendra Modi should address the nation and ask people to ensure that peace prevails.
उम्मीद करता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं फिर रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी से कि आपको बार बार हम लोग अपील ही तो कर रहे हैं। अपील क्या कर रहे हैं? आप मैसेज दो देश को। आपके मैसेज का इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा कि प्रदेश में और देश में शांति, सद्भाव, प्यार, भाईचारा रहे, और हिंसा को मैं बर्दाश्त नहीं करूँगा। यही कहना उनको खाली। तमाम विपक्षी पार्टी बोल चुकी है, तभी प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये कहते हुए तकलीफ क्या हो रही है, ये हमारे समझ के परे हैं। उनके एडवाइजर कौन है जो उनको एडवाइस नहीं दे रहे हैं? आपको अपील करनी चाहिए समय रहते हुए। तकलीफ क्या हो रही है उनको अपील करने में। उनकी अपील होती तो मेरे ख्याल से ऐसी घटना भी नहीं होगी, मेरा मानना है।
Breaking developments coming in from Maharashtra, where in Amravati case of Umesh Kohli's murder, accused have now been produced before the NIA court. A hearing is all set to begin. The National Investigating Agency is pushing for in-camera proceedings in the case due to its sensitive nature, is what we are given to understand. My colleague Arunil joins us for more details. Arunil, it's over to you.
Things are allowed in camera only. Media has not been allowed inside this NIA court in the city of Mumbai, wherein the accused have been presented by the National Investigation Agency. Now there are some crucial developments that are coming to the fore from Amravati as well, because the Rebera NGO, the Rebera Foundation, the mastermind who owned this Rebera, Irfan Sheikh, now Rebera, as per the details and the evidences that the NIA had collected with respect to the telephone, the mobile details and the computer evidences, digital evidences, it has come to the fore that there was some foreign funding that Rebera Foundation was getting, and this money was being received from several countries which have been red flagged the government of India. Now, whether this money was being received to create panic and terror across the city of Amravati and pan-India, that is something that the NIA will definitely be looking into, because considering the kind of threatening calls that were made around 10 to 11 days before Umesh Kohli's death, this is an extremely incriminating input that we have been breaking on Times Now.
Right. Thank you, Arunil. Keep track of those proceedings. It's time for us to take a very quick break on Times Now.
Who were using her name, that she was merely a name lender. There were other forces which were behind it to somehow get at the then Chief Minister and other functionaries for their own political or private gains. And the court has validated our stand. And in fact, the SIT has been applauded by the court. It has come out with flying colors for what it did under quote-unquote trying circumstances, and every argument made by me for the SIT has found favor with the court in a thumping judgment of over 450 pages.
और ऐसा करते करते कई साल बीत गए, लेकिन आज जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं, जिन्होंने कभी
Developments coming in from Hyderabad. There are visuals of a hit and run case that has been reported in Rajendra Nagar area of the city. A woman who was returning to her house in Rajendra Nagar area can be seen hit by a car. The speeding car rammed into her and later the accused fled from the spot. Case has now been registered in Rajendra Nagar police station and investigation is underway. My colleague Somit joins us for more details. Somit, where does the investigation stand?
Well, actually, Priya, the accused has been identified as Kamran. He stays in the same colony in that Rajasthan. She was actually, after completing work, she was returning to her residence along with one of her friends. But, then finally when she reached very near to her residence, she was walking alone. And just few meters away from her residence, at this spot, this person, Kamran, who has been identified by the police. He is known as, a negligent driver. And there were several complaints against him for his rash and very negligent driver. And the shocking part is before he started his car, driving his car, he has posted in a social media platform that abhi mere gaadi ke samne koi nahi aana. And also then, that means, please don't come, anyone shouldn't come in front of me. And then he rammed the car into her. Then he fled from the spot. And however, as of now, the police is searching for this accused person. And the woman, she was shifted to the hospital, and she is right now undergoing treatment at the doctor.
Right. Thank you, Somit, for your inputs. We move on to another story where a train has rammed into a truck in Bidar. Incident took place near Siddheshwar railway crossing in Bidar Bhalki area. The truck encountered a mechanical problem as it was crossing the railway track and was stuck with a small portion still on the track. While the train was signaled to stop, it only managed to slow down and eventually rammed into the truck. With that, it's time for us to take a very quick break. Do stay tuned for all the other side. Is Padmaja Joshi with exclusive.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
आगे बढ़ेंगे जो भी रहेंगे ना 10 लोग
सोशल मीडिया पर बड़े बड़े वार्ता किए उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने, और उन दोनों वार्ताओं के बाद लोग वापस लौट कर नहीं आए और चले गए। मैं ये सवाल पूछ रही हूं कि अगर इतने चले गए तो आपने 16 लोगों को ही क्यों डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस दिया? पूरे 40 को दीजिए या 38 को दीजिए जितने चले गए हैं, सिर्फ 16 लोगों को क्यों दिया? इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं नंबर में कोई प्रॉब्लम है। और दूसरी तरफ से वो कह रहे हैं वो असली सेना है, वो इलेक्शन कमीशन से सिंबल मांग रहे हैं, वो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर का डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन मांग रहे हैं। ये पूरे राज्य में चल क्या रहा है? जनता कहां है? यहाँ तो दोनों तरफ से बार्गेनिंग हो रहा है।
हाँ, ये अच्छा हुआ। देखिए उन्होंने क्या कहा, मैंने निवास छोड़ा है, जिद नहीं छोड़ी है। तो जिद हमने भी नहीं छोड़ी है, और जिद ये है कि हमें जब पता चलता है कि कुछ लोग धमका कर फंसा कर लेकर गए हैं और जो फंस कर गए हुए लोगों को छुड़ाना है, तो हमें ये कार्रवाई कानूनन करनी पड़ेगी। हम हाथ तोड़ के बैठेंगे थोड़े ही, जान दो। तो जो लोग आना चाहते हैं तो कुछ तो कार्रवाई करनी है पार्टी को, तो पार्टी कानूनन का।
यहाँ आपके सिलेबस में पढ़ाई जाती हैं, उसमें से कुछ हिस्से मैंने अपने खत में लिखे।
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Explosive Exclusive with me, Padmaja Joshi. After the Smoking Kali poster, Leena Manimekalai has now launched a tirade against India. Sitting in Canada, the filmmaker in fact put out a series of tweets, a series of interviews where essentially the thrust of her argument now was that for the largest democracy, India, today the situation looks like the country is turning into the largest hate machine. Despite facing multiple FIRs and numerous complaints, a section of her supporters have emboldened Leena Manimekalai enough enough to launch this kind of a tirade in the garb of creative freedom. However, not only does she have FIRs against her by political parties, but common citizens are also asking whether hurt is okay in the garb of free speech, especially when the same free speech is not afforded to other people when they may just hurt sentiments of other communities.
जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले इस तरह के ट्वीट जो होते हैं, कुछ विकृत मानसिकता के लोग इस तरह के जो ट्वीट लगातार करते हैं, जैसे काली फिल्म की डायरेक्टर लीना मणिमेकली जी ने किया है। इस तरह के जो ट्वीट हैं, कभी बीड़ी पीते हुए काली का, कभी शंकर जी का जो जारी कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे विकृत मानसिकताओं के लिए जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले चित्र हैं और ट्विटर को टूल की तरह उपयोग जो कर रहे हैं, इसको वो रोकें अपने स्तर पर और इसकी स्कैनिंग की व्यवस्था करें, जिसकी वजह से स्कैनिंग के बाद से इस तरह की चीजें ना आए जो भावनाओं को आहत करती हो। ऐसा मैं ट्विटर को भी पत्र लिखने जा रहा हूं।
Anyway, she is in Canada. In Canada, the film festival themselves have agreed that they will not screen that movie. So is he meaning that Indian government has influenced the Canadian government's decision? Canadian government independently has taken a view. This movie portrays hatred and she should not be given a space and opportunity inside that place. That is the Canadian government's view. Now, there are some people in India who believe simply by abusing others' faith, they get famous overnight, using which they believe they can sell their movies.
All right, today again the Trinamool Congress, when asked about whether any action is being contemplated against a member of parliament who has extended support to Leena Mani-Mekalai, Shogata Roy finally conceded that some action could be on the cards.
Mohamitra has made a statement. The party will consider a statement and decide on what steps are to be taken. The party will decide at the appropriate time. We have said earlier that we did not approve the poster of Ma Kali. But we feel that BJP has no right to speak on this matter because BJP has not yet punished Nupur Sharma.
সেটা হচ্ছে মা কালী সকলের শ্রদ্ধেয়। মা কালীর উপাসনার এক এক রকম ধরন আছে, এক এক রকম ভক্ত, এক এক রকম পূজারী, তারা এক একভাবে মা কালীকে পুজো করেন, আরাধনা করেন এক এক পদ্ধতিতে। আমাদের বক্তব্য হচ্ছে কারুর কোনো ধর্মীয় ভাবাবেগ এমনভাবে মা কালীর কোনো ছবিকে উপস্থাপন করা হচ্ছে যাতে কোনো ধর্মীয় ভাবাবেগ আঘাত পাচ্ছে বা তাকে বিকৃত করা হচ্ছে, এইটা তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস সমর্থন করে না।
But what really is the standing and the status and the history and the interpretation and imagination of Goddess Kali to Hindus? Somebody who has written at length about religion, mythology, about the imagining of God, Amish Tripathi now joins us, author and director at the London Centre. Thanks very much for speaking to us, Amish. Do you believe that the Kali poster that shows Kali Ma with a cigarette in her hand is offensive to Hindu sentiment, because that's what's created such a storm?
I have to be honest, I have not, heard the comments of the director or the person who's made this film. One has not seen renditions of Kali Ma smoking anywhere, one has to be honest. I think the atmosphere in which, people have got upset with this is an atmosphere where one side feels that only their religion is treated with disrespect, while other religions may be treated with kid gloves. This is happening not just in India, but it's actually happening in the West as well. In the West, you'll find that Christianity is often treated with disrespect by the same groups, by the radical woke Marxists and the radical Islamists. And in India, Hinduism primarily, and then of course Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism are often treated with disrespect, which is what is leading to this. To these emotions. The best way to understand this is through John Nash's game theory. A state of disequilibrium is when one group feels severely disrespected, while another group, is treated with respect. The Nash equilibrium, according to John Nash, the Nobel laureate mathematician, Nash equilibrium can move only in one of two directions. Either all religions are treated with disrespect, or all religions are treated with respect. That is truly the background in which the reactions to this poster must be understood.
Now, many people have also asked for cases to be filed against her, that she should be jailed. In fact, the Indian government has also taken this up with Canada. Do you think this is an offence for which the director should be prosecuted?
Look, it's best left to the courts to decide, on this. And there is a due process that I'm sure will be followed, and we must leave it at that. If there are laws in place for those who feel offended to file a case. That's what is actually happening.
Now, also, it is about how one imagines one's God, because the filmmaker has said in her defense in one of her interviews, in rural Tamil Nadu, the state I come from, Kali is believed to be a pagan goddess. She eats meat cooked in goat's blood, drinks arak, smokes bidi, and dances wild. And she says that is the Kali that she had embodied in her film. Do you agree with this interpretation or depiction of goddess Kali?
Point of Kali being a pagan goddess. So all of Hinduism is pagan, according to the Abrahamics. So not just even Lord Shiva, Lord Ram, not just that, not just him, but even other ancient Zoroastrian, Buddhism, Jain. As per the Western definition, these are all pagan religions. So I'm afraid I did not understand really. I don't know how to respond to this, because we are all pagan. That is the very definition of the term. But that any and that is the term that Europeans came up with. That anyone who's non-Abrahamic, i.e., non-Christian or non-Muslim, and therefore a follower of more ancient traditions, we are all pagan.
But I was talking more about the depiction and how she says she has seen Kali depicted in Tamil Nadu, because she also said it feels like the whole nation has now deteriorated from the largest democracy to the largest hate machine and wants to censor her, that she doesn't feel safe anymore at the moment. What do you make of that? Is India actually becoming that intolerant that we can't take one interpretation of our religion?
As I said, earlier, we must be very clear that any violence or threat of violence is completely unacceptable. We've seen what happened, in Udaipur and in Akola. These are completely unacceptable, and the law must come down. And that did not happen on account of Hinduism. That happened on account of radical Islam. But Muslim religious leaders have said very clearly and criticized the criminals who carried out those attacks. So any violence, any threat of violence is clearly unacceptable, and the full force of the law must come upon that. But what one is seeing right now has to be seen in a larger context. That if Christians in the West and Hindus in India feel that radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists attack only our religion, and expect a one-way street of disrespect, then that is not sustainable, and that is what you are seeing in the present scenario. And as John Nash's game theory, and I will remind once again, John Nash is a Nobel laureate, more smarter than all of us, and he predicted what will happen in such a situation where one group is treated with disrespect, whereas another group is treated with kid gloves. This can go only in one of two directions. Either all groups get treated with disrespect or all groups get treated with kid gloves / respect. And that is what you see happening actually. It is a natural reaction. So the root of the problem are actually the radical woke Marxists and the radical Islamists who are injecting poison in democracies, not just in India, but actually around the world, in the West as well. You must see how noxiously radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists speak of Christianity in the West. Even those who are not Christian will get appalled by a kind of words that are used for Christianity and for Jesus Christ by these two groups, radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists. So there is a larger atmosphere which is giving rise to this, and the only way this can be stopped is if we revive our own ancient dharmic traditions, our ancient Vada traditions, where we speak of, we gently question all religions, but we treat all religions with respect. We treat all gods and goddesses with respect. This one-way disrespect is unsustainable.
It's interesting you say that we must gently question all religions while respecting all of them, because that actually is a fundamental question that India is increasingly asking now, or to be specific, Hindus are increasingly asking, that is Hinduism a soft target? It is being singled out so that you can take liberties with it. You talk about creative freedom, but the same liberties or creativity does not extend equally to all religions. Do you see that?
In fact, that was actually the very point that that one was making. And it's, yes, you can say it is Hinduism in India, but it is Christianity in the West. Christianity is treated with a lot of disrespect by the two same groups that I was speaking of, radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists. And this is what creates unsustainable situations, a disequilibrium, using John Nash's theory. And as I said, equilibrium can move in only one of two directions. And you're seeing John Nash's theory play out in practice in India, and you will see it, and you are seeing it, in fact, play out in the West slowly as well. Which is why I argue that all of us who want respectful debate, the way our ancestors approached debate, the dharmic traditions of Vada, we must push back against radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists who are injecting poison into the debating square, both in India and in the West, with their one-way disrespect. And I must point out that the primary victims of the radical woke Marxists and the radical Islamists are actually their own people. Global terrorism databases show very clearly more than 80% of the victims of radical Islamic terrorism are actually Muslims. They kill those Muslims who they think are not pure enough. The Black Book of Communism makes very clear the primary victims of communism and Marxism are actually, again, their own people. So when we push back against radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists, their hypocrisy and their one-way disrespect, the primary people we will be helping are actually leftists and Muslims, because they're the primary victims of these two groups of radicals.
No, but there are also those who say that if Nupur Sharma deserves to be arrested because of what she said about the Prophet, Leena Manimekalai also deserves to be legally acted against. Is this a valid comparison to say that the two have committed similar offenses or supposed offenses, or is this a false comparison?
That is for the courts to decide, but what has happened essentially is that cases have been filed. And the courts will decide on this. But as I said, the reason why these issues are arising is because of the disequilibrium and the poison injected into democracies across the world by these two groups. And this is what John Nash predicted, and this is what is happening, and which is why cases are being filed, and there will be perhaps regrettably a negative spiral of intolerance. And as a proud follower of dharmic traditions, I would, like that we go back to our ancient ways of respectful and gentle questioning, of at the same time showing respect to religions, gods, and prophets of all, not just your favored groups. And the only way we can do that is if we stop or push back against the rather negative influence of these two radical groups, radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists.
Because it doesn't just stop at radical woke Marxists or Islamists, as you call them. It's also about politics, right? For example, you've got very few politicians who've spoken up, but then they've spoken up very vociferously. Mahua Moitra, for one, she says that Kali is a meat-eating, alcohol-accepting goddess. She's been booked for that as well, because she's also accused of hurt. Overreaction?
Who am I to endorse or not endorse anything? Essentially, there is a due process, and the court should decide what the what the way forward should be. There is a due process, and we must allow the courts to decide.
Is there also a hesitation on the part of people in general and political parties in particular of even touching a community and their sensitivities with a barge pole? For example, the Trinamool Congress, of which Mahua Moitra is a member of parliament, they were at the forefront of demanding Nupur Sharma's arrest because she was accused of hurting Muslim sentiments. But in the case of Mahua Moitra, they have just disowned her. No action, not even they have condemned, but no action. She continues to be their MP.
I never comment on politics or the actions of political parties. My comments are more from a social issue, from a social perspective. I will reiterate once again that from a social perspective, an atmosphere where certain religions are treated with noxious disrespect, and certain religions are treated with kid gloves or cannot be questioned, or are treated with more respect than what other religions are. This situation is unsustainable, and you're seeing the impact of that not just in India but in many countries in the world. And those of us who like a genuinely liberal tradition must look at the root causes of what is causing this unsustainable situation. I will repeat once again, the root causes are the one-way disrespect that is done by two groups primarily.
But to think that on the one hand we're talking about gentle questioning, and there are actually two Indians who were murdered. They were practically beheaded, not only because they questioned a religion, they merely expressed support for someone who spoke about a religion. What does that say about the situation in our country, that this is happening in 21st century India, that people are getting beheaded merely for expressing support for a point of view?
Once again, I do not comment on politics, but is there a problem of violence in certain religious groups? Yes, there is. It's not just within India, but it is across the world. And this does need careful analysis. It does need, religious leaders of those religions to openly speak against this and carry out de-radicalization measures, because you have a right to to file a court case, but violence, taking the law into your own hands, is completely unacceptable in a civilized country.
Now, this tension that you see happening, and this clash of ideas, an actual physical clash of communities, many are saying this is a result, or this is symptomatic of rising Hindutva in India. You think so?
I'm not understanding the question. Are there different interpretations of within a religion such as Hinduism? Yeah, of course there are. just as there are different interpretations within all religions, So Christianity has Roman Catholicism, as Protestantism, as Greek Orthodox churches, where the same scriptures are interpreted quite differently. Islam has Sunni and Shia Muslims. Even within Sunnis, there are different schools. Even within Shia philosophy, there are different schools. So this is true of all religions. The moot point is not that. The moot point is the unsustainable disequilibrium that has been brought in by two groups, primarily radical woke Marxists and radical Islamists, by their one-way disrespect. This is unsustainable, and what you're seeing is the effect of this play out sadly, as John Nash, the Nobel laureate, had predicted. That's what actually you're seeing in action. And I will repeat once again, as someone who is a proud follower of traditional dharmic ways, who is deeply liberal, I would argue that we need to push back against these two radical groups so that we can open up the space for respectful and polite questioning, which is the traditional Indian way.
Very interesting points that there should be respect, but there should also be gentle questioning, and more importantly, if there is blatant disrespect of any religion, tradition or belief, there definitely should be a pushback, although an ideological one. Amish Tripathi, pleasure as always speaking to you. Thanks very much for joining us here on Times Now. Taking a very, very quick break. Back in a minute.
कार्रवाई कर रही है और वो कानूनन कार्रवाई हमने शुरू कर दी है। पहली बात है, अभी जो संविधान में जो बदलाव आया हुआ है वो बदलाव ये है, 2/3 लोग हो गए तो उनका एक गुट बनेगा, लेकिन वो गुट वहां असेंबली में गुट करके नहीं बैठ सकता, उसको विलीनीकरण करना होगा। अब जाकर ये लोग हम शिवसेना में रहने वाले, शिवसेना ही है, अब क्या होगा, अब जाना पड़ेगा या तो बीजेपी में या तो किसी अन्य पार्टी में। तो इसीलिए तो एक विपक्ष का जो हमारे पास एक मंत्री हमने बनाया था, जो हमारे साथ सपोर्ट करता था, उस मंत्री को बुला के ले लिया, वो गया है। वही तो कह रहा था कि बच्चों को कि हमारे पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, तो आ गई ना स्थिति। क्या आई, ना घर के ना घाट के, ये सब घर के ना घाट के रहे, उनको महसूस हुआ है। आप जाकर अगर अंदरूनी बात वहां जाकर जानकारी ले लो कि क्या हो रहा है वहां, तब पता चलेगा कि वहां से कितने लोग वापस आना चाहते हैं। छोड़ दो, हमें उसकी पर आए न आए उनके ऊपर निर्भर करता है।
अरविंद सावंत जी, आप कह रहे हैं उनको धमकाया जा रहा है। संजय राउत जी ने तो बोल दिया आके कि हम तो शिवसैनिक हैं, हम तो सड़क पर उतरेंगे, और उसके बाद जितने एमएलए गए हैं उनके घर में तोड़फोड़ भी हो रही है। तो ये धमकाना नहीं है?
कौन ना, किसने, आपने जाना होगा, वंदनीय बाला साहब कहते थे लोग तुम्हें चुनकर देते शिवसेना का विधायक करके, जाना था तो इस्तीफा देकर जाना था। लोग तुम्हें चुनकर देते किसी भी पार्टी का हो, मैं तो हमारी शिवसेना की बात नहीं, बाला साहब कहते थे लोग तुम्हें क्यों वोट करते, पार्टी के ऊपर वोट करते ना। अरविंद सांसद कौन है, वो सिर्फ आप बता रहे मोदी जी की छवि लगाते, तो बाला साहब कोई नहीं थे क्या महाराष्ट्र में? उनकी छवि नहीं थी, उनकी प्रतिभा नहीं थी, उनकी ताकत नहीं थी, उनके ऊपर विश्वास नहीं था। आदरणीय उद्धव जी के ऊपर उनकी छवि लेकर भी हमें वोट मिले भैया, हमारे भी वोट उनको मिले। ये मत सोचना कि सिर्फ मोदी साहब की छवि से वो सभी लोग जीत कर आए महाराष्ट्र में, नहीं। वंदनीय बाला साहब के लोग हैं और वो सिंसियर है, प्रामाणिकता उनके अंदर भरी है, 100% भरी है। और जब वो हमारे उद्धव साहब कहते हैं इनका काम करो, तो हम प्रामाणिकता से काम करके उसको चुन कर लाते। हमने कभी उसका डंगोरा नहीं पीटा कि हमने भी, अरे क्या करना, दोनों मिलकर ही जीत जाते ना। कभी हम हो सकते 60-70% हमारे होंगे, 30% तुम्हारे
पर
होंगे।
अरविंद सावंत साहब जो गए हैं एमएलए, उनके घर पर तोड़फोड़ क्यों हो रही है? उनके पोस्टर पर काली पेंट क्यों लग रही है? क्या ये काम है शिवसैनिक का?
लगेगी ना भैया, लोगों का गुस्सा नहीं आएगा क्या? कमाल करती हो आप। अगर जब तक उनको लगा था कि ये वापस आएंगे तब तक लोग शांत थे। तुम संगठन के, तुम पार्टी के पीठ में छुरा भोंको और हम जनतंत्र की तालियां बजाते बैठेंगे, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। गुस्सा तो आता ही है लोगों को, वो तो होगा ना, ऐसे थोड़ी है क्या, वो धमकाना नहीं होता।
तो आप जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं, आप सरकार चला रहे हैं और आप ब्रेकडाउन ऑफ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं।
एक मिनट, गुजरात में दंगा हुआ, किसकी प्रतिक्रिया थी? गोधरा के बाद में गुजरात में दंगा हुआ, किसकी प्रतिक्रिया? धमकाना नहीं था तो क्या था? वो प्रतिक्रिया स्वाभाविक थी कि नहीं थी?
गुजरात के राइट्स का मुंबई से क्या लेना देना? और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वर्डिक्ट आपने सुना है?
तो न्यूटन्स लॉ है, न्यूटन्स लॉ कहता है एक्शन एंड रिएक्शन इज इक्वल एंड अपोजिट। सो एक्शन एंड रिएक्शन इज अ प्राकृतिक है, वो होती है।
नहीं, फिर तो आरोप उद्धव ठाकरे जी पर भी लगाया जा सकता है कि 2019 में किसकी तस्वीर लेकर उन्होंने इलेक्शन लड़ा था? मोदी जी की तस्वीर लेकर। शिवसेना तो बीजेपी के साथ थी, लेकिन सत्ता के लिए, मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए बीजेपी का साथ छोड़ा और जिनके खिलाफ इलेक्शन लड़ा, अपना पूरा धर्म छोड़ा, जो बाला साहब ठाकरे का धर्म था हिंदुत्व का, वो छोड़कर उस पार्टी के साथ जाकर बैठे जो AIMIM से, जो औरंगजेब की मजार पर जाकर फातिया पढ़ती है, वो कांग्रेस से हाथ जोड़ा और वो NCP से हाथ जोड़ा, जिनके साथ कुछ भी शिवसेना का लेना देना नहीं था। हमेशा उनके साथ लड़ाई था राजनीतिक तौर पर। तो फिर सत्ता के लिए तो उद्धव ठाकरे ने जो किया, वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ कह रहे हैं।
अच्छा हो गया नाविका जी, इस प्रश्न का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। चलो अच्छा हुआ, देश को तो पता चलेगा अभी सच्चाई क्या है। आप जानती हो, जिस हिंदुत्व की बात आपने की पहले, तो उसको पहले सुधार लेता हूं। किसने स्वीकारा था हिंदुत्व? वंदनीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने। 1987 में महाराष्ट्र में एक उपचुनाव हुआ, विले पार्ले विधान
थाने असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी in 2004 and then from 2009 onwards in the Kopri Pachpakadi.
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You're watching Explosive Exclusive with me, Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. First up, here are the headlines. At the center of the storm for putting up a poster of smoking Kali, Leena Manimekalai now provokes again, calls India a hate machine. BJP tears into the ecosystem, slams the lobby for maligning India after Kali provocation, dares the opposition to take a stand on India bashing. Mamata Banerjee first reaction amidst Kali showdown. In fact, she slams the media, not Mahua, says that media is selling controversy without focusing on the good. Facing fire from rivals and her own party for describing Kali as meat-eating and alcohol-accepting goddess, Mahua Moitra fires a couplet salvo, says don't tell her to be careful, stand with her instead. Well, in fact, the long rope for hate in Congress rule is now exposed. Remorseless Salman Chishti is arrested for issuing behead Nupur call, smirks and shows a thumbs up sign. Sarva Chishti still roams free for Desh Hila Denge threat. There's no end to dhamki and threats. Now a 16-year-old girl gets death threats for condemning Udaipur butchery in a Facebook post. Telangana cops bust the radical group PFI's Bleed India mission. The plan was to raise an army of suicide bombers and impose Sharia law for PFI men, including linchpin, has been arrested. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson quits after nearly 60 members of his own government had stepped down, including 5 ministers, over the botched-up handling of the resignation by Johnson's former Deputy Chief Whip, Chris Pincher. The hunt is on for the next head of state in United Kingdom. Indian origin Rishi Sunak, in fact, is now emerging as a top contender for the post. If it happens, he will be the first Indian origin man to become the British Prime Minister. Well, after inaugurating the Akshay Patra midday kitchen meal, Prime Minister Modi has a special interaction with children in his constituency, Varanasi.
Viewers, often we are told that India is becoming an intolerant nation, but who really is intolerant? That is becoming increasingly clear as threats and beheading calls to Hindus across the nation are on the rise.
In fact, you all have heard of the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur, of course followed by Umesh Kolhe in Amravati. But the violence is not just physical. From Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, from Rajasthan to Maharashtra, ordinary citizens have been bullied and threatened. Not because they indulge in any blasphemy, not even close. All of them did it, in fact, is to dare to support Nupur Sharma.
We have observed that during the past few weeks, such kinds of threats are flowing in the air, at the drop of the hat, whether it is political, religious or social. Well, this is nothing but a reflection of deteriorating law and order situation in the state, as also probably the fear of law in the minds of offenders. Supreme Court, I am afraid, will have to immediately come into picture and again describe as to what extent a citizen of India is entitled to express himself or herself, and if he or she crosses that line, then the retaliators must also not be having the liberty of taking law in their hands by sending an intimidation or threats to kill.
This was Majid Memon on the threat that a minor 16-year-old, even she is not spared, Meghna. And now one similar incident has come to light from Rajasthan's Bharatpur, where two people were given Sar Tan Se Juda threat.
In fact, the threat letter was delivered by an ambulance driver who was asked by two bike-borne men to deliver this letter. Now Rajasthan police has deployed security outside the houses of both the people who have received these dire threats.
मुकेश कुमार शर्मा निवासी राम ने कल थाने पर रिपोर्ट पेश की। रिपोर्ट में उसने तहरीर किया कि मैं 104 एम्बुलेंस का ड्राइवर हूँ। कल दिनांक 6/7/2022 को मैं पहाड़ी आ रहा था। अहमदपुर के पास में पीछे से सफ़ेद अपाची बिना नंबरी पर दो व्यक्ति आए, जिन्होंने मेरे को रुकवाया। रुकवाने के बाद में मेरी एम्बुलेंस में 2 पर्ची फेंकी और मेरे से कहा कि ये पर्ची तेरे गांव ले जा करके दे देना। मेरे को खंजर बताया और धमकी दी कि अगर आपने पुलिस में शिकायत की तो सर जान से ख़त्म कर देंगे। वो पर्चियों पर मैंने खोल करके देखा तो उसमें लिखा हुआ था सर तन से जुदा सतीश सेठ। दूसरी पर्ची पे भी यही बात लिखी हुई थी।
पूरा मामला एक्चुअली ये है कि भाईपुर एक गांव है ठाकुरद्वारा में, वहाँ पे एक प्रार्थी जो है इस मुकदमे का, उन्होंने स्टेटस डाला था नुपुर शर्मा के समर्थन में कि आई सपोर्ट नुपुर शर्मा। तो उस पर प्रतिक्रिया की है एक शहबाज आलम नाम का व्यक्ति है, उसके मोबाइल के द्वारा। और फिर एक कॉल जब प्रार्थी ने उसको किया कि आप मुझे ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हैं, तो वहाँ से भी क्रिया प्रतिक्रिया दोनों के बीच हॉट टॉक्स हुई हैं। इसकी रिकॉर्डिंग पुलिस को उपलब्ध कराई गई थी। तो इसकी जांच जब करी तो 3 व्यक्ति जो नामित हैं, इनको हमने इनको गिरफ्तार किया है और मुकदमा दर्ज किया है और अब वैधानिक कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
The buck, however, does not stop here. Similar threats have been issued pan-India. In Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad, a youth was threatened over the phone for his social media post supporting Nupur Sharma. 3 people have been identified who threatened the youth, and 2 of them have been arrested.
Across in Bihar, our youth has been thrashed by a mob over a social media post that he put up supporting Nupur Sharma. He was thrashed when he was at a tea stall. This mob also thrashed the owner of the tea stall who happened to be around.
And look what's happening in Haryana's Nu. A resident can be seen issuing death threat for Nupur Sharma. Says, chop off Nupur's tongue, I will give you 2 crores as a gift. This is the bounty announced in Haryana. And now reactions coming in. Haryana minister has reacted to this. Anil Vij speaking.
मैं मेवात पूरी की तरफ से दे रहा हूँ। अगर जो नुपुर शर्मा की जीप काट के लाएगा, पूरी मेवात की तरफ से 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर है। 2 करोड़ पूरी मेवा दे कि मैं दूंगा। और बताओ, अगर जीप तू काट ला 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर तू ले ले पत्रकार।
शिकायत भी प्राप्त हुई थी हमें, और उस वीडियो को देखकर शिकायत को प्राप्त करने उपरांत उसमें हमारी तरफ से एक मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया है वीडियो में जो बोल रहे हैं उस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ बाय नेम और अन्य के खिलाफ। तो उसमें हम जांच कर रहे हैं। हमारा इसमें सोशल मीडिया मॉनिटरिंग सेल जिले में पूरा एक्टिवली काम कर रहा है, जिसकी निगरानी हर ऐसे फेसबुक, ट्विटर इत्यादि पे जो लोग पोस्ट करते हैं उस पर हमेशा बनी रहती है। और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुपों के अंदर भी हम देखते रहते हैं कि कौन सी वीडियो वायरल हो रही है या कौन से मैसेज वायरल हो रहे हैं। तो उस पर अगर हमें जब भी ऐसा कोई आपत्तिजनक मैसेज दिखता है तो उसके हिसाब से पुलिस की तुरंत कार्यप्रणाली एक्टिवेट हो जाती है और संबंधित के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाती है।
नहीं, बिल्कुल इसकी सख्त कार्रवाई करवाएंगे हम। और ऐसे जो तत्व हैं जो देश की शांति को बिगाड़ना चाहते हैं उनको ये देश कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। सरकार ने सब जगह पर कार्रवाई की है, क्योंकि हम देश में इस प्रकार का माहौल पैदा होने नहीं दे सकते। अगर कुछ लोगों की बदजुबानी या गलत सोच की वजह से देश का माहौल खराब होने नहीं दिया जाएगा। जो सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी हम करेंगे।
In fact, across the country, ordinary citizens have been issued dire warnings, thereby setting a dangerous precedent. However, Asaduddin Owaisi and company, they continue to remain silent over these threats.
These incidents do not seem to outrage, or maybe their outrage is just selective. The ecosystem, viewers, is just busy in passing the buck. They will not take onus for this hate that is being unleashed in the name of Sartan se Juda.
उम्मीद करता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी मैं फिर रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी से कि आपको बार बार हम लोग अपील ही तो कर रहे हैं। अपील क्या कर रहे हैं? आप मैसेज दो देश को, आपके मैसेज का इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा कि प्रदेश में और देश में शांति, सद्भाव, प्यार, भाईचारा रहे। और हिंसा को मैं बर्दाश्त नहीं करूँगा, यही कहना उनको खाली। तमाम विपक्षी पार्टी बोल चुकी है, तभी प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये कहते हुए तकलीफ क्या हो रही है, ये हमारे समझ के परे है। उनके एडवाइजर कौन है जो उनको एडवाइस नहीं दे रहे हैं? आपको अपील करनी चाहिए समय रहते हुए। तकलीफ क्या हो रही है उनको अपील करने में? उनकी अपील होती तो मेरे ख्याल से ऐसी घटना भी नहीं होगी, मेरा मानना है।
Well, it has been 9 days since Kanhaiya Lal was hacked to death in his own shop. A day after his death, Salman Chishti, a cleric at Ajmer Dargah, once again repeated the beheading call, this time for Nupur Sharma.
सलमान चिश्ती की बात, वो गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं। उन्होंने घर से बैठ के बयान दिया था, ही इज अ मेंटली रिटार्डेड पर्सन, ड्रग एडिक्ट हैं और हिस्ट्री शीटर हैं। दैट्स ऑल, आई हैव नथिंग टू से।
आज जो अजमेर शहर में हिंदू भाई जुलूस निकालना है, हमने जो पिछले जुम्मे को निकाला था वो हमारे प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में गुस्ताखी हुई थी, तो उसका तो जस्टिफिकेशन है। हम तो किसी के देवी देवताओं की बेइज्जती नहीं करते। हमने नुपुर शर्मा की गिरफ्तारी की मांग की थी, इस बात का जुलूस था। आज जुलूस किस बात का निकाला जा रहा है? नुपुर शर्मा की हिमायत में निकाला जा रहा था। लास्ट मोमेंट में इन्होंने बैनर चेंज कर दिया, तो मतलब कोई हमारी नबी की, हमारे प्रॉफिट की शान में गुस्ताखी करेगा और हम उसके अरेस्ट की मांग करेंगे तो आप उसके साथ सॉलिडेरिटी शो करेंगे। अब हिंदुस्तान का मुसलमान इन चीजों को बर्दाश्त कतई तौर से नहीं करेगा। और आज के जुलूस से हमारी भावनाएं आहत हुई हैं, जले पे नमक का काम हुआ है।
Now he is the guy who's still free. Despite this speech, there is no case and obviously no arrest. And this is, and going by the track record of the Congress government in Rajasthan, to allege that it is a pattern under Ashok Gehlot to provide a long rope to criminals and accused, whether it is Matloob Ahmad in Karoli riots case, who is still at large, or the cleric in Bundi who called for gouging out eyes of those against profit.
The right to agitate, right to speak, right to demonstrate, everybody has a right. It doesn't mean that Sikh India doesn't mean that it's undemocratic or something violent. Means that people's power, maybe they can arise, but that has to be peaceful. peaceful agitation can also shake the India, like farmer agitation shook the whole world.
In fact, Times Now has managed to access more such videos of threat and intimidation by Sarwar Chishti. Take a look at what this man has said, the venom that he spews at a time when he's allowed a long leash by the Gehlot government.
जब शहरों के नाम बदले जा रहे थे, जब रेलवे स्टेशन के नाम बदले जा रहे थे, मुगल सराय हटाया गया। अबे तो क्या रबर से हमारी हिस्ट्री बदल दोगे कि हमने 600 साल हुकूमत की है? इरेजर से आप बता दोगे? कैसे बता दोगे? हम हाकिम थे, इस मुल्क के हुक्मरान थे। हम मखलूक नहीं है, हम सब्जेक्ट नहीं थे, हम रूलर्स थे। हमको सिर्फ सिक्योरिटी तक महदूद मत कर दो, हमारे में ये अरमान पैदा मत कर दो कि फिर से हमें हुकूमत करनी है।
हम मुसलमानों के हामी हैं, मददगार हैं, उनके तरफदार हैं, और ये तंजीमें पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया एसडीपीआई ये मुसलमानों की आवाज उठाती है। और हम सूफियों का काम ये है कि जो गरीब और नादारों की हिमायत करें। अगर हम हिमायत नहीं कर सकते, पहले तो हम हिमायत करें, जो लोग हिमायत कर रहे हैं उनका साथ दे, यही असल तस्वीर।
The Gehlot government faces the charge of shielding Salman Chishti, the Ajmer Dargah Khadim, who was arrested for announcing a bounty on Nupur Sharma's head. First, the Gehlot police tried to suggest that Salman Chishti might have made the video in an inebriated state. Then surfaced a video, Meghna, showing a police officer tutoring Chishti to say that he made the video, and the top told him, "Bolo tum nashe mein the, taki hum bacha sake."
In fact, Times Now has confronted the additional SPs, Vikas Sangwan. He has defended the police officer, calling it a strategy to safely bring this man, Salman Chishti, inside the jail. Do you believe him? Well, listen for yourself.
पुलिस अधिकारी का बयान भी उसमें बताया जा रहा है, वो बोल रहे हैं, वीडियो है जिसमें कह रहे हैं कि आप नशे में हैं, बोलिए आपको बचाओ।
देखिए, मैं इसको डेफिनेटली इस तरह के कुछ कमेंट आए हैं वीडियो के सामने से। वो माहौल ऐसा था, वो सिचुएशन ऐसी थी, जिस सिचुएशन में उसको लेके आया गया, जिन माहौलों से उसको लेके आया हुआ, वहाँ काफ़ी थोड़ा डरावना माहौल था, लोगों की भीड़ काफ़ी थी, घर के लोग भी भयभीत थे। आरोपी खुद भी एक इनस्टेबल सिचुएशन में दिख रहा था, डर रहा था। तो उसको एक कॉन्फिडेंस देने के लिए हमारा एक पुलिस का एक उद्देश्य रहता है कि जो आरोपी है उसको हम आराम से किसी तरीके से सुरक्षित जगह पर ले जा सके, ताकि उससे पूछताछ हो सके। वो उसी टैक्टिक्स का हिस्सा था जिसमें उसको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके उसको सेफ जगह पर ले जाया जा सके।
With that, we are taking a short break. Lots more lined up as we go along. Please stay with us.
महात्मा सभा का उस चुनाव के पहले वंदनीय बाला साहब ने हिंदुत्व की घोषणा की और कहा, गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू है। यह नारा वंदनीय शिवसेना प्रमुख ने दे दिया। वो नारा लगा कि हमारा प्रत्याशी चुनाव लड़ा। रमेश प्रभु जो हमारे महापौर थे, मेयर थे मुंबई शहर के, वो हमारे प्रत्याशी थे। सामने कौन था? सामने कुंटे जी थे कांग्रेस के, और प्राणलाल होरा ये जनता दल के थे, जिसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी थी। गर्व से कहो हिंदू शिवसेना कहती है, और सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी खिलाफ हमारे खड़ी है। बहुत दूर का इतिहास नहीं है, 1987 साल का इतिहास है। जीत गए हम, लेकिन बाद में कोर्ट में गर्व से कहो हिंदू कहा, इसके लिए वो चुनाव खारिज कर दिया। वंदनीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी पर कार्रवाई हुई, उनको शासन दिया गया कि आप अगले 6 साल चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते। हालांकि उनको उसकी परवाह नहीं थी चुनाव लड़ने की, लेकिन उससे भी बहुत गंभीर शासन दे दिया कि आप इसके बाद 6 बरस तक किसी चुनाव में वोट नहीं कर सकते। ये संविधान ने दिया हुआ अधिकार उनका छीन लिया। जब बाबरी का ढांचा गिरा, तभी भी ये लोग हिंदुत्व की बात करते, ये तो भाग गए थे। सुंदर सिंह भंडारी के साथ पास जब लोग गए, अब के जैसे पत्रकारों ने पूछा ये किसने किया, तो ये हमने नहीं किया, शिवसैनिकों ने किया होगा। तो शिवसैनिकों ने किया होगा तो वंदनीय बाला साहब ने कहा मुझे उस पर गर्व है, ये कहने वाली शिवसेना। उस विचारधारा को उद्धव साहब ने आज तक नहीं छोड़ा। बात क्या हुई 1900, आप जो सवाल पूछते हो ना हिंदुत्व को, तो आप 2014 साल कैसे भूलती हो नाविका जी? हो सकता है आप दूर हो, इसके लिए मालूम नहीं होगा। 2014 में लोकसभा के चुनाव हमने गठबंधन में लड़े हैं। मैं गठबंधन का प्रत्याशी हूं, मैं खुद भी। शिवसेना भाजपा का गठबंधन में चुनाव हुआ। 2014 के चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी सत्ता पे आ गई। अच्छा निर्णय मिला, हम खुद भी कामयाब हुए, विजयी हुए। अब 2014 की लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद तुरंत 4-6 महीने के अंदर 2014 में ही विधानसभा के चुनाव लड़े। उस चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गठबंधन तोड़ा, हमने नहीं तोड़ा।
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For India and for Australia, China is our largest trading partner. For India and Australia, China is our biggest security anxiety. We're both trying to reconcile those things, which is not an easy problem to solve. This is a time to be comparing notes with friends, and that's the next point. India really is a close friend. We have shared values. We are both democracies that value the rule of law.
ये बगावत नहीं है, ये जब हमारे को बड़े ठाकरे साहब भी, बाला साहब ठाकरे साहब भी कहते थे कि अन्याय के खिलाफ।
Well, today, Pakistan's nefarious terror designs are unmasked with this 32-page dossier that has been accessed exclusively by Times Now. Now, this document exposes just how Pakistan hatches a conspiracy against India and provides safe havens to the terrorists. This dossier shows and exposes just how the Pakistani establishment, including the army, aids infiltration of the terrorists into our own territory. In fact, it will also expose just how they help in training and how youth are being brainwashed to join terror ranks and how it has been behind the killings of civilians here in the valley. Let me go across to Pranesh. Pranesh, you must explain to us just how Pakistan is hatching this conspiracy to disturb peace in India and brainwashing the youth, and all of this exposed, I believe, with hard evidence and facts.
Absolutely. Everything is in black and white for the first time on national television. Pakistan has been exposed in just 32 pages. It won't take more than that, and this is the most important of them all. What you see on your screen is a chat between a terrorist and his park handler. And this is the terror trail, but we'll come to that. Let's just focus on point number 1. This is the chat we are talking about. All this while, it was only in the realm of speculation. People had never seen, and this has been recovered from the phone. This is not made up. This dossier has contents of things that have been recovered from the phone of the terrorist. Some of them surrendered, and 2 of them were killed. And now what do we have? The handler is giving specific instruction of the terror route to be taken. So if you go to the map, the chat says you take the route from Patan. And what do we have on the map here? Terrorists were tasked to execute, and see the location here. This is the location. Now according to Patra's confession, the group was to execute the task at Patan. And in this map, all those areas are marked out. Now this map was also in the phone of these terrorists. Now if you go to the next one, the next image, it tells you the map and the trail in detail. Now we have the Kharas forest here, then you have the Ninolin Nala, and these 2 points, and there's another map. In that map, it is amply clear that they even have a backup plan. So for some reason, if the terrorist who launched from a post that was heavily guarded by park rangers, in case something goes wrong with this plan, they had a backup plan. So in 32 pages, you have the chats with the handler, you have the terror trail and the maps and the detailed instruction given by the park masterminds to the terrorists to spill blood in India.
Well, thank you so much, Pranesh, for that Mega Times Now exclusive. But with that, let's get you a quick roundup of some of the other stories we are tracking for you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited his constituency of Varanasi, where he inaugurated over 30 projects. Moreover, he also interacted with children during his visit. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann tied the knot with Dr. Gurpreet Kaur in Chandigarh today. Many top AAP netas attended the low-key wedding ceremony, including Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and Raghav Chadha. Alt News co-founder Zubair has been sent to 6 days police custody. The editor landed in trouble over a tweet which allegedly hurt religious sentiments. Meanwhile, Supreme Court will be hearing Zubair challenging the Allahabad High Court's refusal to quash the FIR against him in Uttar Pradesh. Amid speculations that Congress might leave Maha Vikas Aghadi, Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole has met the party supremo Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. However, details of the meeting are unknown. In the fight to save Mumbai's green lungs RA forest, the Congress has launched a massive protest against Maharashtra Shinde Sarkar. The newly formed Maharashtra government has approved the decision to relocate the metro car shed back to the RA colony. In some relief for Satyendra Jain, Delhi High Court has dismissed the plea seeking his suspension from Delhi Health Minister post. The plea filed in the court stated that Jain, who is under custody, is still enjoying the perks and privileges of a cabinet minister despite having been allegedly indicted under serious charges which may entail severe punishment. Well, that's all we could pack in for you. Thank you for watching.
However, considering that these Eknath Shinde camp, they are very adamant, or they are very positive about the fact that all these Shiv Sena MLAs have to follow their whip. Now, whether more Shiv Sena MLAs from Uddhav Thackeray camp will jump the ship and join the PM Eknath Shinde camp, that will be very interesting. Already, Mr. Bangar, he was an MLA from the Uddhav Thackeray camp. He has joined the PM Eknath Shinde camp.
Nation wants to know with me, Padmja Joshi. Let's get you started with the headlines at 7. At the centre of a storm for putting up post-op smoking Kali, Leena Manimekalai now provokes again, calls India a hate machine, says Troll Brigade is trying to stifle her freedom. BJP slams ecosystem for maligning India after Kali provocation. There's opposition to take a stand on India bashing. Mamata Banerjee's first reaction amid Kali showdown, slams media not Mahua, says media is selling controversy without focusing on what's good. Facing fire from rivals and own party for describing Kali as meat-eating and alcohol-accepting goddess, Mahua Moitra now puts out a couplet, says she was told to be careful when instead people should be standing with her. Long rope for hate in Congress rule. Remorseless Salman Chishti arrested for issuing Behead Nupur calls, smirks and shows a thumbs up sign. This a day after Gehlot's cops were seen telling him to claim that he was intoxicated so that bachav ho sake. Rajasthan police probes PFI link to Ajmer threatmonger Sarwar Chishti even as old videos emerge of him supporting PFI. Cops bust radical group PFI's Bleed India mission. Plan was to raise an army of suicide bombers and impose Sharia. 4 PFI men, including the linchpin, are arrested in Telangana. No court relief for Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair. Sitapur court sends him to 6-day police custody for hurting religious sentiments via his tweets. Boris Johnson quits after nearly 60 members of his government, including 5 cabinet ministers, resign. Indian origin politician Rishi Sunak emerges as contender for the top post. Prime Minister's Prime Minister's mega development push in his constituency Varanasi lays foundation stones for projects worth over 1,700 crores, asserts India will soon become a global hub for education, indulges in a special interaction with children. We're often told that India has become an intolerant nation, that the minorities here live in fear, that there is a dar ka mahal and it's basically a hate factory. But who really is intolerant? That is becoming increasingly clear as threats and beheading calls to Hindus across the country are on the rise. You all heard of the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur and Umesh Kole in Amravati, but the violence is not just physical. From Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, from Rajasthan to Maharashtra, in the last fortnight, ordinary citizens continue to stand bullied, threatened and even physically assaulted. Not because they indulged in any blasphemy, not even close. All they did in fact is to dare express support for Nupur Sharma or even say that people like Umesh Kole and Kanhaiya should not have been made victim to such radical Islamists. A 16-year-old girl from Mumbai was given several death threats after she posted in support of Kanhaiya Lal and Nupur Sharma. The chilling threats were given through WhatsApp calls, one of which was via an international number. The police have now registered an FIR in the case and are probing the matter through various angles. Meanwhile, keeping the incidents of Udaipur and Amravati in mind, the girl has been given security cover.
We have observed that during the past few weeks, such kinds of threats are flowing in the air, at the drop of the hat, whether it is political, religious or social. Well, this is nothing but a reflection of deteriorating law and order situation in the state, as also probably the fear of law in the minds of offenders. Supreme Court, I am afraid, will have to immediately come into picture and again describe as to what extent a citizen of India is entitled to express himself or herself, and if he or she crosses that line, then the retaliators must also not be having the liberty of taking law in their hands by sending an intimidation or threats to kill.
Now imagine a 16-year-old girl wasn't spared, a minor being told that you'll be the next victim. In fact, something similar happened in Bharatpur, where 2 people were given a Sar Tan Se Juda threat. A letter was delivered to them by an ambulance driver who said that 2 men on a bike stopped him and told him to deliver this chilling warning. Rajasthan police has also now deployed security outside the houses of both people.
मुकेश कुमार शर्मा निवासी राम ने कल थाने पर रिपोर्ट पेश की। रिपोर्ट में उसने तहरीर किया कि मैं 104 एम्बुलेंस का ड्राइवर हूँ। कल दिनांक 6/7/2022 को मैं पहाड़ी आ रहा था। महमदपुर के पास में पीछे से सफ़ेद अपाची बिना नंबरी पर 2 व्यक्ति आए, जिन्होंने मेरे को रुकवाया। रुकवाने के बाद में मेरी एम्बुलेंस में 2 पर्ची फेंकी और मेरे से कहा कि ये पर्ची तेरे गांव ले जा करके दे दे। मेरे को खंजर बताया और धमकी दी कि अगर आपने पुलिस में शिकायत की तो सर जान से ख़त्म कर देंगे। वो पर्चियों पर मैंने खोल करके देखा तो उसमें लिखा हुआ था सर तन से जुदा सतीश सेठ। दूसरी पर्ची पे भी यही बात लिखी हुई थी।
And that isn't even where it stops. Similar threats were issued pan-India. In Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad, a man was threatened over the phone for his social media post supporting Nupur Sharma. 3 people have been identified who sent out this threat, and 2 of them so far have been arrested. In Ara, a young boy was beaten by a mob, again for a social media post supporting Nupur Sharma. This youth was thrashed while he was at a tea stall. The mob also attacked the owner of the tea stall. After Ajmer Dargah cleric Salman Chishti, a hate video has emerged from Haryana where a man is seen offering 2 crore rupees reward again for a threat against Nupur Sharma.
मैं मेवात पूरी की तरफ से दे रहा हूँ। अगर जो नुपुर शर्मा की जीप काट के लाएगा, पूरी मेवात की तरफ से 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर है। 2 करोड़ पूरी मेवात देगी, मैं दूंगा। और बताओ, अगर जीप तू काट ला, 2 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर तू ले ले। पत्रकार
शिकायत भी प्राप्त हुई थी हमें, और उस वीडियो को देखकर शिकायत को प्राप्त करने उपरांत उसमें हमारी तरफ से एक मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया है। वीडियो में जो बोल रहे हैं उस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ बाय नेम और अन्य के खिलाफ, तो उसमें हम जांच कर रहे हैं। हमारा इसमें सोशल मीडिया मॉनिटरिंग सेल जिले में पूरा एक्टिवली काम कर रहा है, जिसकी निगरानी हर ऐसे फेसबुक, ट्विटर इत्यादि पे जो लोग पोस्ट करते हैं उस पर हमेशा बनी रहती है। और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुपों के अंदर भी हम देखते रहते हैं कि कौन सी वीडियो वायरल हो रही है या कौन से मैसेज वायरल हो रहे हैं। तो उस पर अगर हमें जब भी ऐसा कोई आपत्तिजनक मैसेज दिखता है तो उसके हिसाब से पुलिस की तुरंत कार्यप्रणाली एक्टिवेट हो जाती है और संबंधित के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाती है।
बिल्कुल इसकी सख्त कार्रवाई करवाएंगे हम, और ऐसे जो तत्व हैं जो देश की शांति को बिगाड़ना चाहते हैं उनको ये देश कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। सरकार ने सब जगह पर कार्रवाई की है, क्योंकि हम देश में इस प्रकार का माहौल पैदा होने नहीं दे सकते। अगर कुछ लोगों की बदजुबानी या गलत सोच की वजह से देश का माहौल ख़राब होने नहीं दिया जाएगा। जो सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी हम करेंगे।
So is this basically just down to bullying, where a majority, a community is being made to get their backs against the wall? Binay Singh, political analyst, Manaswi Thapar, lawyer and political analyst, Ahmad Ayaz, political analyst, and Bilal Khan, to whom I want to ask the first question. 2 crores to get the tongue of Nupur Sharma. This is not about hurt, Bilal Khan. This is about hate.
Yes, this is, violence is not justified. Any kind of condition. Sir, tan se juda. ये बिल्कुल भी जस्टिफाई नहीं हो सकता एनी काइंड ऑफ कंडीशन।
सर द थिंग इज, हर कोई टीवी पर आकर के कहता है ये जस्टिफाई नहीं होता, ये जस्टिफाई नहीं होता, पर ये कोई रैंडम लोग नहीं है। सरवर चिश्ती से लेकर के, गौहर चिश्ती से लेकर के सड़क पे चलता हुआ आम आदमी कोई भी धमका करके चला जाता है।
अनुराग ठाकुर इज ऑल्सो एडेड इन दिस, कपिल मिश्रा,
अनुराग ठाकुर ने किसी का सर नहीं काटा।
ही इज आल्सो हेट स्पीचर्स।
डू नॉट मेक स्ट्रेंज जस्टिफिकेशंस। यहाँ पर 2 लोगों का सर काट दिया गया है। 2 people have been beheaded. हर कोई कहता है कि हम तो भाई पीस की बात कर रहे हैं, पीस की बात कर रहे हैं, कोई पीस की बात नहीं कर रहा है। Basically an entire community is being bullied.
Also support Salman Chishti.
Mr. Khan.
Salman Chishti. मैं शुरू से यही कह रहा हूँ हर चैनल पे जाके, सलमान चिश्ती टाइप के लोग हों या कोई भी हो, वो लोग देश में नफरत फैला रहे हैं। और वो हमेशा से शुरुआत से यही होता है कि प्रोपेगेंडा चलाया जा रहा है।
क्या प्रोपेगेंडा बॉस? क्या सलमान चिश्ती अकेले हैं? छोटी छोटी बच्चियां कश्मीर से लेकर के सलमान चिश्ती इज बट अ सिम्टम. The larger malaise is that it is not limited to politicians or some random clerics. You actually have common people. और अगर एक आम आदमी ऐसे बोलने लगेगा बिना सिंह, then what's the hope? And we are told नहीं हम condemn कर रहे हैं, but this is only propaganda. What is the propaganda? एक आम आदमी वहां पर खड़े होकर के कह रहा है I will give 2 crores. चलिए ठीक है, सलमान चिश्ती नशे में थे, ये आदमी जो कह रहा है कि 2 करोड़ लेकर के मैं आपको दूंगा, वो भी नशे में है।
हम लोग सरसन से जुदा कर देंगे। राजू का नाम लीजिए ना, राजू इज द मैन ऑफ मंदिर वाराणसी। उसने कहा सरतन से जुदा भी हम लोग करेंगे, हम देश में नफरत मुसलमानों को काटेंगे, एक तरफा नैरेटिव में चलाइए। अगर
चलिए आपको एक महंत राजू दास मिल गए हैं जिन्होंने बोला है तो इट्स ऑल द सेम, ये सब प्रोपेगेंडा है और ये सब एक समान है।
राज ने कहा है कि हम मुसलमानों को।
आप ये बताइए मेरे को, मिस्टर बिलाल खान, ओके लेट मी हैव बिनय सिंह रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस, दैट यू आर blowing this out of proportion. It is not about a sustained bullying campaign. This is only propaganda. Binay Singh.
See, so many things are happening at the same time. Some Chishti is telling something, one Mani Mekalai is telling something, and ultimately what the thing came out, but the final word, that they tried to say that India is a hate machine. So here lies the conspiracy, the real conspiracy. All this chaos is intended to brand the greatest democracy of this earth called India as a hate machine. It is an attempt. But all these things, all this chaos is targeted to do that. And this is intellectual terror. And intellectual terror is a format of terror. Like there is bullet terrorism. Somebody use violence to kill someone. There is intellectual terror. You use your knowledge skills, the skill of propaganda. You weaponize the propaganda to implode a country, to implode a society, to bleed India, to demean India, to demonize India.
Intellectual
and this
terror.
is what is happening. This is what is happening.
Intellectual terror, Ahmad Ayaz. This is intellectual terror. Some people seed the hate, and then other people actually carry out the hate.
You see what is the MO, what is the modus operandi?
Yeah.
Two similar things.
Okay, Binay Singh and Ahmad Ayaz. Just a second. Binay Singh, finish your point, then Ahmad Ayaz. Binay Singh and Ahmad Ayaz, yes.
Two similar incidents. Nupur Sharma said something that fitted into the definition of blasphemy. Mani Mekalai said something that also fitted into the same category. But Nupur Sharma is being targeted that it is blasphemous, and Mani Mekalai is being discounted that
Bilal Khan is responding to you.
Right to expression category.
Okay, Ahmad Ayaz also wants to respond. Okay, Ahmad Ayaz, you go first, then Bilal Khan, आपके पास वापस आऊंगी. Yes, Ahmad Ayaz.
This is intellectual terror. This is intellectual terror.
It is not just about who actually wields the weapon. It's also about those who weaponize this perceived sense of hurt to actually carry out violence. Ahmad Ayaz.
Yes.
I say with all the freedom of expression, there is no problem to harass someone, to someone to abuse someone. I mean, there is an action which needs to be taken to see that the curtail is not alarmed. It is very unfortunate that it's happening in the country post Nupur Sharma's remark and a comment against the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So point is, had been proper done itself, and possibly the others should, though I never mean that.
Sir, till when will you keep going on and on and on about Nupur Sharma? Let me ask you a simple question, Ahmad Ayaz. There are common people. This is a 16-year-old girl in Mumbai. वो 16 साल की लड़की है, उसका नुपुर शर्मा से दूर दूर तक लेना देना नहीं है. You know what she said? She said कि कन्हैया लाल की जिस तरीके से हत्या हुई थी, that was wrong. She was literally saying a poor man shouldn't have been murdered in this fashion. That also she's being threatened for. For what?
What exactly happened? What exactly must be happening?
उसका नुपुर शर्मा से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है.
See what exactly is happening. It may not be directly related to Nupur Sharma, but
indirectly you are hurt. So this is the most random hurt, right? You can say anything and people will get hurt. Now supposedly Nupur Sharma was the blasphemer, so she was supposed to be directed. Threats are supposed to be directed. Now anyone who is saying murder mat karo, अरे तुमने murder के लिए कैसे बोल दिया? I am hurt by that also. Why are you, speaking up against murder? I'm hurt with that. What is this logic, Mr. Ayaz?
About the total situation in the country. You see how people feel about things. That's the biggest problem.
No, situation. Don't blame it on situation in the country. If somebody is engaging in violence, you will say a situation in the country is to blame. No, that person is to blame. This is like saying that if somebody is very poor, you will justify the murder saying क्योंकि वो गरीब था तो उसने हत्या कर दी तो it's okay क्योंकि उसकी situation खराब थी.
What I'm telling you is about the what you call it a situation created. Maybe individuals.
What does situation have to do with it, sir? Ahmad Ayaz Saab, can we please have Binay Singh and Ahmad Ayaz? What does the situation in the country, Binay Singh, have anything to do with a 16-year-old being threatened? Anything.
Padmaja, you know, Muhammad Ayaz, he is trying to use the skill of his knowledge to defend the undefendable. He is trying to think soft on terror. So this is also a format of terrorism, Padmaja, and this is what I call it is intellectual terrorism. You don't have a word for Nupur Sharma. You don't have a word that a 16-year-old girl is being threatened, but you are in support of Mohia Moitra and Mani Makalai. She is also abusing the Hindu goddesses. So this making jalebi of a logic, making jalebi of a logic, this is intellectual terrorism.
The thing
why
is,
can't you? Why can't you?
You may give your own interpretation. But the point is, if some people like Nupur Sharma, a lawyer, she is not an ordinary man, a spokesman of a big political party. She can't be expected to have things out of her tongue. So it is there that she has definitely said something.
So tell me this. Okay, I really want to understand this. Ahmad Ayaz Saab, ये बताइए. चलिए, according to you, Nupur Sharma is wrong. She is wrong. Okay, she is wrong. She is being threatened. She is being booked. She is wrong. But what does it have to do with an 18-year-old boy in Bihar being beaten? वो बिहार में बैठ करके लिख रहा है कि कन्हैया लाल जी को मैं सपोर्ट करता हूं, उनके फैमिली के साथ हूं मैं. वो बिहार में क्यों पिट रहा है? उसका नुपुर शर्मा से क्या? What is the logic? Connect the dots for me. Nupur Sharma, Bihar. What is the connection?
Even if Nupur Sharma has, the first thing is, even if Nupur Sharma said something, whatever is happening should not happen. Whatever people say. And the boy, whatever has said about Kanya Lal, again I say it is not at all connected. It must be something different. We also say what has happened with the Kanya Lal is wrong. I also say.
I'm trying to ask you that if today people are being beaten and threatened, what is their fault, Ahmad Ayaz? Let me ask you straight away. What is their fault? उनकी गलती क्या है? I mean, we are in a situation, Mr. Ayaz, where somebody actually wrote an editorial saying Hindu lives matter is a very dangerous slogan. I mean, to say that don't kill Hindus is also dangerous. Is that also hurtful?
Padmaja, you try to understand. I also say what has happened with Kanya Lal is wrong. What has happened?
Sir, you are not answering my question. I asked you that in the last 24 hours, at least 24 people have either been beaten or they've been threatened or they have been asked to apologize or they've basically been told कि you are next. तुम्हारे साथ भी वही होगा. इनकी गलती क्या है मनस्वी थापर? I still haven't got the answer. इनकी गलती क्या है? What is their fault?
Padmaja, you were reading a brief of Rishi Sunak being could be the next Prime Minister of UK, and we Indians are thriving in the world. And right now in India, we are just discussing how Hindu Muslims and how communal angle we can portray in this country. Vinay Singh, my friend, said that intellectual terrorism is cropping up in this country. The reality is, when did this actually start? Are we going to move ahead our country or are we going to take our country backwards?
Sir, if you are suggesting to discuss the murder of 2 people is wrong and we should discuss Rishi Sunak because, well, who cares about Umesh Kole? No. Ab Rishi Sunak Prime Minister banenge, great, he's at 10 Downing Street. But Kanhaiya Lal is dead.
You can put words on.
And for me, it's as important to discuss why was Kanhaiya Lal murdered or why was Umesh Kole murdered.
Yeah, I'm not telling you to discuss on your editorial. I'm just telling that where are we heading?
That is a great question. When Kanhaiya Lal was beheaded, that is exactly the question I asked. Where are we headed? Where are we headed?
This is the question we, as a country, my question is that, and my question is...
I am asking the question. You give me an answer. Kanhaiya Lal beheaded, Umesh Kole beheaded, 24 people threatened, 5 people beaten. Where are we headed?
That's exactly the right question. Where are we heading?
Answer me then. Where are we headed? Where are we headed?
Is this the country we wanted? No, this is not the country we wanted. You don't have the right to speak.
Sir, you are making generic statements. Answer my question. Where are we headed and who is taking us there?
We are doomed. I don't
Who's
think
dooming us?
Imagine.
Who's dooming us?
We imagine this. You are not going to let me complete my sentence.
But sir, you are not answering questions. You are making generic statements. You are saying we are doomed.
No, I'm not making.
First of all, we are not doomed because this will be arrested. But who, according to you, is dooming us?
I think collective responsibility.
Why? Why collective responsibility?
The Sarkar is questioning.
Why collective?
The Sarkar is questioning the opposition. The opposition is questioning.
It is not about Sarkar and opposition. No, just a second. Just a second. Binay is saying this is a very convenient straw man of collective responsibility. Bhai, collective people did not behead Kanhaiya. Very specific people killed Kanhaiya. And very specific people are threatening others and beating others. ये collective की क्या बात है?
Investigation is taking place. They are behind the bars.
Binay Singh.
Let me reply. Manashwi, I don't think that opposition is really opposed to the government. Opposition is a part of this democracy. It has a role to play. It has a responsibility to deliver. But if you see the history of the opposition in the last 5-6 years, it seems opposition is not opposing the government, it is opposing the India. Opposition is not opposing the government, it is opposing the Indian culture, Indian ethos. Opposition is simply opposing the Hindu society, the majority. So opposition has a responsibility. And Manashwi, we are talking about human rights. We are talking about human rights. Doesn't Hindus have a human right in India? Doesn't Hindus have a human right in India? Doesn't Hindus have a right to expression or a right to live in India?
Okay.
Doesn't Hindu lives matter? So why you get pissed off when someone...
Okay, that's a direct question. Answer that, Bilal Khan. Do Hindu lives not matter? That simply for speaking up for their co-religionists also is supposed to be a crime. Bilal Khan.
इस देश में हर एक इंसान जान की कीमत है, चाहे वो हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो या कोई सी कम्युनिटी से ताल्लुक रखने वाला हो. लेकिन जिस तरीके से देश के अंदर हेट स्पीच दी जाती हैं और धर्म संसद के नाम पर मुसलमान की बहन बेटियों के साथ गलत करने
बिलाल साहब, आपको धर्म संसद दिखाई देती है, पर आपको अजमेर दरगाह के बाहर जो सर तन से जुदा के नारे लगे उसकी तारीख भी पता है, किस तारीख को लगे थे?
कोई जस्टिफाई नहीं कर सकता ऐसे लोगों को जो है कानून अपना काम कर रहा है. ये तो
अजमेर दरगाह में आपको कानून याद आता है, धर्म संसद में भी तो कानून काम ही कर रहा है ना. धर्म संसद का हवाला देके आप कहते हैं कि देश हैज गॉन टू द डॉग्स, बट अजमेर दरगाह में जो हो रहा है उसमें आप नहीं कहेंगे?
सर तन से जुदा मुसलमानों का आपने सुना कि सर तन से जुदा मुसलमानों का कर देंगे 1 सेकंड में. वो नहीं चलाएंगे आप लोग. एक तरफा सिलेक्टिव जो चीजें हैं वो आपको पसंद
सर एक तरफ अगर आप एक तरफा आर्गुमेंट दे रहे हैं, एटलीस्ट आई एम अग्रीइंग विद यू दैट राजू दास सेड इट एंड लेट मी आल्सो से ही शुड बी बुक्ड एंड जेल्ड फॉर इट. बट दैट बीइंग सेड, द मोमेंट आई आस्क यू कि सरवर चिश्ती की प्रेजेंस में गौहर चिश्ती ने सर तन से जुदा के नारे लगाए, उनको जेल होना चाहिए कि नहीं, आप कहेंगे इस मैटर में इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है. एंड दैट इज वेयर यू कीप पॉइंटिंग आउट द डुअल स्टैंडर्ड्स, एंड दीज आर नॉट just dual standards, these are very, very dangerous standards. That, sir, is the problem. However, like we've been saying, there is a point after which there will be a concerted, intellectual and lawful pushback, because no one can be bullied in their own country. Thanks very much all gentlemen for joining me. Quick break.
कर रहे हैं, शिवसैनिकों को जुटला रहे हैं, शिवसैनिकों को फेंक रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, आप अभी भी वापिस आओ, मातोश्री चलो और शिवसेना प्रमुख का आदर रखो।
And their complaints against those governments.
आणि त्यानंतर सलग 4 वेळा, कारण त्यानंतर 9 साली कोपरी पाचपाखडी हा
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching News Pulse with me, Priya Behel, your one-stop shop of all the headline-making stories. And we are starting this bulletin with breaking developments coming in on the Leena story. The maker of documentary Kali is now facing more trouble. In the latest coming in terms of action that has been taken against her, a lookout circular has been issued against Leena Manimekhalai. This, remember, comes after an FIR that has been filed against the documentary maker in Madhya Pradesh. My colleague Govind joins us for more details. It's over to you, Govind.
Yeah, absolutely. Lookout circular has been issued in this whole matter. You know that Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Narottam Mishra, already cleared in the morning that they are just going to write to the Central Home Ministry to issue the lookout notice because they just having a kind of dubious aspect regarding this, that she may just run away from the country. This was the kind of suspect Home Minister was sharing to the media in morning, because Home Minister yesterday clarified that if in 24 hours if the filmmaker, lady filmmaker, doesn't accept whatever the conditions
right.
Home Minister put to,
Govind, a quick question. Leena is based out of Canada, if I'm not wrong. How does this lookout circular then become effective?
And that is exactly why Home Minister has written to the Central Home Ministry to issue the circular, जो लुकआउट सर्कुलर है उसे इश्यू करने के लिए होम मिनिस्टर का जो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखी और पहले से ही ये चीज बता दी गई थी होम मिनिस्टर के द्वारा कि 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर जो शर्तें उन्होंने अपनी आपत्ति जताती हुई फिल्म को लेकर रखी है अगर उनका पालन नहीं होता है सशर्त तो वो सर्कुलर जारी करने के लिए होम मिनिस्टर को लिखेंगे और होम मिनिस्ट्री को अब ये सर्कुलर लिखने के लिए
Right. So basically, to put things in perspective, a lookout circular has not been issued. Just the process has begun. That might eventually lead into a lookout circular being issued against Leena, who is based out of Canada. A letter has gone out from Madhya Pradesh Home Ministry to the center, where further action is likely to take place. And now, moving on, after the smoking Kali poster, Leena Manimekalai now has launched a tirade against India. Sitting in Canada, the filmmaker unleashed a flurry of tweets deriding India for being the largest democracy that has now become the largest hate machine. Despite facing multiple FIRs and numerous complaints, a section of the so-called secular ecosystem has been supporting and even emboldening Leena Manimekalai. While she launches this tirade in the garb of creative freedom, the BJP is asking how is insulting the nation free speech. But first, let's remind you of Leena Manimekalai's Twitter tirade. She posted a series of tweets where she said it feels like the whole nation has now deteriorated from the largest democracy to the largest hate machine is what she posted. Can't give up artistic freedom, fearing right-wing mob mafia. Low-life trolls tweeted the poster they find objectionable. Kali can't be lynched, raped, destroyed. She is the goddess of death. Hindutva can never become India, she says, and BJP troll army have no idea about how folk theatre artists chill. This is in respect to a picture that she had posted earlier in the day, where you could see two artists, one dressed as Durga, another dressed as Lord Shiva, and they are seen smoking up. Sangh wants to destroy this with relentless hate and religious bigotry is also another tweet that was put out by her. The BJP meanwhile has attacked not just the filmmaker but also the ecosystem which is fueling the fires. Congress has yet again blamed BJP for raking up the issue and making it a propaganda. TMC on the other hand says it will act against anyone insulting the goddess.
जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले इस तरह के ट्वीट जो होते हैं, कुछ विकृत मानसिकता के लोग इस तरह के जो ट्वीट लगातार करते हैं, जैसे काली फिल्म की डायरेक्टर लीना मणिमेकली जी ने किया है। इस तरह के जो ट्वीट हैं, कभी बीड़ी पीते हुए काली का, कभी शंकर जी का जो जारी कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे विकृत मानसिकताओं के लिए जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले चित्र हैं और ट्विटर को टूल की तरह उपयोग जो कर रहे हैं, इसको वो रोकें अपने स्तर पर और इसकी स्कैनिंग की व्यवस्था करें, जिसकी वजह से स्कैनिंग के बाद से इस तरह की चीजें ना आए जो भावनाओं को आहत करती हो। ऐसा मैं ट्विटर को भी पत्र लिखने जा रहा हूँ।
I see that if at all anyone is insulting Goddess Kali, is a BJP, and hurting the sentiments of Hindus by circulating it all over the world. Till it was in Canada, nobody noticed it. But afterwards that they have been circulating, in a true sense, it's a BJP who insult goddesses, who hurt the sentiments, Hindu sentiments. But what happened is that people thinking is blurred by media, by propaganda machinery of BJP. I was born and brought up in a village in Allahabad. I've seen.
আমার অনেক সময় মনে হয় আমরা যখন ছোট ছিলাম আমরা কত ছোট ছোট কবিতা পড়তাম, সেগুলো নিয়ে কখনো কিন্তু কোশ্চেন ওঠেনি। এক একটা জায়গার এক এক রকম স্বরূপ আছে, কিন্তু কেউ কেউ আছে ওটা না দেখেই হঠাৎ চিৎকার করতে শুরু করলো, একেবারে হরে করে কাম্বার মতো। আমি এ কথা বললে আবার বলবে, দেখেছেন হরে করে কম্বা, এটা কিছু হয় হয় হয়।
Mohamitra has made a statement. The party will consider a statement and decide on what steps are to be taken. The party will decide at the appropriate time. We have said earlier that we did not approve the poster of Mahakali. But we feel that BJP has no right to speak on this matter because BJP has not yet punished Nupur Sharma.
And moving on to political developments that are coming out of the United Kingdom, where after days of controversies and back and forth, it is interesting time for British politics as the current churn within the Conservative Party establishment has left Prime Minister Boris Johnson with no option but to resign. 60 of his government colleagues have deserted him, citing multiple blunders, including inaction on complaints of sexual harassment, policy differences and transgressions in matters of propriety. And resign eventually he did, accepting his fate and promising his support to whoever replaces him.
It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. Our Winian system will produce another leader equally committed to taking this country forward through tough times, not just helping families to get through it, but changing and improving the way we do things.
I'm here outside the Palace of Westminster, where just a few moments ago and just a few hundred yards away, Boris Johnson, on the steps of Downing Street itself, issued his resignation speech, and thus bringing to an end one of the most extraordinary and divisive chapters in modern British political history. But now the starting pistol has been fired and the real intrigue begins. This is something that Westminster does par excellence, the Machiavellian machinations of the leadership challenge. There are at least a dozen potential candidates, any one of 5 or 6 of them genuine contenders for the future prime ministerial position.
The massive mandate that Johnson had secured in 2019 now stands undermined, though the party's revival would depend on who succeeds him. This continuing saga in British politics has a strong Indian origin imprint, with Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor of Exchequer, who was very much part of this rebellion against Boris Johnson, emerging as a possible front-runner. Should he be chosen to be the Prime Minister, he would create history as the first Indian and Asian to occupy the post. Tables have turned in the 21st century indeed. So who really is Rishi Sunak? In 2014, he was chosen as a Conservative candidate from Richmond. In 2015, he was elected to House of Commons in parliamentary polls. In Feb 2020, Sunak was appointed the Chancellor of Exchequer. On the 5th of July, the 42-year-old tendered his resignation. Betting is legal in United Kingdom, and the odds appear to be stacked slightly in favor of Penny Mordaunt, the Minister for Trade Policy, though Sunak is not far behind.
Announcement, and of course it is a civil war, if I may say so, within the Tory party that is expected. But one important aspect of the British political system here are the betting companies who periodically place the odds of who the next candidate will be, and we have with us Sam from Betfair, as you can see. Sam, can you tell us a bit more about what is this business about and what are the chances of Rishi Sunak?
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody's asking now, who is going to be the next Conservative leader? Everybody wants to know And everybody has their fancy, everybody has their pick. So we provide the platform for people to have a bet and have their say on who they think could be the next Conservative leader. There's been a lot of interest in this market, as you can expect, following the resignation of the Prime Minister. And currently it is Ben Wallace who leads the way as favourite.
Right. What about Rishi Sunak? I see is at number 2. And what does that 5/1 means? If you could tell our viewers a bit more about that.
Yeah, so currently Rishi Sunak is second favourite at 5-1. That means for every £10 you place, you get £50 back. So he's not quite the favourite. Ben Wallace is in there at 11-4, which means if you place £10, you get £37.50 back. So as you can see, the odds are slightly shorter for Ben Wallace, but that's not to say that Rishi hasn't been a popular choice. Looking at the Betfair Exchange market, around 25% of the money placed on the market has been for Rishi Sunak, so he has been a popular choice of punters.
Right, so Rishi Sunak continues to be a popular candidate. Ben Wallace is the Defence Secretary, who is right up there, but these are just data that is collected and they keep on changing. That's one key thing to remember, isn't it, Sam?
Absolutely, as punters make their choice and place their bets, depending on who they're betting and how popular they are, the odds will change. And with this market, as more candidates announce and put their hat into the ring that they're going to be taking place in the Conservative leader race, then those odds, I'm certain, will change some more.
Right, so a lot of action still to expect, but this is one aspect of British politics which is always, which remains evergreen and which has now come under increased focus following Boris Johnson's resignation. Back to you.
Sunak does face a tough test, but rest assured, all of us back home here will be wishing for him to win this race to the post of PM of UK. With that, we take a very quick break. Do come back for all the other news updates.
we have a difficult relationship with China. We're perfectly capable of managing it. Somewhere Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. If I were to take Europe collectively, which has been singularly silent on many things which were happening, for example in Asia, you could ask why would anybody in Asia trust Europe on anything at all? Look, a lot of things are happening outside Europe. We have, partly because of climate change, for a lot of humanitarian, natural disasters, humanitarian responses. In our part of the world today, a lot of people look to us to help out. The days when they expected Europe to come, which Europe did at the 2004 tsunami. The difference today is nobody's even thinking of that anymore. So the world is changing, new players are coming, new capabilities are coming, but a new agenda must come. The world cannot be that Eurocentric as it used to be in the past.
Down on Chinese firms, Enforcement Directorate today raided 48 locations linked to Vivo India and its 23 associated firms. As per Enforcement Directorate, these firms made huge transfers to Vivo India. Investigation has also revealed that out of the total sale proceeds of 1.25 lakh crores, Vivo India remitted over rupees 62,000 crores out of India, mainly to China. This translates